People are captivated by diamonds, minerals formed when carbon crystallizes deep within the earth. But many issues such as environmental destruction and labor problems associated with diamond mining have also occurred. Against this background, synthetic diamonds are now drawing attention. In the 1980s, Japan became the first country in the world to succeed in producing synthetic diamonds using a technology called the chemical vapor deposition, or CVD method. The groundbreaking technology enabled the creation of large, high-purity synthetic diamonds. Synthetic diamonds produced by the CVD method are evolving in new fields as well. This company manufactures semiconductors using synthetic diamonds. Compared to conventional semiconductors, they are resistant to high temperatures and radiation, making them suitable for equipment used in harsh environments. The company was founded with the goal of decommissioning the power plant in Fukushima that suffered the nuclear accident. Through public-private collaboration, it's tackling the challenges head-on. The Fukushima nuclear power plant disaster created a situation where the electronic devices inside were damaged. Diamond semiconductors possess the characteristic of being indestructible, so we decided to develop something usable there. Diamond semiconductors are regarded as the ultimate type of semiconductors. They're also expected to be used in next-generation communication infrastructure and in space. And the world's first factory to mass-produce diamond semiconductors is scheduled to begin operations in Fukushima in 2026. After overcoming decommissioning, we must move on to our next crucial phase of putting the diamonds to practical use. It's the path we should take as human beings. From eco-friendly jewelry to next-generation technology, Japan is spearheading the challenge of utilizing synthetic diamonds.
Education is the foundation of our nation's future, and its transformation begins now. It is for this reason that the Ministry of Education invites you to the Second National Education Conference 2026 under the theme Driving Education Reforms Through Effective Leadership, Accountability and Collaboration. Join education leaders, policymakers and stakeholders from 6th to 10th May 2026 at the Lake Naivasha Resort, together for transformative education reforms.
Wiki hii kwenye Mkulima tunajifunza jinsi ya kukuza kitunguu saumu.
Ukitaka kupata mbegu, unaenda kwa mtu mwenye amelima, unaiona hapa, unaona ndio. Practically unaona kwa macho. Ninakuuzia garlic inaitwa Rwanda. Hiyo Rwanda unaiona wapi? Iko hapa.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
I never felt this way before. You don't have other plans? How about you come to my place?
Back in the day, if you said that, it would mean you're firing us.
A personal matter affected you. And your promotion. I'm really sorry. He lives here too. Every day. He only talks to the staff or the guests. Does he really know more about feelings?
Gina! Gina! Aki watoto wa siku hizi wakiwa nasumbua. Usikose kuona Gundu KBC Channel 1 every Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. Ujionee hivi vituko vya watoto wa siku hizi wanaosumbua wazazi na mengine mengi. Keep it Gundu. Gina!
Welcome back to Semana Spokes from Nagava.
Semana Spokes is the platform where Wananchi engage, query the government, and the government responds. It's your time to be informed. Don't miss Bonga Nagava every Thursday at 8 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1.
Semana Spokes.
A very good morning to you. You are in time for BizCheck here on KBC Channel 1. My name is Betty Kiptum. Welcome to the program. This morning, we'd like to have a conversation on matters the SACCO subsector. We'd like to know just what is being done to ensure that this sector that has a total assets that exceed 1.15 trillion shillings and deposits that surpass 700 billion shillings, that is as of late 2025, what is being done to ensure that this sector is resilient, it's growing, and that the challenges are being surmounted. And to have this conversation with me in studio, we have the Chief Executive Officer of King Size SACCO Group, that is CPA Martin Omondi Ogola, right next to me. And on my far left, that is Gideon Gitonga, who is a Senior Digital Assets Investment Strategist at Blackhoop SACCO. Karibuni sana.
Asante.
I'll give you a minute each to just introduce yourselves and what your organizations do. I'll start with you, Martin.
Thank you, Betty, and much appreciation to our viewers. My name is Martin Omondi Ogola. I'm currently the Chief Executive Officer of King Size Regulated Non-Deposit Taking SACCO Group. I know you might be wondering how is the group coming in? Is because we have subsidiaries. And the regulator once you have subsidiaries, now you are not just a SACCO, you also manage the subsidiaries, and so you become a group. King Size belongs to employees of Coca-Cola Limited, the subsidiaries of Coca-Cola in Kenya, and we are based in Embakasi. So basically, as a SACCO, what we do is mobilize savings and at the end of the day, give them back in form of loans. We also have an insurance agency and an investment company. Yes, in a nutshell.
Thank you very much. Gideon?
Thank you very much, Betty. It's an honor for me to be here this morning, and thank you very much for bringing me. As you said, I'm the digital assets investments specialist at Blackhoop SACCO. So Blackhoop SACCO is the first blockchain SACCO in Kenya and in Africa. So I'm leading the team at Blackhoop to solve some of the biggest challenges that we have within the cooperative sector. We are basically, our background is in technology, but we are coming into the cooperative sector to be able to reimagine that particular model so that we can position SACCOs for the young people and for the new generation, so that we can have the millennials, so that we can have the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas get to participate. One of the reasons why this is the case is because the average age of a SACCO member today is almost 40 to 48 years. So that speaks to an existential threat, to an industry and a sector that means a lot for the economy of this country. We know very well that SACCOs contribute almost 30 to 40% of our national gross savings. But if young people are not participating, or if SACCOs lose public trust because of governance issues that we've been able to see within the entire sector, then it means that this sector is likely not to be able to make the meaningful contribution it is supposed to make in our economy into the future. So as Blackhoop, we are leveraging technology to reimagine that particular sector and to make sure that our people, our young people, are participant in that particular space. Thank you.
I think you've preempted some of the content that we are going to discuss during this particular conversation. But let me come to you, Gideon, first. Of course, the numbers show that, not Gideon, Martin, sorry.
Yes.
The numbers show that the SACCO industry is very strong. It's big. it is supporting, as he said, a very big part of Kenya's economy. Why is it important to ensure that this sector thrives despite the challenges that it has had in the recent past?
Thank you so much. As has been mentioned by my colleague, this sector is very key in the economy in terms of mobilization of deposits. Beyond that, these deposits, once mobilized, they help in credit creation. The credit creation process goes to support the economy in various ways. So these various ways include granting loans to SMEs for business, granting loans for personal development, and also for consumptions like school fees. The other thing is when it goes to SMEs, it creates employment. So this sector basically holds the economy of the country in one way or another in different aspects. So the protection of these industries is quite important in that once you protect this industry, you're protecting jobs, you're protecting credit creation in the country, you are protecting even the society at large. You see, when you're able to create jobs, then you're able to create harmony in the community. You're able to ensure that the vices like insecurity are reduced. When you're able to educate your kids, it means you are developing the future. You are taking care of the future of this country. So you can't leave this sector just like that. It has to be protected, and I'm glad that the government, through the CS FCPA of Paranya, is doing that. Currently, there's a bill which is undergoing mediation between Parliament and the National Parliament and the Senate, which is supposed to enhance governance and other issues which are affecting this industry. So, in a nutshell, I would say that those are the key issues which makes it quite important to the economy, and makes it requires that protection to be to be a priority to the government and probably to everyone in the sector.
Right.
Thank you.
Gitonga, before I come to you, I'm informed that we need to go to Milimani Law Courts, where the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, his case challenging the legality of his impeachment is ongoing. The hearing is continuing today and tomorrow. Let's just listen in to those proceedings from Milimani Law Courts.
And in regard to that, they will point to Standing Order 64-2, showing that Standing Order 64-2 requires just 7 days, and the exercise must be completed in 7 days, the whole impeachment exercise. And that is the reason they provide for using just 2 days for public participation. But, my lords, when you look at Article 145 on timelines, you will note that the timeline, there is no restriction at all on public participation, on the time between the motion being moved and a resolution being passed. The time between a motion being moved and a resolution being passed, no time is limited. Limitation starts from when the resolution has been passed. That is the only time constitutional timelines kick in. So the reasons provided for limiting impeachment to 7 days, and therefore curtailing the provisions of Article 10 and Article 118 do not exist in regard to public participation. My lords, as I had previously stated, the second advertisement was put out on 3rd of October 2024. That Gazette notice made one change. It changed the venue for all the Kenyans participating in Nairobi, from KICC to Bomas of Kenya. My Lord, so what now has happened is that all the residents of Nairobi, based on an advertisement placed on 3rd, for public participation on 4th, to happen at Bomas of Kenya, have only one day. 2 days, my Lord and my Lady, was already limited. Now we have an advertisement of a different venue. 1 day. If 2 days was bad, 1 day is terrible. Then, my lords, on the same day, the day scheduled for public participation, a gazette and another advertisement was issued. This time, 20 constituencies, pardon me, 20 constituencies had their venues changed. These were constituencies in Bungoma, constituencies in Nakuru, and constituencies in Meru. 20 constituencies being advertised and the citizens being told, you will undertake public participation today, and these are the venues. These are people traveling from all corners of these constituencies now being shifted and told public participation is today, you have 1 day notice. No, this time around you have 0 day notice. Public participation is today. 2 days was already bad enough. 1 day was terrible. 0 day notice was horrible. In regard, my lords, to the orders issued by Justice Mongo for public participation as a second stage, my lords, the orders of the learned judge were very clear. He stated that he would allow public participation to continue on 4th of October as the first.
Those are proceedings from Milimani Law Courts where legal teams are making their submissions. That will continue all day today and tomorrow during the hearing of the DP, or rather former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagwa's impeachment case, where he's challenging the legality of that particular process. And our very own Ruth Wamboi has been on that bit since it started, and she is still in Milimani Law Courts and shall be filing detailed reports during our bulletins today and tomorrow. Do stand by for that. We come back to studio and continue with our conversation on matters building the SACCO industry and supporting this very important industry in Kenya's economy. And with me in studio, I have the CEO of King Size SACCO, CPA Martin Omondi Ogola, as well as Mr. Gideon Gitonga, who is a Senior Digital Assets Investment Strategy at Blockcorp SACCO. And as he mentioned earlier, Blockcorp, as you said, Blockcorp,
yes,
right, is a SACCO that leverages technology.
Correct.
Now, let me come to you. We had the reason why it's important to secure this industry.
Correct.
As you said, the average age is about 40 to 45 years of a SACCO member.
Correct.
Why are the young people not taking up SACCO investments?
Thank you very much, Betty. So Blockcorp SACCO is a short form for blockchain cooperative.
Right.
Yeah, so that's really it. So why is it that the young people are not participating? When we were launching our SACCO back in 2024, or when we were developing our solution for the sector, we actually went to the ground to do research and to talk to these young people. So one of the things that they quoted as to why they're not joining SACCOs is because of the shares. For you to be a member of a SACCO, you have to buy shares. But when you buy capital shares in a SACCO, you are actually locked in. You're not able to actually be able to sell. So they don't see flexibility in how they are able to manage their share capital. And that is only movement most people who have actually been able to join the SACCO movement, they end up buying minimum shares. So the illiquidity around SACCO shares is one of the reasons why young people don't want to be able to participate. Actually, it was astounding that one of them called a SACCO a cult. It's a place you go in and you are not able to actually be able to go out, you know. The second thing was the guarantor issue. The guarantor problem. The guarantor problem, 50% of young people cannot be able to join a SACCO because they're required to know somebody within the SACCO if they need to be able to secure their facility. So they do not have that social bandwidth to be able to get into a SACCO, especially now that SACCOs have broken what we call common bond. Now SACCOs initially were like, for example, each SACCO is a SACCO of Coca-Cola employees, but most SACCOs now have been able to break common bond. Anybody is able to join. But if I have to join a SACCO, like for example, let's say teacher SACCO, any of them, I'm not a teacher, I don't know anybody. How do I get guarantees for that? So that becomes an impediment for young people to go in. Number 3 is the issue of member participation. They feel that as the young people, they're not going to be included in the leadership of these institutions. They feel that their decisions over their money is going to be a reserve of some very, very few people. And that has actually become a reality because the new regulations, the new regulations, they're saying if your SACCO has more than 10,000 members, then they're required to do a delegate system of 500 members. Honestly, if SACCOs become delegate systems, then obviously you understand that members are being deprived of the opportunity to be able to make decisions in those institutions. Number 4 issue that they actually raised, the SACCOs are not modernized well enough to be able to cater for their present needs. For example, right now, in this country, we've passed what we call the Virtual Asset Service Provider Act. It was passed last year. Kenya alone, young people, majority of those who are young people, are holding $20 billion. That's 2.6 trillion shillings, bigger than the entire cooperative sector in digital assets. But those digital assets cannot be leveraged for collateral, because those are the assets they have. So which means the financial services sector, including the SACCOs themselves, the cooperative sector, they are not accommodating assets that our young people are holding. You get it? Number 5, which was the most important one, transparency. We have had the issue of governance within the cooperative sector. Transparency and erosion of public trust is an issue that they said we need as transparent institutions. We need institutions that are open in terms of how decisions are made, but we also need to be able to see what our money is actually doing within those particular institutions. And I think that transparency is also a requirement of the regulator. And that's why the regulator is always asking these institutions to actually have audits. But SACCOs are not able to comply with the audits because of cost of compliance. Every SACCO actually doesn't have the same financial capability. And I think that's why you made reference to the new SACCO bill, which is actually talking about shared services. So at SACCOs, because they have different financial capacity, they're able to share some of those services. Right. So those are the issues that the young people have raised as to the reason why they don't want to participate in SACCOs, and those are the issues that Block Up SACCO is actually addressing.
Right. I'm glad that you've mentioned that. There was a time, I think the other day, the CS in charge of cooperatives, he said that only 2,000 SACCOs had submitted their books for audits.
Correct.
Over 10,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was still yet to submit that.
Correct.
And they risked closure actually.
Correct.
Now, coming to you, Martin, you've listened to what he said. The young people are speaking. You run a SACCO. Mm-hmm. Why is there a disconnect? And for a long time, I think SACCOs in the financial industry, SACCOs have been known to be the slowest to adopt new technology, to even launch simple things like apps or places where people can just transact. Why is that the case, and why is there a disconnect?
Thank you, Betty, for that question. Like my colleague has explained, and thank you so much for bringing that to the public. I'm also glad that you actually went to the ground and did a research. And your decision is based on it's research based. I can't say there's a disconnect. It's more of a culture issue, and this culture was more so entrenched in the laws. That's the Cooperatives Act, which was managing, giving guidance on how to manage the SACCOs. Then, of course, when Kibaki came to power, of course, the SACCO Societies Act was introduced, which now brought on board SASRA and that. So that disconnect has been there because of the legislation which has been there. The legislation which has been there has not been catching up with time. Because if you look at the regulations, there are certain, it restricts the SACCO on certain businesses it can engage in. Like we cannot engage in blockchain, you see, but the society is moving. The generation coming up, that's the language, that's the money they know, the bitcoins. I don't know, but us, we are still the laws which are there do not allow us to deal in those whatevers, those type of currency. Number 2 is like I'd said, the legislation. Number 2 is the SACCOs have not been really going outside there and disseminating information about themselves to non-members. You find when the SACCOs are conducting training or education to the members, they only train their members. If there's education, they only invite their members to attend. So you find people who are not in the SACCO movement or in the cooperative movement have no knowledge about SACCOs. So you find when we are doing this training, the people, the younger generation who are not members, we are not inviting them to come and be part of what, to understand what we do. So that information or knowledge gap is there. Then number 3, I would say, is that transition. There's a certain age group which is in the SACCO, which, like I said, the average is 43. There's a certain age group which is catching up with technology now. The technology they were there before technology, so technology is coming after them. So you find there's that resistance to technology, and also they are a bit slow to take up technology. So you find when a SACCO comes up with technology, it doesn't pick up quickly, because the people who are there are the people the technology is intended to serve. They really do not embrace it. So what are we doing? The question will be, what are we doing to change this? So for us, we're encouraging SACCOs, and for me, what I do is we encourage people who are not our members to join our trainings, to just understand what we do, so that they have a knowledge of what SACCOs do. Number 2, SACCOs have, like you said, the SACCO industry is now really adopting technology. Like you said, there are some SACCOs which are, because of their size, technology is also not cheap. Technology is, to invest in technology, you need some quite a lot of money. And that is what the bill the current bill being negotiated intends to bring a solution, that SACCOs can come together and form something called SACCO Central. And so this SACCO Central, if they're not able to acquire technology worth 20 million, they can come together and acquire one, contribute money and acquire one, and then they share that technology. The other thing is, like he said, they went to the ground. SACCOs also need to go to the ground and do research and understand this young generation, really, what do they want, so that we do not do what we do usually. I'll tell you most of the SACCOs, what they do is copy-paste. I know this SACCO is doing well, so what do I do there? I go there and copy what they're doing and come and bring in my SACCO. Yet I don't know how they come up, what was the reason. So you find what I brought there probably is not working might not work on this side because it's just copy and paste. I never understood my members' needs. So I would encourage SACCOs, and that's what we are being encouraged by the regulator, that before we introduce a product, can we do something called feasibility study, backed by a research on the ground, to understand really what do these members, and for this case, what do this generation want us to do. And like you said, there is the issue of share capital. Of course, share capital is low. As in, you can't have a company where there are no owners. Yeah. So can SACCOs have a way that instead of demanding 50,000, 20,000 from these young people, is there a way they can come up with that? These people maybe pays 500 per month to build on this share capital, instead of just demanding a certain amount upfront. So these are the issues we are looking at, and we are really grateful because the regulator is on the ground and really supporting us on those areas as the SACCO movement.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. You have something to comment.
So of course I can comment, and I like what Martin is saying, because those are the issues within that particular sector. So as Block Up, we are not a selfish SACCO. Actually, I was telling Martin, we're a tech company, but we had to do a SACCO to demonstrate how this new technology can be able to operate within the sector. So what we need to do was what we call a POC, a proof of concept. So Block Up SACCO is a proof of concept that SACCOs can actually be able to reinvent themselves. So when we go to provide this solution in a SACCO, we do what we call a digital transformation strategic plan, where we come in and do a diagnostic within your SACCO. We're able to understand what are the needs of the members. Do you have capacity to adopt this particular technology? We've partnered with a Tier 2 bank, and we'll be able to offer this solution to SACCOs for almost near zero cost. You agreed? The virtual asset service provider bill has already been passed. So for example, you raised the issue of share capital. So what you're saying is that share capital is money that belongs to the SACCO. It's money to build the SACCO. But what it does not do, it does not allow members to be able to sell that share capital. Companies like Safaricom, Equity Bank, their shares are tradable at the Nairobi Securities Exchange, but SACCO shares are not tradable anywhere. So that's the reason why Block Up SACCO is the first SACCO whose shares are tradable. Our shares started trading on October 1st. And to today they are trading. Do you know we got our license on the 3rd of February 2025? Do you know how much we're worth today? We're worth $13.4 million because of our shares being tradable, and because of that, we're able to attract a global audience and not only Kenyans. Now, in terms of the new legislation around shared services, we are providing one of the biggest shared services to solve the guarantor problem. It's called the guarantor pool, which is basically risk pooling. So essentially what you're saying is you don't need an individual member in your SACCO to secure you. You don't need to curb yourself just within your institution, but we can provide interoperability between all SACCOs through what we call a guarantor pool, where any person who is a member of a guarantor pool, even if you belong to this SACCO or to this other SACCO, you can apply and get a guarantee and walk into your SACCO and be able to get a loan. That simplifies the process of credit assessment. When it comes to voting within these institutions, we are going to give them a free technology to vote online. It's going to be free for SACCOs. It's called a DAO. It's called a decentralized autonomous organization. It's going to vote on you are voting online and on the blockchain. So the integrity of your vote is actually maintained. I think most of you have heard people saying that the IBC should adopt a blockchain technology for voting purposes. I think you've been able to hear that. So that solution is actually available, and we're going to offer it for free. Then when it comes to virtual assets, I think it's an area that you said. The regulations, the cooperative regulations have to evolve very quickly if SACCOs are going to continue to be relevant. And that's the reason why, as outsiders within the cooperative sector, we are pushing for this, and we are making our contribution even in public participation. And now there's a new framework for all financial services providers within the country, where they are going to align how they serve their consumers. And now with the Virtual Asset Service Provider Act having been passed, and the regulations now are already in the final stages, then SACCOs have to transition very quickly. But he said a very good point. One of the biggest issues why SACCOs do not adopt technology is cost. The cost of technology is very high. And SACCOs that tried to buy softwares that are worth 200,000, 300,000, they were hacked. Cyber security is real. So they actually lost money. But what you're saying is, with the partnership with the bank that we are in with, is HF Bank, we want to actually be able to offer these solutions very affordably to SACCOs so that all of them can be able to share this particular infrastructure. Actually, blockchain is going to bring what we call open banking. You get it? Then the other bit is what you said, knowledge gap. The senior executives in SACCOs, right? The senior management in SACCOs have to be open-minded. They have to understand that the world has to move. They have to stop being the barrier of SACCOs being able to adopt technology. So that is something that has to change within the SACCOs, and I think it's what you said, culture change. It has to change, and I think we need to be able to move it to that level, but I think the pressure is there, because now they will lack members. They will lack members. So, and that's the reason why we need to reinvent and remodel the entire SACCO sector.
Right. The investor right now, whether young people or older people, they're very savvy. They know what they want.
Correct.
And a lot of what they need is flexibility and liquidity. You know, I cannot be dealing with my SACCO money the way I'm dealing with my shamba. I mean, they cannot be the same thing.
True.
So in terms of overhauling the SACCO sector, let's talk about governance. It has been a very big problem. We have seen billions of shillings lost. And I'd like to know how we solve this problem once and for all. Let's start with you, Martin.
Thank you. Governance, I might not say that, allow me to say it's not only a challenge in SACCOs, it's a challenge everywhere. Unfortunately, you find if money is lost in a SACCO, it gets its way to the press quite faster than when it happens in a bank. Unfortunately, that's the truth. I'm not saying that SACCOs, it tells you that SACCOs are transparent. It's not like we don't know that issues also happen in those other financial institutions. They do. It's only that I don't know how they're able to manage it, that it doesn't come to the press. Governance is, the governance in the SACCO model is democratic, in that the officials or the directors are elected. So these elections, unfortunately, the qualifications are that you must be over 18 and at least have a O level. Then the SACCO is allowed to bring in some restrictions.
Most young people don't know what O level is.
Yeah,
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, So SACCOs are allowed to bring in some restrictions, but you see also some restrictions, you can't bring certain restrictions which now curtails on somebody's rights. So you find anyone, even a standard, somebody who has no knowledge in the financial sector, anything, will become a director. So in this process, where somebody with no knowledge, it's not much you must have that knowledge, but at least have some idea. Has no idea in that area is now becoming a director. How do you expect this institution now to manage these financial assets? Because SACCOs basically what they have are financial assets, the money. We trade in money, we don't trade in bread. It's money you give us and we sell it back to you. Solution, I'm glad, and I'll keep referring back to the bill. The bill has introduced very elaborate matters which if SACCOs will adopt, the governance issues will be a thing of the past. But I want to take you back to individual. Governance issues are more individual issues. If my character is flawed, even if you bring me Jesus here as the standard, I will still have my way with my flawed character. I will still steal if I want to steal. So for me, it's more of an inner thing, individuals to change by themselves. I don't need the law for me to do what is right. I do not need the regulations for me to do what is right. It is me as a person to improve on my character or make my character worth it. Of course, the law is coming, but before the law comes, like I'm saying, character, SACCOs need to adopt best practices in governance, both at board level and at senior management level. Boards need to do audits, board audits. There's just that statutory audit, but there are other audits. There are legal audits. Boards need to evaluate themselves and check how they're performing. You see, staff, of course, senior management have those staff appraisal and all that, but who appraises the board? You get that? The regulator has also limitation. The regulator cannot come and appraise the board. The regulator can only do something called proper test. Fit and proper test. But that is information which me as the person, I'm the one feeling. So it's them now to go and verify. If they are not able to verify, then I'll pass, and maybe that's not who I am. You get it? Yeah. So in a nutshell, for me, governance is more an individual, the individual to look at themselves and do what is right instead of depending. Because even if even if that bill comes and with all those clauses which are nice and all that, as long as the individuals are still not aligned or not willing to align, we still have a challenge in this, that governance challenge in the sector.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Betty. I will address the same question, and I will say very bluntly, Block Up is solving the governance problem in SACCOs. Okay. He has been two-pronged approach. The first one is what he's saying about the regulations. And one thing that the CS actually said is that we don't have to always create laws to police people who started institutions voluntarily. SACCOs are voluntary institutions. So you don't start a voluntary institution, then you are always policing someone. So how are we solving the governance problem? Technology. You reduce the reliance on human beings. Martin is he's actually been very honest. Governance falls back on people. But if you rely on people, people will fail you. People are mad by what we call conflict of interest. People are mad by what we call corruption. People can be corrupted, regardless of how good they are. So what do you do in SACCOs? You reduce the reliance of the SACCO operations on human beings. What you do is you automate. And that's what blockchain technology allows us to be able to do. For example, Block Up SACCO is 95% automated. You don't need a credit committee to sit down to determine who is going to get a loan. You don't need anybody to maintain the register of the shareholders of the SACCO. Every transaction that happens in our SACCO today is public. It can be seen real time. Audits are real time, recorded on a public ledger. So for example, today you can go and be able to see, today we've transacted maybe $200 to $10,000. You can be able to see all those transactions. You can see who moved money to who, to who. If it's on our lending contract, you're able to see how much money today has been lended. If it is about us making investment, you can see how much money is actually sitting on our savings contract. So everything is actually very transparent. And what we've done is to try and remove human beings from making those particular decisions. And then when it comes to what you said, it being a democratic institution, yes, it is. But the new archaic rules that are coming up, especially that delegate system, is actually depriving members the opportunity to make those decisions over their money. Our treasury wallet is managed through a DAO. We have members in the US, we have members in the UK, we have members in Rwanda, we have members in Nigeria, we have members in South Africa. They vote on chain. And they vote through a digital ID that is verifiable. You get it? So that's the beauty about it. And that's how money moves within our ecosystem. There is no one person who can decide how money is supposed to move. And when money moves, it is public. It is on chain. Actually, we did our AGM on 9th of April. When our auditor came to actually be able to do our... am I audible, Betty?
Keep going.
I keep going. So when the auditor came to do our audit the other time, there was nothing much he was doing because we gave him already an existing ledger, and all he had to do was to interpret that ledger for the regulator because we had to file our reports with the ministry. So audit was very simple, and that's why we are saying if SACCOs are willing to adopt technology, they can solve the governance problem within those institutions. You do not need to allow human beings, because SACCOs are run by bylaws and by the Cooperatives Act. Those are rules. Those rules can actually be put in as what we call a smart contract, and they can be executed through what we call a self-executing agreement. You don't need a human being to actually be able to do that. You get it? So that is how we are actually solving for governance within the SACCOs, and that's how we are eliminating the need for human beings to make decisions over these institutions, and that's how we are eliminating propensity towards corruption and conflict of interest, and that's how we are making sure that SACCOs in the future are not going to collapse, and that's how we are going to make sure that members don't lose their billions of shillings.
Martin, when you listen to Gideon speaking,
yes,
you run a SACCO, and,
yes,
and you're very hopeful that the upcoming regulations will help the industry. He calls them archaic.
Some of them.
Yeah, some of them are they're upcoming.
Some of them. The shared services is a very good one, because we're actually going to employ that with the bank to bring over that 5 SACCOs and be able to provide them these solutions for free.
Right.
Or no, nearly zero. I don't want to say for free. Nearly zero cost.
Okay. Yes. Do you think the industry is ready?
Yes. Yes. But now, again, you need to ask yourself, the cooperative movement, how big is it? How many SACCOs are there?
Almost 22,000.
It's almost 22,000. How many are regulated?
345. 345 under SASRA.
See the gap. Ministry. See the gap.
That is a
so,
problem.
Yeah. So the ones which are regulated, I will say they are ready. What about the other over 20,000 which are not regulated? So there's that gap which also needs to be, the government needs to work hard to ensure that all SACCOs are regulated, not just the 300 and something. Yeah, because this 20,000 also has people's money. So you can't say the 300 are more important than the 20,000. So you're only interested in regulating the 300 because they hold billions, because the asset base are in billions or surpass 100 million. Even these other ones which have 20 million, those are still people's money. But these people are, the ones which are regulated, I say they are ready for this. And the ones which are not regulated yet, I'm yet to know, because when you also sit with the cooperatives officers, cooperatives are devolved. When you sit down with these cooperatives officers, you just having an informal chat, they'll tell you the experiences, the challenges they are facing with these unregulated SACCOs. And you can have a feeling that maybe some of them are still not yet there. They still have a lot of work to do, because some of them are still totally manual. That technology thing they don't know. Some of them are still behaving like merry-go-rounds. It's more of a trust. They don't even have bank accounts. And there's a SACCO. I don't know where they say the treasurer keeps money, whether it keeps the money under the mattress, you see. And unfortunately, I'll tell you, mattress is also one of the SACCO's competitors.
Right.
Yes. So for the regulated ones, I'll confidently say, though I'm not the regulator, but I'll confidently say, because we do have access. They are currently compiling reports for 2025, because the SACCOs were remitting them up to 30th April this year. I mean, for them to hold their AGMs. So they're still compiling that report. I believe it will be out by July or August there. So from those reports, I can tell they are ready, because in that report is quite granular. It tells you which SACCOs have which kind of technology, which SACCOs are using this USSD, all that. It's very granular. So from that report, I can tell they are ready. But the other 20,000 which are not regulated, I might not give you a yes or no.
And so what would it take to have the entire industry regulated? What would it take? Let's start with Martin.
The onus goes back to the government.
Okay.
Yeah, because the law is there. And the law is actually very clear that all SACCOs are supposed to be regulated. It doesn't say deposit-taking SACCOs or non-deposit-taking SACCOs up to a threshold of it's the issue of capacity. The government still lacks that capacity to regulate over 20,000 SACCOs. So the onus is on the government to improve their capacity, to improve SASRA's capacity. What is this capacity in terms of personnel? You see, I don't know the personnel, the personnel levels of SASRA, but I'm sure they cannot be able to handle 20,000 at the moment. It is too high for them. So that onus is left to, the other 20,000 are left to the cooperatives ministry through the devolved system. But then again, are these devolved counties even appreciating SACCOs? Do they appreciate the importance of these SACCOs such that they are able to have enough human personnel to oversee these SACCOs the way they are run? I'm happy SASRA has come up with a system, a software. It's called risk-based software. So they are going now to provide SACCOs online. Based on a system. You don't have to be going there physically, or they don't have to be visiting you physically. Everything you can just put in the system, and they'll be able to see it. Something like that is what the government need to do. Can the government enhance the capacity of the regulator, both, everywhere, technically, financially, and in every manner, so that every SACCO is on board? Sometimes we blame the regulator that, oh, this SACCO went down, where was the regulator? But really, is the regulator, you find even some regulator sometimes is blamed for SACCOs which are not even under them yet. And where should the blame go? For me, I would blame the government that they need to expand that space of regulation and comply to the law. The law says all SACCOs are supposed to be regulated. So can the government ensure that that is what is on the ground going forward?
Thank you. Gideon, before you comment on regulation of the industry, I think I should have asked you this question at the beginning.
Yes.
In very simple layman terms, define what blockchain is.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. I was expecting that question, and I would have done it. So blockchain is very simple. It's not a technology that's prohibited for SACCOs. They can actually do it. What SACCOs are prohibited from doing is what we call virtual assets, which is or cryptocurrencies, which is a use case of blockchain. So what is blockchain? So I'll give an example. Let's assume we are a chama, right? He's very educated, so he's our treasurer. So he has a record book where he keeps the records of our contributions and who we are. But that record only belongs to him, so he will come back and report to us who did that. Now, what is blockchain? A blockchain is a record that he has, but it is not him who sits with it. All of us have a copy. All members have a copy. When we want to write something on that particular record, we all have to agree. That's what's called consensus mechanism. So, and when we write something on the record, it is immutable. It can never be deleted. You get it? And if one of us tries to write something else that we have not agreed upon, their record is automatically destroyed and a new one is created. So blockchain is a ledger. It's just a ledger. But this ledger has attributes that makes it become what we call the trust technology. The first attribute is what we call decentralization, that the ledger is not centralized to one person. In his SACCO, the ledger only belongs to him and the executive committee, and those are the ones who can see, and they present it as an audit report at the end of the year to the members. You get it? That's called central. Number two, it is a ledger that is public. Anybody has access to it. For example, that's what I was telling you. Every transaction that is happening right now on BlockUp SACCO, you can be able to see it. Number three, it's an immutable ledger. Once you write on it, you can never delete. Even if you write the wrong transaction, you will have to write a new one. So it keeps a proper audit trail. Number four, it is tamper-proof. it is incorruptible. Because any of the notes that is sitting with the ledger, who tries to corrupt it, it is self-destroyed. But what is more important, it uses what we call smart contracts. Smart contracts are self-executing agreements that do not require a human being. You get it, eh? So, for example, if we say that your loan must be covered with guarantors and whatever, as long as that has happened, you don't need anybody to approve that particular facility. As long as conditions have been met, then those transactions are executed. That is what we call smart contracts. And that is why I'm very happy that he has talked about governance, because how every SACCO can actually be accommodated. It is through technology. And you said, SACCO have just adopted a risk management solution to actually to monitor SACCOs. Why? Because the thresholds that SACCO looks at to ascertain whether a SACCO is financially healthy is such as liquidity ratio, cash ratio, what is your external debt ratio. Those are mathematical models that can be put into the smart contract and they can be monitored real time. SACCOs that are using our solution, you can monitor the financial health of block-up SACCO real time. So you don't need to know, you don't need to be caught by surprise at a particular SACCO is on their red zone. You get. So how is every SACCO going to be regulated? Technology. But the issue, he said, is cost of technology. So where does the government come in? To either subsidize cost of technology or to be able to work with technology providers so that every institution is able to deploy on this particular technology. For example, we are offering blockchain as a solution for SACCOs. How can we ensure even a chama? You see the chamas that are being banked by the banks. You get the chamas. Those. We can be able to offer them this technology for free. Okay, for near zero cost. I don't want to say for free. But we are working with a bank, with a tier 2 bank right now, and we are going to deploy this solution to every SACCO, to every institution, to every chama. So we can cover 22,000 institutions, not through employing more people, because that actually is more labor, increases cost of operations. You get it? It's not sustainable. But we can actually be able to cover 22,000 cooperative institutions through technology. And we make this technology affordable. Affordability of technology, right? Technology that is not susceptible to cybersecurity risks is the biggest hurdle. And that is where probably the government can subsidize, or the government can work with technology providers such as ourselves, so that we can be able to bring and deploy every institution. If you think, and of course, the end goal is government is the biggest mobilizer. The regulator is the biggest mobilizer. If they change the rules and say, for you to be licensed as a SACCO, or even to be registered at the Ministry of Cooperatives as a chama or as a group, then you must be able to provide your deployment on this technology. Because that deployment on blockchain allows us to monitor you real time and allows your members to be able to see what is happening within the institution real time. So if they make that a rule, then, and providers like us are going to come in. The regulations have been passed. There are going to be so many of us providing similar solutions in the market. It's just that we are the first, but there are going to be many. And that is how we are going to make sure that we have visibility into all the operations of 22,000 institutions that are handling a critical sector of our economy. Yes.
And as we encourage the technological shift, how do we ensure that we are also protecting people's data? Because you said that these transactions are they are available publicly. Yes. How do you ensure data protection? Thank you.
That's a question we always get. So on blockchain technology, when I say the data is public, your personal data is not public. You are identified on the blockchain through what we call a digital identity. Digital identity is like your M-Pesa code. You see the M-Pesa code that you get, that you have received a transaction. Actually, M-Pesa is a digital asset. It is just that it is centralized. You get it, eh? So if, for example, you come on our platform today, you'll get a digital identity with that particular code. So we are able to see that code actually moving money, but nobody knows it's actually you. But the transactions you are doing are actually recorded. So people don't actually get to know who is behind those particular transactions. We've actually addressed what we call the privacy issue within the blockchain space, and we are able to even protect data of big institutions. For example, KBC is a big institution. When you start moving money on-chain, people are likely to know whose wallet that is. You get it? So that wallet is protected through what we call hashing within the blockchain. So we can see the transactions that you are doing, but we can't know it's actually you because we actually don't know your wallet. Every time you move money, it's a different hash. It's a different hash. It's called cryptography. So we have an academy where we train people, because one of the ways that we can actually be able to make this adoption to happen is through education. So we have an academy. We've partnered with the Royal Business School, and we are training people. We have a 3-week program every day from Monday to Thursday from 8 to 9 p.m.
You want my advertising team to come for me?
Okay, yeah. So I'm just saying that education is one of the ways that we're actually going to bridge this adoption of this particular technology, and we are taking the forefront. And I love what he said, that he's now inviting non-members to go for their trainings. And I think I'll be coming for your trainings, and I hope you give me an opportunity to also educate your members on how we can transform our institutions to what they're supposed to be in the future.
Right. Your comment on data privacy?
I think he has explained it well. But SACCOs, we are compliant. I can confirm that we are compliant. I think I was in a roundtable meeting in Naivasha the other day with Sasra, and they confirmed that most SACCOs are actually compliant on that sector. Of course, SACCOs, we are not operating only on Cooperatives Act or Cooperative Societies Act. We are still we still have to comply with all the other relevant acts which are inherent in operations, like Employment Act, Data Protection Act, the POCAMLA Act, and all that. The UFA, UFAA. So I will say that since the regulated SACCOs, because some of these mandates have also been, the regulators of those industries have delegated that responsibility to SASRA to regulators. You'll find regulated SACCOs are compliant on that area. Those who are not regulated, I might not be able to confirm whether they are, but for those who are regulated under SASRA, I can confirm they were able to confirm that most SACCOs who are regulated are compliant on those areas. Yes.
Right. Let's talk about something that you had brought up, Martin, the issue of financial literacy. Being that a very big sector of the population are members of SACCOs, or you probably know someone who is in a SACCO, you know, but financial literacy in this country is still very low. 70% of Africa's adult population is financially illiterate. I'd like to know what role SACCOs can play to improve financial literacy, as you said, not just for members, but for the general populace. Start with you.
Thank you. The good thing about SACCOs is they are up to the grassroots level. They are up to the farthest corner of the country where modernization is very low. So because of that advantage, they're able to reach almost every person in the sector, or every person in the country. That interaction then allows this member to, the masses, or this group who are illiterate, to be able to interact with these people. In the process of this interaction, then there will be some bits of information here and there about that. But that is that. Besides that, like I said, SACCOs are one of the, it's called what, I'm losing the term. Is it the principles of SACCO the cooperative movement? Yes. Is training. So SACCOs are now going beyond just training their members. They are trying to bring everyone on board, and many SACCOs are now adopting webinars technology, where they just share the link publicly. Anybody who gets it should be able to join and then train the members. SACCOs are also, you've seen some SACCOs advertising themselves on that on the services they offer and all that. But the most important thing for me is that personal interaction, you know, because then at that point you're able to understand at what level is this person at in terms of the knowledge, and so you're able to fill that gap at that level than just the mass trainings where sometimes the topic doesn't meet the needs of the audience. So one way is that training, and of course adopting of technology, the way it says, through those webinars, and also through mass SMSs, mass communication. SACCOs nowadays, of course, there's that data protection which restricts us. We cannot send you
marketing information
if you're not our member.
Right.
But those are areas we see how to go around them. But those are the things we are doing as SACCOs, SACCO industry, to do that, to reach the uninformed of the SACCO movement.
Right. Gideon, your comment on financial literacy.
So one of the ways that we have 87% adoption of technology in Kenya is because of things like M-Pesa, which have simplified access to financial services. They have simplified access to financial information. I think that's the same way that SACCOs should be able to go. They can be able to reach to the lives of many people. I can tell you, when we talk about financial inclusion, the reason why a majority of our people are actually excluded from formal financial services is because of things like high cost of living. I don't have money to participate actively to actually be able to save. The other thing it is things like inflation. Inflation is growing at a greater rate than our incomes are actually being able to grow. So how can SACCOs be able to bridge that particular gap? It is by providing products that marry into the lifestyle of our people. So when our person is actually spending money, because that's what they do every day. Someone in Mashinani will be spending money to buy bread in the morning. Someone is going to be spending money in a matatu. Somebody is going to be spending money to do something, right? If you are able to create products that marry into where money is moving, and then you incorporate aspects that these people are actually able to participate in a form of financial service, then then they can be able to be included. So for example, I'll give you an example. In our block up SACCO, we've introduced something called Lipana blocks. Lipana blocks are our shares. So I've told you our shares are tradable, right? So we want to demonstrate to Kenyans that you cannot sleep angry if you're holding our shares, because you can actually go and pay to the supermarket, you can go and pay to a mama mboga and actually be able to do what? To execute that particular payment, but we give you a discount. You get it? Right? So every time you pay, we passed a budget in our AGM on 9th that we're going to give you a discount if you use our shares to actually be able to pay. So the way we've done that is, you in the morning, you have to pay your matatu, right? You have to pay for your shopping. But the reason why you don't save is because savings is like an expense to you, and you don't even have enough to actually be able to save. So what you're saying is, as you spend through Lipana blocks, right, we will do for you a discount, but that discount will save it for you in our SACCO as our shares. You get what is the benefit of SACCO shares? They have what we call dividends at the end of the year. Now, our shares, because they are tradable, they have potential for capital gains. They can actually increase in price. For example, our share price has been trading. Of course, the share of price can go up and go down anytime that you feel like. So let me just finish. If, as a SACCO sector, we are able to build solutions that marry into the lifestyle of our people, then we can have more people become included in the formal financial services sector. And that's how we are able to meet the needs of the common mwananchi in Mashinani. It is so hard for someone who is not a member of your SACCO or participating in a formal financial sector to even take time to listen to you talk. Yes. But I can tell you, people will always put their money and their mind where their money is. So the moment someone knows that I shopped at a supermarket and I saved some money with these people, they will always attend that webinar because they want to know, how can I use my money there? You get it? So that's how we want to be able to include a majority of our people and make sure that the entire society is actually included.
Right. The way Gideon is talking, my people will be here in a few minutes. But anyway, this is a conversation about how to ensure that the SACCO industry is moving forward, getting stronger, getting the younger people to also invest in this very important subsector. And when we come back, we shall be looking at the stiff competition they're getting from the other financial industry players, including digital lenders and banks. But first, we want to take a quick break. This conversation continues after this short breather. Stay with us.
Takuletea wewe mtazamaji mafunzo, mawaidha na pia burudani kutoka kwa munchi tofauti.
Na wewe ulijue kwamba kumbe mimi pahala nilipo popote, Allah tabaraka wa taala ananiona. Kile ninachokifanya, kile ninachokizungumza kinarekodiwa. Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala
Alhamdulillah qail yarfa'illahu alladhina amanu minkum walladhina utul
Alhamdulillah الحمد لله المبدئ المعيد الفعال لما يريد حمدا يكافئ نعمته.
I never felt this way before. You don't have other plans? How about you come to my place?
Back in the day, If you said that, it would mean you're firing us.
A personal matter affected you. And your promotion. I'm really sorry. He lives here too. Every day. He only talks to the staff or the guests. Does he really know more about feelings?
Wiki hii kwenye Mkulima tunajifunza jinsi ya kukuza kitunguu saumu.
Ukitaka kupata mbegu, unaenda kwa mtu mwenye amelima, unaiona hapa, unaona ndio hii. Practically unaona kwa macho. Ninakuuzia garlic inaitwa Rwanda. Hiyo Rwanda unaiona wapi? Iko hapa.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
For many, a wheelchair is more than just a device. It is a vital tool for independence and bridge to the world. It transforms personal mobility, allowing persons with disabilities to engage in their daily endeavors on their own terms.
When we make spaces accessible, we are not making it just for the persons with disabilities. We are empowering whole families, communities, and the society at large.
There's a long journey with disability inclusion. The question is, are you part of it?
We understand the challenges that you go through, but having that wheelchair, that is your freedom, that is your privacy.
Join us this Saturday as we remind our community to not only build for one, but build for everyone. I'll see you then.
Thank you for staying with Channel 1. You are watching BizCheck, and we are now getting into the second hour of the program. My name is Betty Kiptum. I would like to take you to Milimani Law Courts to follow the proceedings of the impeachment hearing, or rather not impeachment hearing, the Deputy President, former Deputy President Gachagua challenging his impeachment, the legality of it and the procedure that was used to remove him from office. Those hearings are ongoing at the Milimani Law Courts. Let's listen into those proceedings.
Disjointed sections where each provision is destroying the other. Further, the court noted that all provisions have to ultimately be in harmonious symphony. The Supreme Court, in the decision of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights 2014 EKLR, defined the meaning of what holistic interpretation of the Constitution is. And the court noted that the Constitution has to be taken in context. It is the contextual analysis of the Constitution, reading it alongside and against other provisions, so as to maintain a rational explication of the Constitution, meaning that the history of the articles has to be taken into consideration. My Lord and my Lady, we have raised two substantial issues in the impeachment process. And the first one is whether the nomination of the Deputy President can be legally finalized or approved in absence of a fully constituted IEBC. Take reading of Articles 82 of the Constitution together with Article 88, which enumerate the functions of the IEBC to include regulation of the process by which parties nominate candidates for election and monitoring compliance relating to nominations of candidates. My Lords and my Lady, the two provisions, and by extension the IEBC, provides electoral oversight and approval of candidates for nomination. It is not in dispute that at the time when the second interested party, Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, was nominated for the position of the Deputy President, there was no properly constituted IEBC, with various commissioners having either resigned or retired. The Supreme Court recently, in the decision of IEBC versus AG, an advisory opinion 2025, sought to draw a clear distinction on what the administrative roles of the Secretariat and constitution mandate of the IEBC ought to be. And the court noted that it is our considered view that the exercise of constitutional functions expressly reserved for the Commission, such as those enumerated under Article 88(4) of the Constitution, cannot be lawfully discharged in absence of a properly constituted Commission with the requisite quorum as contemplated under Article 251 and 252 of the Constitution. My lords and my ladies, it is our humble submission that the nomination of the second interested party ran afoul the provisions of Article 88 as read with the 82 of the Constitution. We submit that the principles that the court articulated, that the Commission must be properly constituted, cannot have been discharged in order for the IEBC to discharge its mandate, has to be held in equal, if not greater, force when it comes to approval of the second highest position in the executive of the Republic of this country. My lords and my ladies, the second issue that I seek to persuade you is whether the nomination of the second interested party, while serving as a cabinet secretary, violated provisions under Article 148 as read together with Article 137 of the Constitution. It is not in doubt that at the time of nomination and even approval of his role as to take over the role of the Deputy President, Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki was serving the people of the Republic of Kenya as a Cabinet Secretary for Interior. My Lord, by its definition, a state officer under Article 260 of the Constitution includes persons holding the position of Cabinet Secretary. He had neither resigned from this position at the time when Parliament approved his nomination. My Lord, Article 149 of the Constitution cannot be read in isolation. It has to be read together with Article 137, 2B, and 148, 1. And the only exception that the Constitution provides for persons who can be nominated for the presidential position are people who are already serving as a president, a deputy president, or a member of public. None of these positions, the second interested party was not serving any of these positions. And therefore, we humbly submit that a person who already holds a position of cabinet secretary at a time of nomination as a deputy president does not satisfy the constitutional qualification set out in Article 137 2B as applied through 148. And therefore, the nomination of the Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki runs averse the said provisions. My lords and my ladies, via our petition, that is petition number 565 of 2024, we had sought the following reliefs. The first one is a declaration be and is hereby issued that the rights and fundamental freedoms of the first petitioner, including his rights and freedoms under Article 25C, 50, 27, 47, and 145 were grossly violated by the third respondent on the 17th day of October by declining to allow him an opportunity to adjourn and be heard during the sitting of his removal by way of impeachment. The second relief we have sought is that a declaration be and is hereby issued that the decision by the third respondent to have the first petitioner removed from office by way of impeachment to the extent that it was done in gross violation of Article 25, 50, 27, 47, and 145 5 is unconstitutional and null ab initio. A declaration that subsequent replacement of the first petitioner to the office of the Deputy President was also unconstitutional. We've also sought a judicial review of order of certiorari to bring to this court for purposes of quashing the Gazette notice by the third respondent dated the 17th of October, communicating the removal from office of the Deputy President of the Deputy President by way of impeachment. A judicial review of certiorari does hereby issue to bring to this court for purpose of quashing the decision of nominating Professor Kithure Kindiki as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya for failing to meet the qualification under.
Those are legal teams making their submissions at the Milimani Law Courts regarding the hearing of the challenge by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua on his impeachment by Parliament last year. And of course, we shall be bringing you the details of what transpires during those proceedings in our subsequent bulletins. We come back to studio and continue our conversation on matters the SACCO industry. Now I am with Gideon Gitonga, who is the Senior Digital Assets Investment Strategist at Blockcorp SACCO, as well as the CEO of Kingsize SACCO, who is CPA Martin Omundi Ogola. Gentlemen, we've talked quite a lot about the SACCO industry, the opportunities, the challenges, and I'd like to hear from you how the industry moves forward, considering the immense competition it has from other lenders, such as the banking industry, the digital lenders as well. Let's start with you, Martin.
Thank you. Yes, the SACCO industry has a lot of competition. This ranges from commercial banks, money market funds, pension funds, Shylocks, including the mattress, like I told you, fintechs. But as SACCOs, we actually enjoy the challenge because it keeps us on our toes to improve on our services and on our products. So one of the ways we are overcoming this is that challenge pushes us to be better. Number two is like fintechs, we do partner with them. There are SACCOs which have partnered with fintechs. There are SACCOs which have acquired these fintechs. And even money market funds, we do partner with them, such that we offer some of their products through the SACCO. Then there are these which are now orthodox, which it's difficult to really challenge, like mattress. The best way is to, inspire confidence in them that their money is safe with the SACCO than the mattress. How do you do that? The SACCO has now to eliminate the challenges or mitigate on the challenges which make potential customers fear SACCOs. Commercial banks, we partner with them, and I'm glad that the coming bill is expanding, giving the SACCO an expanded scope of things they can do. SACCOs will have a central liquidity fund. There are some SACCOs with excess liquidity, too much. Where does that money go? It stays with the banks. Sometimes you go to borrow from the bank. Actually, you are borrowing SACCOs money. It's because SACCO doesn't have a mechanism, because SACCOs are not allowed to borrow, to lend to non-members. They have to put that money in a bank somewhere, and so the bank will use that money to lend to people who are non-members of SACCOs. So the central liquidity fund will allow SACCOs to put their funds together there and be able to lend among themselves, because as much as, I mean, you find a SACCO with excess liquidity and there's another one struggling with that liquidity. This struggling with liquidity has to go to the bank to borrow. You're a SACCO, I don't have money, I'm a SACCO, but you have so much money, you give it to the bank, you can't give it to me directly. So I have to go and borrow it from the bank, and the bank will take probably most of the profits because you are given a certain rate on a fixed deposit. So that central liquidity will help in that. Also, SACCOs are improving on technology. I can tell you SACCOs have deployed some of the best technologies now. People can transact from wherever they are. People can view their balances, people can, anything. People can even update their records from the comfort of their homes. So SACCOs are adopting technology to also match the banks or those other competitors. Fintechs came caused disruption, and we are glad they did that disruption, because from there we learned a lot. And from learning, we are able to improve on our processes, on what the market wants, and we're able to offer that. Last but not least, the government is sorting out the governance issues, because the problem which is so out there, which people makes SACCOs to be seen in bad light, is that governance. And I'm very happy that the government is quite deliberate on sorting out that issue once and for all. They've demonstrated that they are going to sort it out, and from where I sit, I'm confident that that is going to be sorted out. But we embrace, as SACCOs, we embrace that competition, because it's actually working to our advantage. Thank you.
Awesome. Gideon?
Thank you very much. I'll start by saying SACCOs have a competitive edge to every other competitor in the market.
Okay.
They're not owned by individuals. They are owned by the members. The members are also the clients of that particular institution. You can't go to a bank and determine what the interest rate of your loan is going to be. They will charge you whatever they will charge you. A few shareholders are going to make the money. And that's why they announce those supernormal profits. It's only in a SACCO where you actually determine your interest rates, you actually determine how your money is going to be handled, and you are actually going to be the one earning the dividend. And that's the reason why SACCOs, for the last 180 years, since 1902, they have been integral in creating wealth for our parents. We have been brought up by our parents who have been in tea cooperatives, in coffee cooperatives. Every December they received what we call a boom. And when a boom in December came, we knew Christmas was going to be epic. But we don't get those booms anymore. You get it? And that's the competitive advantage of SACCOs. And that's why I tell all the young people, you can't go to a digit credit provider. You borrow at 7.5% per month, almost 10% per month. Too expensive. They give you very little money, which is money for consumption. So you're not able to grow wealth by participating in those. But you can grow a lot of wealth by being in a SACCO. So the biggest undoing, despite it having the best competitive edge and the best value proposition for any person, it is the fact that they have refused to modernize as quickly as banks have done, as quickly as the fintechs have done, the digital credit providers have done, the money markets have done. So we need to be able to modernize SACCOs in a similar manner. And we know that the biggest challenge, apart from the gatekeepers who don't want to actually be able to modernize, it's cost. It's cost. So if we can be able to reduce cost of adopting technology within the SACCOs, then we can be able to modernize SACCOs so quickly, and then that would be able to allow SACCOs to be very competitive, because they have a superior value proposition, in my sense. And that is how we are going to do that. But again, in made reference to the next one, is partnerships. You don't grow as an island. You collaborate, you partner. And that's the reason why I think SACCOs are collaborating with fintechs, they're collaborating with banking institutions. And as I said, the new regulation is a little bit more forward thinking, because with the secondary SACCO, it's called a secondary SACCO, and the shared services sector and the shared services proposal, that means then we are able to actually be able to elevate even the SACCOs that are down there to be able to have superior technology, superior governance things and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm informed that we need to close the conversation, so I will give each of you, just give me 2 sentences of what the future looks like for the SACCO industry. Start with you, Martin.
Thank you. The SACCO sector, or the SACCO subsector in Kenya, I can tell you that it is known as to be the best in Africa. And to be the best in Africa means a lot of work has been done to ensure that it ticks all the right boxes. As at the SASA report for 2024, regulatory report, actually SACCOs had mobilized 1.13 trillion in deposits. We are waiting for the one for 2025, and this thing has been growing at a rate of at least 10%. It tells you that kind of money alone mobilized from SACCOs tells you the importance of SACCOs, not only to individuals but to the economy of this country. So, of course, there have been challenges here and there, but I can assure members of the SACCO movement and the potential members that the government is working, and even the SACCOs at individual levels are working out to resolve such issues so that the SACCO sector actually delivers on its mandate.
Thank you.
In the country.
Thank you. Gideon?
Final words?
20 seconds.
Yes, the future of SACCOs is going, SACCOs are going to be fully automated institutions where members will have full control over their resources. The time for you to join SACCOs is now because they are transforming. And blockchain and AI, which are emerging technologies, will transform how you manage your money. In the future, your money will be your decision. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is the conversation this morning on matters of the SACCO industry or the SACCO subsector, and how to ensure that we are growing with it and it is growing and serving its members better. I have been with Gideon Gitonga, the Senior Digital Assets Investment Strategy at BlockCorp SACCO, as well as the CEO of King Size SACCO, who is CPA Martin Omondi Ogola, having this conversation. Now we want to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we shall be taking you to Milimani Law Courts for those proceedings on the Deputy President impeachment that occurred last year regarding Rigathi Gachagua. Do stay with us.
Nairobi, your time is now. Masani ya kutoka blog na KBC imeamua lazima uomoke. Tutakuwa tunakaa mtaa yako kukuomosha very fast. Jibu maswali zangu 3 tuone kama kweli wewe ni true fan wa KBC Channel 1. Na ukizipata 25K ni yako. So make sure una watch KBC Channel 1. Alafu kinicheki kwa streets. Niulize kana kuomosha leo. Omoka na KBC Channel 1. Wanga bad ni mbaya.
Against the first petitioner. Having said that, my lord,
leadership, accountability, and collaboration. Now, this meeting is being attended by over 2,000 participants, including education officers, quality education assurance officers, auditors, key stakeholders from the institutions such as the Teacher Service Commission, the Kenya National Examination Council, NEC, the Technical and Vocational Education and Training, TVET, institutions like the Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association, that is the KESHA, and the Kenya Primary Schools Heads Association, KEPSHA rather, together with the Kenya National Union of Teachers and the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, KUPPET, among other key stakeholders in the education ecosystem, including those from institutions of higher learning and, of course, the TVETs. The forum, of course, is expected to provide a structure and a platform for review of the progress in the implementation of education reforms. Now, remember that this conference is coming when, of course, the country just rolled out CBE, education in the junior secondary schools. Of course, the grade 10s now heading to the second term. And so there's a lot of work, a lot of review to be done in as far as that is concerned. There will also be time for stakeholders here and officials who are attending this meeting to interrogate systemic and operational challenges that have arose since the implementation of the CBE to date. Of course, the stakeholders here will also share evidence-based best practices and innovations, as well as looking at how to strengthen accountability and performance management frameworks, among very many other conversations that we'll be having here. Now, it is important at this point for me to inform you, dear viewers, that we're expecting any time from now His Excellency the President, Dr. Samoei William Ruto, will be here to preside over this very important meeting in the education calendar. We also expect that, and of course he has been here, the Education Cabinet Secretary was here, Julius Migoso Gamba. He will be flanking the President together with the respective principal secretaries in the Education Ministry. We're talking about the Principal Secretary for Basic Education. We're talking about Ambassador Julius Bitok, who is already here with us. We're also expecting Dr. Beatrice Nyangala, the Principal Education for Higher Education, as well as Dr. Esa Moria, the Principal Education for TVET. They will be here to lead the conversation. And this, as I told you, meeting coming at a time when there are very many challenges that are being witnessed in the education ecosystem. We've heard of course, the education sector having been riddled by claims of very many of learners who are, supposed to have transitioned to grade 10, reportedly not having done so. We will be expecting, of course, to hear from the Education Ministry and, of course, the government about the transition. We already know that the government has previously pronounced itself in as far as 100% a transition is concerned, and assuring the country that it's close to 100% transition from, of course, junior primary to junior secondary. So we will be expecting that issues around transition will be discussed. Issues around school fees will be discussed. Issues around facilities in this, learning facilities. We are talking about, infrastructure. We're talking about things like classrooms, things like laboratories, and even the preparedness of teachers, to execute and to implement CBE, to take learners through the system. We'll be keen to hear what the government will have to say about that. Top among the objectives here then will be to strengthen leadership capacity among education officers for effective implementation of education reforms. And there's a lot of work that is happening in as far as education reforms is concerned. There's a lot of, development and enhancement of facilities. We've seen the government working so hard across the country to ensure that there are more classrooms, there are more teachers getting training and being employed. So we will be looking at, we will be keen to hear what stakeholders have to say about that. Also have to hear what stakeholders have to say about, issues like domiciling of, the JS in primary schools. Would want to know. Of course, that issue, stakeholders, there are those who feel that it is yet to be handled well, even though grade 10 is already domiciled in high school. We want to know whether there are still issues arising from that. We'll also listen to what stakeholders here and the government has to say about enhancing accountability and oversight mechanisms in education management, supervision and service delivery. Very, very important topic that we will be hearing today. And throughout these 3 days of this conference, we know that one of the things that the government has been, and of course the Ministry of Education has been emphasizing, is accountability and management and supervision and service delivery. You know, when the ministry previously has had to take action against some high school teachers who are accused of, charging parents school fees that is way beyond what has been discussed and approved by the government. So we'll be looking at that too. Another objective from this meeting will be a review of, to review the progress, challenges and lessons learned in the implementation of national education policies, including CBE. But also we expect delegates here to discuss means and ways of promoting collaboration and coherence among national, regional and county education structures and partners. Of course, conversation around generating actionable, consensus-driven recommendations to inform policy refinement and continuous improvement of education sector is also top among the objectives of this meeting. And the Ministry of Education, in hosting this meeting, is expecting that there will be target beneficiaries of this meeting. Those include the education officers from the Ministry of Education at national, regional and county levels. We expect that after this meeting they will be able to benefit curriculum support officers and quality assurance personnel. I also expected to benefit, exchange ideas on how to enhance their capacity. I also expected to benefit from this meeting partner institutions and key education stakeholders. Top among things or activities that are currently going on in this meeting are plenary sessions and higher level policy dialogues. We expect the President will be part of one of the plenary as per the program. And anytime now we can see that His Excellency the President is now walking into this meeting. Of course, when it starts, we will be having the national anthem to be led by prayers, and then the meeting will start in earnest. So KBC Channel 1, of course, is here. We are ready and we are set to take you through this very important conference. And of course, when the President settled down, of course, we'll be allowing the live coverage to proceed so that for the benefit of our viewers, they can be able to get it directly wherever they are. Of course, as I assured you, it's a wall-to-wall coverage of this conversation. Of course, the President now walking in, and once the national anthem starts, we'll be taking you for the
heshima naomba tubaki tumesimama ili tuweze kuanza mkutano wetu kwa maombi. Niwakaribishe wale ambao watatuongoza kwa maombi. Karibu.
Thank you. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, all praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Lord and the creator and the sustainer of all. Oh Allah, we ask you to give us guidance, wisdom as we undertake this program. Oh Allah, give us peace and security as we engage in this important occasion. Oh Allah, give our President, Dr. William Ruto, the knowledge, the courage, and the good health as he rectifies and fixes the affairs of our republic. Oh Allah, guide our entire Ministry of Education leadership as they steer us towards the success of this conference. May Allah give mercy and peace to our conference. Without Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amen.
Let us believe and pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we appreciate you this day for the gift of life, the care, protection, and all provisions, for you are our loving God. I pray for His Excellency of the Republic of Kenya and the entire leadership of the nation. It is our humble prayer to you, God, that you preserve and release your total cover to our leadership, led by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and all national and county leaders. We pray for peace and the entire provisions of our nation. Oh God, we pray for your peace that surpasses all human understanding. Our Father, in Jesus' name, we commit this second National Education Conference in your able hands. We pray for your presence to go with us, Jehovah. Holy Spirit, welcome you to lead us and guide us. For this I pray, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we believe and pray. Amen.
Naomba kwa heshima tuweze kuketi. Your Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces, the Cabinet Secretary Education, Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba, Principal Secretaries present, Ambassador Bitok and Dr. Inyangala, the Chair Education in the National Assembly, Honorable Julius Meli, Jamlek Muturi, TSC Chair, Vice Chancellors, led by the Chair of the Vice Chancellors Committee, Professor Daniel Mugendi, CEOs present, senior ministry officials, unions represented, educationists, teachers, and all stakeholders in the education space. Your Excellency, with your permission, to start us off, we have a piece of entertainment, a short piece of entertainment by the Ministry of Education Choir, and they're performing a special composition titled Elimu Mfumo Bora. The song highlights milestones in education in Kenya and highlighting the importance of CBE. It encourages everyone to support the new system for a brighter future. Choir, uwanja ni wenu.
Elimu nchini Kenya
Tuwapongeze tena kwa makofi kwa huo wimbo. Asanteni sana. Your Excellency, with your permission to just give some welcoming remarks, allow me to now invite the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education, State Department of Basic Education, Ambassador Professor Julius Bitok, to give some welcoming remarks, then in turn invite the Waziri. Karibu.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of Kenya Defense Forces, Honorable Julius Migozo Gamba, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, my PS colleagues, PS Inyangala, PS Abdisalan, the Chair of Education Committee, together with the members and elected leaders, Teacher Service Commission, Vice Chancellors, CEOs, unions, captains of the education sector. Good morning. Your Excellency, allow me to begin by thanking you for finding time from your busy schedule to grace this momentous second National Education Conference. The objective of this conference is to review the progress made in our 3 state departments, that is competence-based education under basic education, competence-based education training under TVETs, and university education under higher education. Your Excellency, I want to take this early opportunity to thank you for the massive investment the government has put in education. We want to thank you very much for dedicating a lot of resources to ensure that education is on track. Indeed, in basic education, and I want to say competence-based education, is the best education system ever this country has ever gotten. And we are confident with your leadership and the investment you have put in there, we are going to take education forward. Allow me now, Your Excellency, to introduce members from the Basic Education Department who have joined us in this conference. Allow me to request them to stand. Let me start with the team from the headquarters, together with the CEOs. Let's just stand for 1 minute. Members from the headquarters, Jogo House, State Department for Basic Education. Let's put our hands together to warmly welcome them. Thank you very much. We also have field officers, regional directors of education, county directors of education, and sub-county directors of education. Let's stand up kindly for HG to see us. Let's put our hands together to warmly welcome them. Thank you very much. Teacher Service Commission. We have also field officers from Teacher Service Commission, led by the chairman and the acting CEO. Let us request them to stand up. Teacher Service Commission, who managed to come. Let's put our hands together to welcome Teacher Service Commission. We also have our unions. We have NAT, Kenyan National Union of Teachers, led by the Secretary General, Honorable Oyu there. Let's put our hands together to welcome NAT. We also have KUPET. Welcome KUPET. Let's put our hands together to welcome KUPET, led by Julius Korir. Let us also appreciate Kesha and Kepsha, our heads of primary and secondary who have come here. Let's put our hands together to appreciate Kepsha and Kesha. We also have sponsors and partners who have been able to join us in this meeting. Let us request them to stand up. Our sponsors, our religious organizations. Let us put our hands together to appreciate our partners. Your Excellency, sir, allow me now to invite my PS colleague, Dr. Beatrice, to introduce the TVETs and higher education stakeholders who have joined us. Karibu, PS. Let's put our hands together to welcome PS Beatrice to make the introductions. Karibu, Beatrice.
Your Excellency, our President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Honorable Julius Migozo Gamba, our CS, Ministry of Education, Professor Julius Bitok, PS Basic, and PS Abdisalan, Honorable Julius Meli, the Chair of Parliamentary Committee on Education, Honorable Liz, the County MP for Nakuru, and Honorable Makilau. Allow me, Your Excellency, to stand on the already established protocols. Your Excellency, I would like to thank you for leading the reforms in higher education and across the whole ecosystem, basic and TVET. You have challenged us, Your Excellency, to think differently, to work differently, so that we can transform the outcomes from the sector. In particular, at the university level, we are working to produce graduates who are more employable graduates with an entrepreneurial spirit. We are working to develop the technologies that will lead us on this road to Singapore. And we already have some very deliberate examples that we will share in due course. Today, the conversation has changed. It is no longer whether the reforms can work. It is about how we can innovate in our different spaces to make this work, to deepen the transformation. And I want to assure you, Your Excellency, that the spirit is collaboration. We are collaborating with private sector across the different sectors of public service, with NGOs and with development partners, and the results will speak for themselves. Your Excellency, at that point, allow me to introduce the stakeholders of the higher education sector. Kindly stand and wave to Your Excellency when I call you. The chairs of councils of public universities and their governance teams present here today, led by Professor Osire Mwebi. Let us appreciate them. Thank you. The chairs of semi-autonomous government agencies in higher education and the TVETs. There are many, so I'll not mention them. Please stand along with your teams. Let us appreciate them right there at the back. Vice Chancellors and Principals of public and private universities, as well as principals of National Polytechnics, TVETs, and the Kenya School of TVET, and your teams. Let us appreciate them. We also have a few comrades from the TVETs and the universities. Let us appreciate them. We have representatives of UASU, KUSU, and KUDHIA. They are welcome to this conversation. Let us appreciate them right there at the back. And last, but definitely not least, Your Excellency, we are accompanied by staff from the State Departments of Higher Education and TVETs. Kindly stand so we can appreciate you. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, on behalf of the elected leaders, allow me to introduce the Chair of Education Committee to be able to introduce the leaders present in a minute before I invite the Cabinet Secretary. Karibu Mheshimiwa Julius Melit. Let's put our hands together as we receive Chair Education Committee, and thank you very much for Parliament helping us to get the resources.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable William Samuel Ruto, CS Migoso Ogamba, Principal Secretary is present, senior government officials present, and all education stakeholders. Good morning. First and foremost, Your Excellency, let me thank you for being educationist number one. In what sense? That this conference is the second time we are doing it this time, because it is the time when we listen to the stakeholders and bring the society and the needs as per what they have brought before us. I have come before this conference to this morning, but more importantly, to know that National Education Conference is a conference accepted by our Constitution. This is a stakeholders meeting where we share ideas, where we sit together, talk to one another, and make education what we need. Education is the pulse of society. So I've come with my colleague members of parliament. We'll be sitting here. We'll listen to you. We'll want to know how much costings you put into basic education, more so competency education in primary, all the way to the university. We'll want to know the various pathways and the various issues that you have in terms of human resource, because it is in the House that we have the national pass. So, Excellency, we are here to listen. We are here to also listen to them, the proposals of the legal issues, especially the legal proposals or amendments we want to have in the House to make education effective and to have the leadership of the sector well. So we'll sit through this meeting and we'll do a lot of listening. And at the end of it, we'll be able to respond to a lot of issues. So I'm accompanied by Honorable Ms. Chelule, who is the women rep or the county MP Nakuru. We give her a clap. We are also accompanied by Honorable McClub, who is a veteran, who was a veteran teacher and a member of Parliament, Baringo North. Give him a clap. Other members of Education Committee will be joining you, and other members of Parliament, I know that from within this county, and we shall be glad to listen and be able to make our presentations later. I thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Meli. Your Excellency, sir, allow me now to invite the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Julius Migoso Gamba, to make his remarks. Let us put our hands together to invite Waziri. Karibu sana, Waziri.
Thank you, Professor. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, honorable members of Parliament here present, PSS present, my colleague delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Your Excellency, allow me to begin by thanking you most sincerely for finding time from your busy schedule to grace this opening ceremony of the second National Education Conference. This conference is a follow-up of the first national conference that we held last year. It brings together key stakeholders in the education sector, including the ministry and state agencies, teacher unions and teacher associations, education administrators and regulators, institutional sponsors, development partners, universities, TVET institutions, professional associations, learners, and the faith-based organizations spanning the entire education continuum from pre-primary to tertiary institutions. This forum, Your Excellency, will review the progress that we made, especially in the rollout of the competency-based education, whose first cohort is now successfully settled in grade 10. It will also examine the many transformative reforms that we are implementing to ensure that our education system remains fit for purpose. This meeting will discuss authentically about what we are doing in the sector with a view to ensuring that we get the solutions that we require. Your Excellency, the theme of this conference, driving effective education reforms through leadership and accountability, is particularly timely as we undertake extensive reforms across the education sector. As stakeholders, we have agreed to work collaboratively, identifying and resolving challenges that arise in our sector in the course of implementing these reforms. Under your leadership, Your Excellency, our collaborative approach has continued to produce impressive results as we strengthen this sector day in, day out. In the basic education subsector, Your Excellency, your administration has employed over 100,000 teachers, with a further 16,000 expected to be recruited in the financial year 2026-2027. Additionally, 23,000 classrooms have been constructed. The first cohorts under the competency-based education are successfully transitioned to grade 10 at the rate of almost 99.5. Further, Your Excellency, your administration has increased the education sector budget from 503 billion in the year 2021-2022 to the proposed 767 billion in the financial year 2026-2027, which is almost 30% of our budget. Your Excellency, capitation funds are now being released to schools on time, making a significant milestone in improving efficiency and stability within our sector. In the TVET subsector, enrollment continues to rise steadily, and we are progressing towards our target of 2 million. We are currently at almost 800,000, having moved from 297,000 in the year 2022 when this administration took office. Additionally, we've employed 3,300 trainers with an additional 1,000 set to be recruited by July this year. Training fees in these institutions has also been reduced to 67,189, thereby making it possible for more students to join our programs. The curriculum has been modularized, meaning certification can now be done within a shorter period, enabling people to be able to acquire skills to earn a living as they continue progressively scaling their skills. We have introduced policies in the sector that are learner-based or trainee-based. For example, we now have the recognition of prior learning and the dual training policy in place that continues to support our learners. In the higher education subsector, Your Excellency, we've addressed persistent industrial unrest that previously affected that sector by establishing mechanisms for timely engagement and resolution with our unions. The means testing instrument has significantly improved, while tuition fees in higher education has also been reduced by between 15 to 40%, thereby making education in the higher subsector more accessible and more affordable. Our institutions and universities, Your Excellency, are also preparing adequately to receive their first cohort of the CPE learners in 2029. And part of the discussions here today will be how is that going to be undertaken. Your Excellency, leadership and accountability remain the twin pillars of transformation in our education sector. Teacher union associations, education officers, quality assurance officers are working complementarily together to ensure that we receive the responsibilities or we are able to get solutions together. Our collective leadership must therefore remain clear, collaborative, and responsive, and accountable. To all delegates here present, I urge you to engage openly and honestly. Be authentic in your discussions so that together we can develop a practical and sustainable solution basis for the advancement of our education sector. In conclusion, Your Excellency, allow me to once again thank you for the immense support that you continue to provide in the education sector. On behalf of the entire sector, I assure you that we will remain steadfast and committed to ensuring that investments made in this sector yield the desired outcomes in our learners and in our institutions together in our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor and privilege to invite His Excellency the President to deliver his remarks. Please be upstanding as we welcome His Excellency. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Looking at the writing here on this sheet here, I was asking Melly, I am a scientist. I am not a linguist. And I was asking whether competency or competence. some English teachers should help us, whether it should be why or mutatueleza baadaye. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the conversation at this second National Education Conference is of such profound significance to the future of our country that it demands our full, collective, and undivided attention. This is because we are meeting at a profound moment in our country's development journey. As an administration, we are implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda with a clear focus on expanding opportunity, strengthening productivity, and ensuring that no Kenyan is left behind. Equally important, we have made a bold national commitment to propel Kenya into first world status in our time. Global experience informs us that countries that have fulfilled their development ambitions, from Japan to Germany and South Korea to China, Singapore to Israel, did not treat education merely as a social group, but as a national mission and a strategic national assignment. Allow me to share 5 broad reasons why education is and must be central to our development agenda. First, education develops human capital by equipping citizens with literacy, numeracy, technical expertise, managerial competence, and problem-solving ability, raising national productivity and improving incomes. Second, education facilitates industrialization. No country can move from exporting raw materials to building industries in manufacturing, engineering, pharmaceuticals, ICT, agro-processing, or clean energy without a skilled workforce, technicians, scientists, innovators, and many more. Third, education strengthens the capacity of the state. A competent civil service, an effective judiciary, a professional diplomatic corps, sound planning institutions, and efficient regulatory systems all depend on educated and capable citizens. Fourth, education enables innovation and the adoption of technology. Strong universities, research institutions, vocational systems, and digital skill ecosystems enable countries not only to adopt technology faster, but also to innovate and create technologies of their own. And fifth, education transforms societies. It reduces poverty, improves health outcomes, lowers maternal and child mortality, expands opportunities for women, strengthens social cohesion, and promotes civic stability. In many ways, ladies and gentlemen, education is the single greatest investment a nation can make in managing its present and shaping its future. Indeed, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, estimates that in developing countries, every $1 invested in education can generate up to $15 in economic growth. Distinguished educationists, with that broad context, the theme of this conference, driving effective education reforms through leadership, accountability, and collaboration, captures the core principles guiding our work and the engagements we're going to have in this conference. It speaks to the responsibility we all share to ensure that education reforms are not only well designed, but also effectively implemented and sustained across all levels and all systems. A working education system demands continuous and vigorous evaluation and review to align it with aspirations behind its introduction. This forum is therefore ideal, as it offers an opportunity for candid reflections on the state of our education. It is also an opportunity to assess our successes and reset our priorities. And congratulations, Waziri and your team, for putting this forum together. I know this is the second forum. The first forum, I wasn't able to attend. But on being briefed on the engagements in the first forum, I made the decision that I will be coming to this forum every year because of the significance and the importance of not just education, but the need for us to collaborate, harness ideas, correct where there are wrongs, and streamline the whole education program because, as I have said, it is the single most important investment any society, community, or nation can invest in. And that is the reason why close to 30% of our national budget is spent on education, not as a cost, but as an investment. It is the reason why we have progressively enhanced the budget in this sector from approximately 500 billion in 2022 to 702 billion in this financial year and 767 billion in the coming financial year. We don't treat the investment and the resources we are putting in education as a cost to us. It is an investment we are making in our present and in our future. And that is why the theme of this conference, leadership, accountability, which comes with integrity, and also collaboration, is a very apt theme that brings us together to realize that reform requires bold leadership because entrenched cultures don't give way easily. So we have to be courageous and bold to be able to implement the reforms that will align our education with the needs of the present and with the aspirations of the future. Accountability becomes a very central part of delivering on education because the resources we are allocating, the public taxes that we allocate to education, 700 billion shillings is a lot of money. And integrity must be front and center in us delivering on education and making sure that we can account to the Kenyan public on the resources we are spending in education. I have been in this space for a while, both as a member of parliament and subsequently as a minister for higher education. And I know full well how important and how impactful delivery on education can can be to not just our learners, but to our society in general. It is the reason why I instructed the Ministry of Education to do a proper audit and to take the next step and digitize education data. You know, you will be well to know that when we carried out audit and when we decided to verify the numbers of students in primary school, the numbers of students in secondary schools, the numbers of schools themselves, you know, we got to know that there were 87,000 or thereabout ghost students in our secondary schools. Students we were paying capitation for, yet they didn't exist. We had 800,000 pupils in primary school, government paying close to $1.2 billion every year for learners that did not exist. We had schools registered close to 200 schools that did not exist. We are asking some very difficult questions to some of our head teachers and to some of our leaders in education at the county level. Because accountability, integrity is central to us making sure that all our resources are used properly. You will also want to know that because of this, we are now moving to the next step. And I have instructed the Ministry of Education that in the next 2 months, we're going to be working with the CONSA Technopolis to make sure that we digitize all the education details of every learner, every school, teachers, bursaries, and everything else, so that we can make sure that through technology, deployment of technology, using digital data, we can easily check on whether we have the right number of students, whether we have the right number of teachers, where we have gaps, and what we need to do. And progressively, we have seen what technology has done. I will give you an example. We had very big difficulties with agriculture. We decided that we are going to digitize all our farmers. We're going to collect data on all our farmers. We had tried it before for a very long time, almost 10, 15 years. We only registered 300,000 farmers. But we did a national exercise, rolled out a whole of government approach. Today, we have 7.2 million registered farmers. We know how many sugarcane farmers, how many coffee farmers, how many tea farmers, how many growers of wheat, how many growers of maize. Today, for you to buy fertilizer, you have to bring a digital voucher, because we allocate every farmer, because we know farmer X has 5 acres. He cannot come and claim fertilizer for 20 acres because he doesn't have 20 acres. So the system automatically knows and allocates fertilizer on account of the acreage of farmers. We have dealt with huge cartels that were big problems to us because we digitized data. I want to encourage stakeholders, from our teachers to boards to parents, for all of us to agree to a digitization process so that it makes it easy for us to deploy all the resources we are deploying, whether it is capitation, whether it is bursaries, and everything in between. I am happy that we have teachers and teachers' representatives in our midst. The question I will ask my good friend Oyu and and my sorry, the leadership from Kupet, Oyu, sorry. The question I'm going to ask them is, we have some head teachers who have taken us to court that they do not want to pay parents to pay school fees on e-citizen. They want to continue writing receipts on pieces of exercise book. Why? Honestly, mutusaidie. Why do you want to continue writing receipts on pieces of paper where nobody, traces, sijui hiyo exercise book iliandikwa ilipotea, shule ilichomeka ikachoma na receipt, sijui nini? Today, parents should be able to pay from the comfort of their homes on e-citizen school fees for their children, where we can verify the data, where we can know that this money was paid. We have made a decision. I have made a strategic decision that we do not want to deal in cash in this administration, because cash is very sticky, And that is why today you can pay literally for any government service, on a digital platform, through M-Pesa, through the bank, so that you have traceability and we can have visibility as government that so much money has been paid. So mutatusaidia Bwana Uju na Maisori na wadosi, mtuambie hawa watu tuwachane na giza, please. Wacha tukuje mahali kwa mwangaza hapo, kila mtu aonekane nini inafanyika, pande gani inasonga namna hiyo. I don't think asking for transparency is too much, right? But I'm talking about very few teachers. The rest of the teaching fraternity, many schools across Kenya today, they are accountable. They accept money to be paid on a digital platform. In fact, I have head teachers who have rejected cash. They've told parents, go pay using a digital platform because we want accountability. This is how we want to move into the future. And that is why I have singled out your theme here of accountability. If we are accountable, we can do more with the resources we have. And we can improve learning outcomes better with the resources that we have. This year, the first cohort of grade 9 learners under the competence-based education joined senior school with over 99% transition. We must safeguard the unique ability of education to be an equalizer for all by eliminating man-made bottlenecks that frustrate access to quality learning and stand between our children and a brighter future. Equally important is making available the necessary learning resources to our schools on time. Beginning this year, we have ensured that capitation funds are dispersed to public schools before the opening date. We are also accelerating the expansion of classrooms, laboratories, and other learning facilities to cope with the growing number of learners and the demand by the CBE curriculum. These reforms are reshaping our classrooms into spaces that nurture creativity, build practical skills, and prepare learners for real-life challenges. They are laying the foundation for a generation that is not only knowledgeable, but also innovative, adaptable, and capable of providing needed solutions. Indeed, even in the face of early skepticism, the results we are now witnessing speak for themselves. Learners who have transitioned to senior school are already demonstrating strong learning outcomes that affirm the soundness of our decision to reform the curriculum. The core competencies and values being inculcated, including critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and citizenship, are evident in how these learners engage with their teachers and interact with their peers. Their confidence, creativity, and the sense of responsibility are clear indicators that we are on the right path. This progress has been driven by deliberate and sustained government action. Since taking office, you've had the statistics as given by Minister Ogamba that we had 4 fundamental challenges in this education space. We had a serious challenge with competence-based curriculum. You all know. Many parents were complaining they are being forced to do homework at night. They are making cars at night, cutting boxes, and doing all manner of things. We had serious challenges with teacher numbers. We had a huge gap of close to 100,000. We could only hire 5,000 teachers every year. We had serious challenges of learning spaces. I will give you an example. In Nairobi alone, we've had to provide additional resources to create more learning spaces in the city of Nairobi. We're building an extra 1,000 classrooms in the city of Nairobi alone, just to make sure that the students, especially in informal settlements, have access to education. We had very serious challenges of the funding model that was more focused on the institution than the learner. We have since corrected all of them. And of course, we have 2 to go. Digitize the whole system so that we improve on transparency and we make it much more easy for decision making. And number 2, I have one last thing that I must do, and that is to sort out a higher education loans board so that we can have clarity. And I have instructed this man, that, and I've put him together with my team. I've given them some assignments that we must finally end up with a predictable, you can sit down, Monari, with a predictable resources. Because as we move some of our commercially viable programs out of the budget into the National Infrastructure Fund, we want to create space using, resources from the budget, from development partners, to fund more social projects, education, health, social protection. That is where we will concentrate our resources from the budget, because the rest of the commercially viable projects, we can move them to the National Infrastructure Fund and also to the private sector, building on the ecosystem we have, on public-private partnerships and all the other things we are doing in that space. So we've hired teachers, and I'm sure the teacher representatives here can confirm. It is not a story. True, bwana huyu na ndugu zetu? Yes. Yeah. The teachers we have hired in the last 3 years, it would take us 20 years if we hired them at the rate at which we were hiring before. But we made this deliberate because we could see the negative effects our learners and our learning and our education was suffering because of lack of teachers. We built more classrooms, as was said by Waziri, 23,000 and counting. We are building also another 1,600 laboratories across Kenya to make sure that no student, as has happened in the past, gets to a laboratory the day they are doing the exam. You know how sometimes unfortunate it is. And we have reorganized the funding model so that it is student-centered. Through these investments, we are not merely expanding access to education. We are laying the foundation for a more equitable, competitive, and future-ready nation. At the same time, we have continued to invest in teacher development, expand digital learning infrastructure, and align education pathways with national development priorities. I'm very happy that STEM is now a real, program. And I was very happy that, the STEM students are up to 60, you told me? You are at? We are now at 52%, heading towards 60. And then we will keep improving so that we prepare ourselves for the future. We must be armed with the human capital that will take our country to the next level. At the level of higher education, we have undertaken bold reforms to ensure that access is fair, transparent, and sustainable. The new university funding model has shifted the focus from institutions to students, ensuring that financial support is provided based on need through a structured combination of scholarships, loans, and household contribution. This approach is enabling more young Kenyans to access higher education while safeguarding the long-term sustainability of the sector. Equally important is the transformation of technical and vocational training. We have positioned TVET as a critical central pillar of our economic agenda by expanding institutions, strengthening competence-based training, and deepening collaboration with industry. Through these efforts, we are ensuring that young people acquire relevant skills that lead to employment, entrepreneurship, and productivity, thereby directly contributing to national growth. I did inform Migosi and team at the Ministry of Education that technical education, and I had very serious challenges when I was Minister for Higher Education at some point on getting technical education to come to the center of our education and education outcomes. Because there was a notion built over time that the students who go to TVET are the students who are not very good. And that was very wrong. And that is why we have changed the perception. I am very happy that today learners choose where to go on the basis of where they see themselves into the future. And as a result, we have increased the numbers. In 2002, we had close to 300,000 students in our TVET. Today we are at 800. Our target is to get to 2 million. I know there is a small problem somewhere which I'm sorting on matters to do with the resources available to teach those students. I have since discussed with the PS in that department and the Waziri, and we're going to sort it out. Because we had two challenges. We want to make sure that it is affordable. That is why we worked with the Tibet institutions to reduce the fees from close to 100,000 to 67,000. And we are also modularized so that certification becomes more frequent. And you can get in and go out as you get more skills. So that is now working very well with a bit of challenges, but we are sorting it out because we want to make sure that we have more people equipped with technical skills. We've run into some headwinds, for example, with our housing program. You know, we need more plumbers, we need more electricians, we need more people who understand masonry, and we've had to resort to people who have learned on the job. And that is why we have also expanded the certification through recognition of prior learning, so that people who have learned the skill, who have the skill, they have a shorter runway in making sure that they get certification. The success of these reforms depend on the strength of our leadership, the integrity of our systems, and the effectiveness of our collaboration. Leadership must be exercised at every level of our education system with a clear focus on delivery and on results. Accountability must guide the utilization of resources and the implementation of programs, ensuring that every investment translates into improved learning outcomes. Collaboration must bring together government, educators, communities, and partners in a shared effort to transform education. And that is why this forum is very significant and very consequential. It brings all of us together so that we can listen to one another, sample the ideas that we have, improve on what is not working, change what is not working, improve on what is working, and tap into better ideas on how to take this forward. We all agree that this is a space that is evolving because society is evolving. There were courses that were not part of us a few years ago that now must be central to how we move forward. And therefore, we cannot afford to stay static when the needs of society, when the needs of industry are changing. That's why this collaboration, the coming together of stakeholders, sponsors of schools, whether religious organizations or private sector organizations, the public schools, and everybody in between must be part of this conversation. And we must admit that we allow ourselves for a good idea to give way to a better one so that we can improve the space around learning in our society. I have also stated that as we go forward, we are going to put more resources in science, research, innovation, and technology. Because I strongly believe that no society can grow or develop beyond its capacity to think. You know, And we must allow ourselves to, get the best minds to think for us, to innovate, to research, so that we can improve on the knowledge that we have, we can create new knowledge, and we can use knowledge to drive our development. This conference, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, provides an important opportunity to consolidate the progress we have made, align our efforts, and strengthen the implementation of reforms across the country. It is a platform not for finger pointing, not for accusing one person against another. It is a forum for us to think together and to work together. The common good of education is at the center of this. It is a platform to generate solutions, share experiences, and reaffirm our collective commitment to delivering an education system that works for every learner and for our nation. I am truly proud to be part of this conversation here in Naivasha. Asante sana. I thank you, and I look forward to some more engagement as we go forward. Asante sana.
Another warm round of applause for His Excellency, please. Band will hold a little bit. We'll hold. We're not yet done. Let us kindly take our seats as we now transition to the panel discussion to deep dive and unpack leadership, accountability, and collaboration in the education sector. And Your Excellency, the good book in the Bible tells us in Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 11, that to everyone there will be a time and a chance. The time and chance that we have as individuals and given an equal playing field is in the education that we receive. And at this point, allow me, Your Excellency, to invite the panelists, starting with the moderators. We have Emily Chebet from Citizen TV and David Muchungu from NTV to kindly come and take their positions in the most outer seats that we have, followed by Reverend John Gatto, who is representing the religious sector. And we know that we do have quite a number of religious organizations that have stake in the education sector. Let's have NAT Secretary General Collins Oyu will also come on stage, followed by the CS Education. I'll repeat that. We have the two moderators, Emily Chebet and David Muchungu. Let's have NAT Secretary General Collins Oyu, together with Reverend John Gatto, also the chair of VCs, Professor Mugendi, to please join in that panel, the CS, and finally we'll have His Excellency the President joining us. Do we have all? Chair of VCs, Professor Mugendi. Then finally His Excellency the President. And with the panel constituted, His Excellency the President. We can give a clap as we welcome the panel. And I'll now hand over to the two moderators. Between Emily and David, you'll take the floor once we are seated. We can take our seats. Over to you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and all protocols observed. Good afternoon. It's already afternoon, right? Yeah, so thank you so much for this opportunity, and we welcome you to this very interactive session where we want to go deep and understand what really is happening in our education sector. So just to go straight into it, first of all, we want to understand why this is important to the government, and I would want to start with the Excellency, the President. But I think for us to actually get to it everybody else, why are we here today, so that we can get into it, and then a few rounds of questions from myself and my fellow panelists to go ahead. So, Mr. President, it is 10 years into the competency-based education. You said competence-based, but I also agree that competency with a hyphen is correct. I am not also a linguistic, but that could be correct. It is 10 years into it. What is the government really can say is proud of 10 years into it?
Is that question to me?
Yes.
Great. Now, let me say this. Having been Minister for Higher Education at some point in my career, it was not lost on me how central education was to the development of a nation, and how education could influence all the other sectors of society. Why are we here? We are here because education is the single most important investment any society or nation can roll out. It's the single most important investment. The development of our human capital is the single most important to a nation. From the position I sit in as president, if there is one very important thing, is to have an educated, informed society. Number two, we are investing close to 700 billion, 28% of our budget. If education was not important, we wouldn't be investing that amount of money. And number three, we have close to how many million learners, Waziri? 11 million learners, our children, in this space. And therefore, the coming together of these stakeholders, sponsors of schools, managers of schools, education leaders, government, to bring together our ideas, as I said, to refine what is working, to change what is not working, to improve, and to uptake new ideas, is a very central part of the development of education. We've had instances where people take to podia in political rallies, in church meetings, in funerals, in weddings, to say all manner of things about education. This forum here gives us an opportunity not to talk at each other, but to talk together, to talk to each other and find solutions on how we go forward together. So that is why I think this forum is very important and significant.
And let me just jump in before you put down your microphone, Your Excellency, is that the reason I'm asking why we are here is because there's a feeling that sometimes government is speaking to itself. Because the reality sometimes in the ground, let's talk about transition of grade 10 learners. You just talk about 99 point something %. But when you look at it, until yesterday, we can still see some learners who are still stuck at home. So do we have mechanisms where the government is actually getting the real data, say from the village elder to the sub-county director, and everybody else, so that we cannot be sitting and maybe just talking to ourselves in this room?
Precisely the point. That's why we have this meeting. We want to know from the stakeholders here. If, for example, we say we have hired 100,000 teachers, can OU here and the good people from Kuppet, can they confirm that is the case? When we say that we have built learning spaces, is that the case? When we say that we have changed the university funding model, is that the case? Do we need Professor Mugendi and team? Can they confirm to us that that is the case, or are we talking to ourselves? That's the reason why we're here. And I think that is a very progressive way of engaging rather than finger pointing and making statements sometimes that are not very verifiable.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. I would like to direct my question to the Cabinet Secretary, C.S. Ogamba. When the CBE, or CBC as it was previously referred to as, when it was being introduced, it was benchmarked with curricula in countries like Canada, Singapore, Finland, and the like. Are we on track in the way we're implementing CBE to match those countries so that we may get to their development levels?
Thank you for that question. The reason why CBE was introduced is because in the old model of the 844, the emphasis was on passing exams, that the job or the paper that you do in one day determines on whether you will proceed to the next level or you won't. That meant, for example, that if a student was unwell in that particular day and he didn't do well in that paper, his grades came down and he's not able to move to the next stage. The competency-based education is a skill-based system where everything that the student does accounts for something from day one. The assessments start from the classroom work that you do, and it accounts for a percentage. So that by the time you're doing an exam, what you have gotten in the process of learning enables you to progress to the next level. Additionally, it identifies the talents, the skills, the interest of the students so that we do not always insist on having students take programs or take courses that they are not interested in. That's why we introduce the 3 pathways so that we have STEM, we have social sciences, and we have creative arts. In that way, there is no student who will miss out and that's why the transition is high, because now we're able to take each and every student to the next level based on what they are able to do. So it's work in progress. We are now on grade 10. We are moving to grade 12, transition to the universities. And then, as we continue, because the assessment is doing year in, year out, we'll evaluate the whole system at the end of the cycle. We're in the middle of the cycle. We've done 10 years currently. And it is the best system that we have. And the best way to determine that, I encourage you, get out there, talk to the students who are learning in this program, the grade 10 students, the grade 9 students, and you will see a distinct difference between them and the ones who have been doing the 844, where they concentrate too much on just an exam. But that's not to mean that the team that is in Form 3 and Form 4 currently has been left out. We're also working to ensure that we take care of them so that we leave no child behind. So it is a system that we encourage us as stakeholders here to participate. Where you find that there's something that needs to be changed, we'll do that. We are doing now competency-based center of excellence in all our 47 counties, so that schools can have a place to go to, the student can go up to have a place to go to be trained, the teachers have a training, the master is doing training for them, TSC is doing. So we are doing something in this space. What we are asking ourselves as stakeholders in education is that let us pull our intellectual resources together, because in that pool we'll get the resolutions. That's why we've been able to amend the subjects. That's why in the first National Education Forum, when we were discussing about whether we should have mathematics as a compulsory subject in just STEM and nothing in social sciences and arts, we agreed in that particular forum that we'll have pure maths in STEM and we'll have essential maths in social science and also in arts. That is something that came out of that discussion of that forum. So we need to just put our heads together, and I am sure that by the end of this exercise, we'll be much better country than when we started. Thank you.
CS, before I put down the mic, I asked about benchmarking with other states which are doing very well, and especially because of resources. Because resourcing education is very important. The capitation for primary schools has never been reviewed since it was introduced in 2003. It remains at 1,420. The one for free day secondary schools has never been reviewed since 2018. So, and there has been inflation and all that. Are the resources still enough? We don't have laboratories in junior schools.
That question. You know, this country has invested heavily in education. The international standard in investment of education is 20% of the budget. This country invests 28% of the budget in education. We are already above international standard by 8%, and we are continuing to increase that. The amount that is being paid for the capitation for primary school has moved from 1,020 in the year 2002 to 1,420 in the year 2018 to this July, when we'll be moving it to 2,300 per student. Junior school was introduced in this competency-based education, and we are giving them 14,240. Now, junior school is in the same place with primary school, meaning they share facilities. So in terms of the money that is used for primary school vis-a-vis the money that is being used by junior school with students in the same space. For example, if you're paying a watchman, you're not paying a watchman for junior school and paying another watchman for primary school. You are paying for one person. That means these resources are being utilized, and therefore, in reality, we have increased the amount for primary school substantively. Number two, we are doing now this verification exercise that we've done. Initially, we had an overestimation of the students. So the numbers that are sometimes gotten out there, you are still using the calculation of the earlier enrollment to state that, for example, we are not meeting the 22,000. The numbers have come down because there was an increment, an over-exaggeration of the numbers that we had. And that's why His Excellency is saying, we digitize, we get to know exactly how many students do we have, how many teachers do we have, how many primary schools do we have, how many secondary schools do we have. And within those resources, with accountability and prudent use of the resources that we receive, we will be able to ensure that our students have the necessary infrastructure, the necessary human capital to keep them moving in that direction. So we have done a lot in that space, and I think from where we sit, even benchmarking with the West, we are moving that much faster than they did. Thank you.
Maybe just to add just one or two things to what Waziri has said, especially to your question as to the countries we benchmarked with. You know, it's a very progressive question. Of course, we benchmarked with different countries, and there are aspects we emphasized from one country to another. And then also we customized for the Kenyan situation, because it's not exactly what those other countries are. There are differences. So we have customized for our own space. But I sat where my good friend Julius sat once, and I will give you my personal experience. When we were reforming, you know, the TVET sector, we took into account, for example, that the system that was there, because many people ask questions about the competence-based learning. I am a very solid believer in CBE, very solid, from experience. Why do I say that? I say that because when we were reforming the TVET space, we used to have so many failures. You know, a mason
fails the exam, not because they don't have the masonry skill, it is because they failed English. So we asked ourselves, why are you forcing this mason to pass English when his skill is masonry, you know? So we scaled down the place of English, and we got many more masons passing because they knew how to do, they had the skill of masonry, but they were failing on English, you know? So that is how we managed to reform that space. Let me give you another example. And these are practical examples which we have had to delve into. What Ogamba has said, the 3 different pathways. We have many learners who are gifted differently. There are people who are not gifted on STEM subjects. They are good artists. They are good social scientists. But when you force them into a channel that emphasizes the things they are not good at, that is why, for a very long time, our education system produced too many failures. You know? Because we were failing our learners on areas that they were not good at, so that even the areas they were good at were undermined by the areas they were not good at. That's why having 3 pathways gives all our children equal opportunity to pass on the areas they are good at. And by the way, we need all of them. We need skills in STEM. We need skills in social science. We need skills in art. They complement society. They make us the society that we are. And that is why competence-based learning is the correct thing to go, the correct education system for us. Let me conclude by saying that, and it's good for us to speak, a bit of experience, because we've been in this space for a while, really helps. And I'm sure the teachers who are here will know that. There was a very big focus on passing a single exam. A single exam determined whether you were a failure or you passed. And that is why exams became a life and death issue. That is why exams were so militarized. There were policemen everywhere, you know, intimidating children, you know, making the whole place, you know, tense, and even affecting the outcome of learning itself. That's why competence learning builds on the learning experience and the learning curve of the student. You know, every stage accounts for the final exam, so that the final exam becomes important, but what you have gone through is equally important. So that is why I am a very strong advocate for competence-based learning.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And since we're talking accountability and leadership here, and you've revealed that that audit you ordered revealed so many ghost students and ghost schools, when are people going to court? It's our money. What are you doing about it?
Thank you very much. So what happened is, once we got that verified exercise out, we took action against our field officers in those sub-counties which are the largest number of the exaggerated enumerated numbers, and we gave them show cause letters, because we have to follow due process under the human resource manuals, which requires us to complete that exercise within 6 months. That is already ongoing. We also sent that report to TSC, and they're also taking action against the particular teachers, again, through the process of disciplinary processes, who were the heads of those institutions
that were affected. Over and above that, we invited the DCI and officers are now in our offices undertaking and scrutinizing those processes to find out who it is or who is involved in any sort of malpractice or fraud in our institutions. The reason is really simple. We are giving you capitation. Capitation doesn't come to your phone, it goes to the bank. So there's somebody who goes to the bank, signs for that money. If it's a ghost school, they now go to the bank, find out who signed for that particular bank account, and they are doing the investigation. The process is going on, but we've stopped the leakage as with the first step, which what we have done. So we are no longer releasing capitation to institutions or ghost students that exist. But the process is ongoing, and you see, you cannot correct a wrong with another wrong. This is a country of laws. Once you accuse somebody, you collect the evidence, you process. What we did ourselves is to verify and hand over the report to the investigative agencies who have the capacity to undertake that exercise. And we do not want to condemn anybody unheard. The relevant culprits will be called, they will write down statements, and then they'll be taken to court. But believe you me, they are going to go to court, and we are going to recover those resources using the asset recovery system, because they are there, they are known.
Maybe where my colleague left, Bwana Waziri, you talked about the laws and the processes. You have been talking about the school fees and no extra charges, but we have seen schools charging school fees. It remains pronouncements and parents are still paying. So what is being done? And what are these channels that actually a parent can use either not to pay that fee because it is illegal, or the actions taken against those principals? And also the question would, maybe the important thing to clarify is that, is it that the principals find the money that the government is giving too little to use, hence they need to charge extra?
Let me start by responding to your last question, where the argument has been that the money is not enough. For example, in boarding schools, we charge the circular, the government-approved fee is 53,000. Now, 53,000 is for boarding facilities, food, and other things. Government is paying for infrastructure. Government is paying for the teachers. Government is paying for the books. Government is paying for all these other things. Now, what has happened is that there are people, scrupulous out there, who have introduced budgetary items into the budget of schools that are non-essential, thereby raising the cost of running those institutions. For example, the latest case that we are handling, where school fees was raised from the 53,000 that is allowed to 120,000. But when we looked through, our quality assurance officers did the report, they found several budget lines in the budget that are non-essential, that are not core to what a school should be doing. For instance, 26 million for going to Dubai. 26 million for going to Dubai. 13 million for speeches during prize giving. So 1.3 million for spiritual nourishment. Then you say government is not, the money is not enough. And you know, all I like us to do, because the argument has been that we are not able to implement the policies. That is because our quality assurance officers are not enough, we don't have enough, and by the time they reach, they find maybe something has been done and moved on. But now we are going to the BOMs, the Board of Management, and some of them are here, and we are saying you must interrogate the budget that you are passing. What does it include? Is that something that is essential to learning? So that you do not increase abnormally the cost of running institutions. So that argument of them is not enough is far-fetched, because there are many other factors, and of course there are a lot of wastage and things like that. But we are saying now, we are acting. Action has been taken. I know TSC has taken proceedings. Yesterday, the County Education Board was meeting to deal with that case, and it is a warning to each and every school head here. If you are involved in undertaking increasing the school fees, using those levies that are against the circulars that we've issued, you will face the consequences. There's no question about it. It may take a bit of time, but we are going to get you. You will face the consequences. Number two, the schools that are insisting, for example, for students to pay for trips. A school has 2,000 students. Say each student is paying 15,000 for trips. Does every student in every term go for a trip? Tell me. 2,000 students are going for a trip per term. So let us be realistic about these things, and everybody who is appointed to the BOMs, and we've worked with the members of parliament, they've agreed to support us, so that there is nowhere to run. Once we get you, you can't go to your member of parliament, you can't go to your heads of tribes or whatever to say, you know, we are being targeted. It's not going to happen. So we are going to deal with you because the regulations are there, and we want the media, before you say this money is not enough, please visit and ask them, let us see the list of what is being supported, so that you help us, because we are all stakeholders. His Excellency has indicated we have 11 million students. If we have two parents, that is another 22 million people, plus 11. Each and every household is affected, including those people who are saying we do not have enough money to support the students. So help, and that's why we are working here together, so that we can put our heads together, analyze the situation, and be realistic about what needs to happen. And if something has to be increased, there is a procedure, and you have to bring that all the way to the cabinet minister for approval, so that everybody knows there was a bus to be bought, this is the reason, this is what the parents agreed, and this is what everybody is going to pay. How, for example, can you buy a bus for 10 years? Every year you're charging for a bus. You understand what I'm trying to say? So let's sort these things out, and we thank you for that question.
Thank you very much. My next question goes to Professor Mugendi. Professor Mugendi, just hold the mic. It is now 3 years since we introduced the new funding model for higher education, because it was introduced in May 2023. There have been teething problems with the model. Is it time to review to see what is working and what is not working and change? And can you tell us what challenges, as a manager of a university, what challenges do you face? At the beginning, there were pending bills of about 60 billion, and I think from the last report I saw, it has risen to close to 100 billion. Is it working, or what can we do?
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, I want to confirm that it's now 3 years since we changed university funding, and we introduced what we call the student-centered funding model, where money follows students. And indeed, for us at the universities, we found this model to be excellent, and indeed a model that was able to target and ensure that we are funding students that are most needy. Before that, the way the government was funding universities was an open blanket, whereby everybody was being funded at the same level, even students who did not need really to be funded. But this model is able to identify the most needy students through the MTI, or the mean testing instrument, so that then funding is targeted such that the most needy are the ones that are supported the most. And I want to say, when we introduced this model in July of 2023, 2023-2024 was an excellent year, because all the students were funded fully. The household component that the student was supposed to pay, that went to the household. There was a bit of an issue there, but by and large, what each household was supposed to pay, they paid. Then the scholarships, that was a government component. Again, that was paid very well through the university funding board. and then help the loans that then came for those respective students. And that happened. And I want to confirm that either two, yes, we and that accumulated accumulated bills that were owned by the university to the universities, amounting to about 8 billion or thereabout. And indeed, by June of 2023, we earned 23 of our 38 universities then being technically insolvent. But when we introduced this model in 2023, by 2024 June, 13 universities and come out of that insolvency, and we were doing very well. So we were only left with the 10 universities that were technically insolvent, 10. And the hope was that in the coming 2 or so years, then we'll be able to get even those that were in that ICU, so to speak, out of it. So I would want to say that the model is working. It's only that we need to look at then how we are funding this going forward. But to us, it's a very excellent model. And we want, as Vice Chancellors, we want to thank the government for really supporting us in this area. And moving forward, we will make it better. Indeed, we are doing that. We have a committee that is continually working to ensure that the model is refined and working as it's supposed to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I would like, maybe as a follow-up to that, Your Excellency, because it's still about funding higher education. Currently, HELB has a funding gap because it was allocated 41 billion against a requirement of 74 billion. And then the scholarship component requires 29 billion, but was allocated 17 billion. So we have a gap, meaning that there are students who are not funded, or the money is spread across, so the students are not getting adequate funding. What are you going to do about this, sir?
Thank you very much. I think just to give the broad view of where this was. In 2022-23, the total money that went to universities was about 45 billion. We have since increased that amount to 82 billion in the last budget, almost doubled the money going to universities. And it was because of what Professor Mugendi has said. We have since changed the model so that parents who can afford, in fact, there are parents who are asking, why are you giving me a scholarship? Or why are you giving me a loan? I want to pay for my child. And about 18,000 parents paid. They didn't, because we changed the model so that every student has to apply. In the past, the scholarships and loans were given without anybody applying. We just decided to give to every student. And that is why we were spreading resources across too many students, and therefore that's how universities ended up in trouble. So there are parents now who don't see the value of applying. They want to pay for their, and that is how resources have also increased in the universities. Number two, there were, as Professor Mugendi has said, 23 universities that were technically insolvent. They couldn't pay lecturers, they couldn't pay suppliers, they couldn't pay statutory payments, NHIF, NSSF, and all that. And these are real cases. You know, for example, Egerton University in this very county was paying half salary to their lecturers, you know, because the thing was just not working. Today, that has changed. I was, for example, at Cooperative College. You remember we were. And I asked the Vice Chancellor, and I told him, please tell me what has changed. And Professor, I think it's called Kamau or somebody, Professor Kamau told me, Mr. President, I can now pay my salaries. I can now pay my suppliers. And I can also pay taxes. Because the model has brought in more resources from government and more resources from parents. So we just have to be realistic with ourselves. The parents who can afford to pay, we give them a chance to pay. The parents who cannot afford to pay, we assess them. That's why the means testing instrument, so that the parents who need more scholarship, we give them more scholarship. The kids who need more loan, we give them more loan. But I agree with you that we haven't quite solved the problem. The gap still exists. And that is why you heard me say earlier that because there still exists a gap, we've solved half the problem. In fact, the model is not what we did in 2023. We have since reviewed it in 2024. We have reviewed it in 2025. We've even brought in students from universities to come and sit down with other stakeholders to look at the model. And we've even picked suggestions from students that maybe this would be better than the other. And we brought them on board. And we've made this, not us versus them. We've made it a collaboration. And that's why I like even this meeting. It's about us talking together. So there is still room. And that is why I said when I spoke here that I have instructed this good man, Monari, and my team to sit down because the requirement is still heavy. And maybe the budget alone cannot solve it. And that's why I'm looking at what other ways are we designing to make sure that we can fund education fully, we can fund help fully, and we can fund all the scholarships fully and all the loans fully. It is also the reason why I persuaded this country that let us have a national infrastructure fund, because there are items today in our budget that can be funded differently. They do not need resources from the budget. There are items that really should sit in our budget, and these are the social aspects, education, health, so that you will see in our next budget, because now we have the National Infrastructure Fund, we're going to enhance resources going to health, and we're going to enhance resources going to education, because some of the items that were occupying that space in the budget, we will now move them into the PPP framework, the National Infrastructure Fund, and that kind of thing. So you're right, there are still gaps, but we have gone halfway, done with the problem halfway. We still have some homework to do, and we are working on it. Report itamalizika lini Monari? Anyway.
Your Excellency, we have already concluded the report, and we are working with your team, and I believe that by next week we will present it to you for implementation in the next financial year.
Thank you very much for that answer. And Mr. Monari also, thank you.
All right. So let me come to you, Secretary General Bwana Uyu. I know the CS talked about stopping the industrial action, which is a good thing for the country to move ahead. Let's talk about teachers and the number of teachers that we currently have, because I know there are still gaps when it comes to also the number of teachers we have. And as you talk about the gaps within the teaching fraternity, talk about the JSS intern teachers, which I saw the other day. There was a court order, and then Supreme Court ruled about intern teachers. We have 44,000 who are out there. What is their plan from where you are? And talk about the gaps in terms of the number of teachers that we have currently in the country.
Thank you very much. Allow me first of all to appreciate this conference and really equally appreciate His Excellency the President, the Ministry of Education. This is indeed a game changer. That is why I decided to come over with my team to attend this conference. One thing, when you ask me about industrial action, that is not why I'm employed. I'm a teacher by profession. And I lead a team that is qualified as teachers, then they're elected as union officials. I think I'll surprise this gathering when you see the number that is here. Secretaries of branches, 110 across the Republic. My National Executive Council and National Steering. Before I answer that question, can you be upstanding so that the team, they're all there. So thank you. Now the issue of employment of teachers and maybe staffing in this country. His Excellency did explain, and I want to repeat. The Education Charter, Kenya Kwanza, emphasized in this sector employment of more teachers. And we are proud to announce here, and I would really stop any other person who says that the government is speaking to itself. I want to speak on behalf of the government because these are our teachers. We have over 100,000 teachers employed between 2022 to date. That's a big plus. And we cannot hide, Your Excellency. I'll also ask Your Excellency, with due respect and honor, let us talk about this as representatives of teachers. Because when it comes from you, it means that others will politicize and say, this is what His Excellency is saying. But take it from the leader of Kenya National Union of Teachers, a union that is led by order and discipline. We have over 100,000 teachers employed as we speak now. Thank you, Your Excellency. The issue of intern teachers, it is true. The shortage allowed the government to fill gaps of acute, it is now acute, 5,000 teachers per year. We were talking about over 100,000 shortage by 2022. So the government employed P&P and interns. We accepted as a union because we sat and discussed it. What went amiss? And we hold on Teacher Service Commission to explain this to us. Teachers should not be referred to as interns because they are trained and qualified. We should refer to them as teachers on contract, and a contract should go for a specific period of time. So that if in 2 years, we get back to TSC and say, yes, the contract was 2 years. Teachers signed. When are you making them P&P? And we proceed. Last year's World Teachers' Day had a theme that went all over, substantially. Recasting teaching as a collaborative profession. So on issues that we raise, we need not make a lot of noise, but sit with the employer and have this issue solved. And I want to put it across here to all of us. There's a big difference between activism and unionism. Activism thrives on noise, demonstrations, without even going through the structures that are there. Kenya National Union of Teachers depends on structures, and these structures must be followed before we proceed to industrial action. So right now, we visited Teachers Service Commission so that we can agree on when these teachers can be employed on a P and a P. They have to give us reasons why they're still outside, because some will be, intertwined with issues of finance and so on and so forth. But our target, our focus, is to have all teachers in this republic employed on permanent and pensionable terms. But we must sit. Trade unionism of the 21st century is different. I'm a representative of Education International, African Region Zone 5. I represent 7 countries. And we are trained on how to approach issues with government and establishments, so that my position as a Secretary General must be respected by and large. When I make a statement, it is on behalf of those I represent. If you ask them here, none of them will even make a statement before I speak. That is the order and discipline in the 21st century trade unionism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oyu, for at least confirming that what we have said here is correct. But let me also say this to the Teacher Service Commission, and before Chair. Let me explain the background for why we discuss the issue of intern teachers. We have 3 issues. We have learners who have no teachers. And then we have teachers who are not employed. And then we have limited resources. What do we do? So we said, let us have a compromise. Let us employ teachers on contract. I think we are going to correct it. We will not. We have no problem saying. We thought interns was a good word, but if Nat and the teachers union want us to say contract, we will call it contract. We employ teachers on contract for 2 years with a commitment, firm commitment, that after the 2 years contract, they will transition without any other interview or whatever. They will transition automatically to permanent and pensionable. That is the commitment that I made. That is what I bargained for. Because that way, we solve all the 3 problems in one. Number 1, we make sure that all our children in school have a teacher. We also make sure that many of our teachers who are tarmacking have a job. And the limited resources we have as a government also can pay them. And I want to thank the teaching fraternity. I think there was a big debate before. There was a lot of pushback before. But we have to be realistic about where we are. This is our country. It's not fair to increase taxes. We're already spending 28% of our budget on education. To push it any further would be a bit more difficult and crowd out other necessities and priorities as well. So that is how we ended up with intern teachers. But I want to ask the TSC, I hope there are no teachers that have served more than 2 years as interns, because that is not what I bargained for. Any teacher can only serve for
2 years on contract, after which they transition automatically. Is that the case, Bwana Chairman?
Yes, sir. They only work for 2 years, and we convert them to permanent and pensionable terms automatically without any further interview.
That is the bargain we had for, because we understood and we understand this. I get messages on my phone from from intern teachers. They are on my case. Mr. President, when are you going to confirm us? You know, sometimes they do it in a code. I could see this is a plan. You know, they bombard my phone, you know, harass me and do all those things. You know, I really wish I could do it automatically, but I have to persuade them that I know that whatever you earn as a contract teacher may not be enough, but, you know, I'm just requesting that we work on the transition. It won't be for long. I think as the situation improves, we are now doing contract for 2 years. Maybe along the way we will reduce it to 1 year, and then we will see how when our situation improves, we can put more resources and be able to hire all our teachers on permanent and pensionable basis from the beginning. So this is the situation where we are. And finally, I needed to explain, you know, why we have intern teachers, and I hope the TSC has no problem not referring to them as interns, because according to OU, and he is correct, these are qualified teachers. They are not interns. They are fully qualified. We can refer them to being on contract, but then with the terms that as soon as that contract expires, they transition into PNP. That should be your contracting situation, because we will provide you the resources for that transition, because it's a commitment that I made. Number 2 is on industrial action. Jebet, wacha uchochezi, please. Because, you know, this space has been filled with, you know, maandamanos, people with sufurias on their heads, and all manner of things. And sometimes, you know, teachers, they don't do it out of the fact that they like to do it, because they are also parents. You know, no parent wants to go roaming in the streets with sufurias. You know, because you have all children, we all have children. But they do it, of course, as a last resort. But we decided, and I gave very firm and clear instructions to the ministry, that let us confront the collective bargaining agreements. Let us negotiate ahead of industrial action. And we have done it in health. We have done it in education. That is why there has not been a serious strike in the last 3 years. Not because they didn't want to go on strike, but we decided that let's engage them. And there were people who were accusing the teachers' unions, oh, why have you signed the collective bargaining agreement? But that's the basis of the engagement between teachers and government. Once we honor their collective bargaining agreement, they have no reason to engage in industrial action. And my commitment to the teaching fraternity and to all the other spaces is that we will go ahead of time. We have, for example, we had a problem with the doctors. We decided to pay them whatever previous governments had committed to. You know, I didn't say it's not my place to do it. We decided to pay whatever it was. I'm sure we spent close to 3.7 billion shillings to pay what was a backlog. And the teacher unions were also very understanding. They allowed us to pay it in phases and that kind of thing. So I really want to persuade us that instead of confrontation, in a meeting like this, we can find greater collaboration and we can find greater understanding. And that way, we don't make the business of teaching difficult, we don't affect our learners, and we don't put teachers also at a point where they have to go to the streets instead of being in classrooms. So I think this is what I just wanted to say.
Thank you, Excellency. I see which is. I started by saying it's a good thing for all of us. Thank you so much for that. And let me just bring in Reverend Gat. And you're representing chaplains in our institutions, which we know that they play a critical role in bringing up our children in schools. Maybe just talk about the issues also that you raised earlier on the chaplainship in our institutions and a token, as you call it.
And I want to say that I represent both the chaplains. The chaplains are coming from the sponsors, the religious sponsors across board, across all the faiths. They come in to support our education delivery. We have been in the education sector. We have invested a lot, even in infrastructure in the past. And we continue to be ready to continue investing, especially in supporting moral and spiritual formation, which is one of the goals of our education. And we have hundreds and I think now in thousands of chaplains in many schools across the country. And the education policy talks about these chaplains should be supplied to the schools at the expense of the sponsor. I think it's only in basic education specifically where the government is not allowed by law to support chaplains. Because in all other sectors, universities, wherever else, the money that may be spent, for example, in basic education to do moral and formation is, as you have seen in the past recent issue, is called an illegal allocation. Because there's no other way. Because the Act says the government shouldn't pay. So as chaplains, we've been talking about this, and we are ready to continue collaborating, and we do, not only in terms of the government paying, but also having a conversation, because I believe it is, as a sponsor, the sponsors can do something, but also that collaboration should be allowed by law. We continue to be happy with the competence-based education. As chaplains, we had a meeting recently, and we evaluated the situation. When people get stressed, when people don't have jobs, when people have failed exams, they come to us for counseling. And when we see a system whereby all are valued and they come out all winners, we are happy for that. And Your Excellency, we are happy for the CBE education, and we are happy for that. And we hope that the teething problems here and there in terms of allocation of resources and so on, labs and so on, will be catered for. But we would want to have a more collaborative approach between the educations, all the stakeholders. And Your Excellency, you mentioned all of them, and you said we should all collaborate. And I hope that that will be, we are going to enhance that. We are ready as sponsors, as religious sponsors. We are ready as chaplains to continue. And I said we have thousands of them in schools, not supported by in any way, but self-sponsoring themselves. The sponsors are sponsoring them, because even schools, they find it very necessary. Every school in this country that has a name has a chaplain. And I believe this is something that we continue conversation around. We have from 2017, for example, been trying to say, what do chaplains do in school? Many of the stakeholders here know we have many chaplains who have been doing work in school, but even principals have not been able to say what they do. In 2017, the Minister of Education came up and said we want to do guidelines on just guiding chaplains what they do. Your Excellency, since that time, nobody wants to finish that process. We've been trying to move, and nobody wants to have it completed. I believe that's a very basic guideline, just to tell the chaplains, now that you are in schools, what are you supposed to do? And we sit down together, the minister and all, and ask ourselves, what are they supposed to do? I would encourage that we be collaborative. The religious sponsors are ready to support the system of education. The task forces that have been there, we have had the religious representation. We have given very good input, including the recent presidential task force. And the government at the higher level has been listening to the religious community and inputting a lot of input. And I believe that we can do more collaboration. And I hope I've answered the question that you asked.
Yes, you did. You did. Thank you so much. Let me just bring in Waziri on the issue of textbooks in grade 10, which I know the latest data shows that 11 million books have been distributed. Do you have data that shows a specific subjects in schools? Because there are few principals who are saying they are yet to receive enough because you find 5 to 6 learners are sharing a book. So is it the difference when it comes to, others actually are saying, is it the principals who took so many students beyond their capacity? So talk to us about that shortage of textbooks, and if there is a database where you can say English, this number of students in this country are needing these books.
Thank you, and the CEO for KICD is here. He'll be able to give more details on it, but as you know, when grade 10 transitioned, grade 9 transitioned to grade 10, a number of students requested for transfers from one school to another. So during that time, the data that was being used was the data that had been previously presented to KICD for the distribution of the textbooks, so that the ratio of 1-to-1 per subject was to be met. Now, because of that movement, the KICD did a circular or a request to all the principals to do another return to indicate, yes, last year we had put in a requisition, for example, for 600 books. Now we have 620. So that then KICD could then do the rationalization of that process and redistribute the books to the various institutions. Some who had more were asked to return those books, and those who didn't have were requested to give in the information so that they can get. But easier, I can answer that question more appropriately.
Thank you very much, our Cabinet Secretary. Maximum respects, Your Excellency. In addition to what the Cabinet Secretary has said, we have now got responses from the principals on the actual numbers of learners taking actual subjects. But as we talk today, we have to verify those numbers through our sub-county directors of education so that we are sure that the numbers the principals are giving us are the exact numbers of learners, because we don't want it to run into the problems that took place before verification. We have given that process 1 week, and after that 1 week, we should be able to tell the publishers, now these students in these schools have this shortage, and they'll get back the books before the end of this month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe just so that I can assist from where I sit. You see, this data thing is actually at the heart of solving many of our problems. And it is the reason why we shouldn't be waiting for a teacher to send us returns. If we digitize this data, we can authoritatively know how many students are in school X. And we just send the correct number of books to that school. That is why this digitization is very important. We've traveled a journey, a long journey to getting it where we've gotten it. I'm very happy that Ogamba here tells me now they are ready for the rollout. You said on 10th, 15th, it'll be the first time we on board, we go live, and then that is with the secondary. And then 2 weeks later we go live with the primary and make sure that we have all this data so that KICD will authoritatively send books, the correct number, to every school, because we will have their data onboarded on a digital platform. Number two, two things that my good friend Chaplain my good friend Gatu here said on the matter of chaplaincy. It is true that maybe a conversation has to be done, because he says it's been hanging because nobody wants to deal with it. So I think in a forum like this, we need to have a conversation. What is the job of the chaplain? What is the job of guidance and counseling? Who does it? Do we have teachers who do guidance and counseling psychologists, what is the training of the chaplain, what kind of a chaplain, what are the qualifications of a chaplain. Once we have identified what they are supposed to do, then we can have qualifications so that if they are supposed to do job X, they must have the qualifications to accomplish that responsibility. So I think this is the conversation that we need to have. And then we will also need to have who pays them. Okay, we have schools that are sponsored by churches, but we also have schools that are not sponsored by anybody, government schools that are not sponsored by anybody. What happens? You know, that kind of conversation is what needs to be done. And Waziri, I'm sure a forum like this will provide a good space. We can have suggestions, it can be refined, and then it can be approved. And then as government, we can pick them up, take them to Parliament, we create a policy, and then subsequently we generate either regulations or a piece of legislation to guide that process. And finally, to the conversation, I just wanted to bring to the, to buttress what I said about being frontal with engagement. There was a problem with SHA, with teachers, about a month ago, when there was a problem of co-pay, you know. It came to us as because we were trying to protect teachers' money not to be eaten by some of the hospitals that we know. Then some people went overboard. But I'm very happy the minister came with his team, the teachers' unions came with their teams, they sat down and they agreed and sorted out the problem. Now we have clarity on what is going to happen. And I want to say, when I engage teachers, the scheme that they had before was actually working against teachers because they had access to only 900 hospitals. Today, they have access to 9,000 hospitals across the country. Their scheme was good on paper, but was not good in practice. So we have now changed that, and I want to confirm to the teaching fraternity that we are going to make your terms better. Because why? Look, we were paying an average of 24 billion shillings every year for the private insurance. Under SHA, we're going to be spending between 15 and 16 billion. We are saving close to 7 billion shillings every year. Just imagine. Money that was being shared by characters in this town. And they are the ones who are sponsoring all manner of things. Headline this today, they put another headline tomorrow, they put another story, social media, blah, blah, blah. You know, because they have lost, you know, the gravy train. We've stopped the gravy train. But, and that is why when you see all these screaming headlines, oh, SHA is not working, I don't know, the teachers have rejected SHA, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. And you see them in the headline. When you go to read the story inside, there is nothing. It is because it's sponsored, you know, because they want a crisis so that they take us back where they were making 7 billion shillings every year. I want to promise you that will not happen anymore. Not under my administration. Not when I don't know where the right thing is. We will stop them. They have eaten enough. So we are going to work with these teachers. Instead of us paying those characters more money, we better improve the terms of to the teachers because they work for it.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and thank you, our esteemed panelists. We really appreciate your input this day. I just want to give each and every one of us to give our closing remarks. We will end with the President. So we start from Reverend. Give us your last remarks, kindly.
As religious sponsors of the churches and chaplains, we are happy to continue collaborating, especially to making the CBE work, based on what I said earlier, that CBE emphasizes on valuing a person for who they are and excluding the discrimination in terms of access and in terms of creating competencies and also giving our children and the citizens a destiny. So we are ready to continue collaborating and working together, and we hope, as I said, that we shall continue collaborating and having more conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you very much. I also want to emphasize the fact that education is the greatest equalizer, where the poor man's son, daughter, the rich man's son, daughter, meet together in university and get qualifications where they all work together as equals. I also want to say here that we really appreciate the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party on education reforms, which of course is the basis of the discussions here on success and maybe progress that we've made so far. We should at all times be very cautious in disrupting education. And I don't want to leave here without saying this out publicly. One of my colleagues talked about autonomy. Autonomy for junior school teachers. If you really understand the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party on education reforms and the structures that are there in the recommendations, I think we should be the last people as teachers to talk about autonomy. Because look at it, the education budget is constrained. Then you want to introduce another school again within another institution. Because the clamor here is about leadership for grade 7, 8, and 9. And let us all listen to this. When our young teachers claim that heads of those institutions are not qualified to lead them, the qualification here they're referring to is the degree that maybe they have as young men and women. But TSC will confirm here that 90% of our teachers in public schools are graduates. They are graduates. Yes. Head teachers are graduates. So leadership is not about papers. It is experience and how long you've taken to climb to that level. When I came from college, I was the only P1 in that institution. The rest were P4s. I don't even imagine that I should be the deputy head teacher of that institution. So let us get it right and very soberly. The moment we talk about what was not in this recommendation, then we are hell-bent to destroy what we've achieved so far. So leadership is about being firm. You heard about it. We are firm, and we want to say here that autonomy has no place in the Presidential Working Party on education reforms. Because grade 7, 8, and 9 successfully domiciled in primary institutions. I want to say here that the greatest public participation that I've ever come across in this sector was this one that was carried by the Presidential Working Party on education reforms. We all participated. So don't bring in what is not in the reforms.
Thank you.
That is out of question.
Thank you, SG.
So I also want to say here that let us go international on matters education. If we want to go to Singapore, why do we bring ourselves back on matters education by segmenting education again. I want to believe that one time, grade ECD, grade 1, grade 9 to grade 12 will be in one institution. And parents will tell you how they've achieved on matters transition to grade 7, 8, and 9 in expenditure. Imagine grade 7 in high school, the secondary school, grade 8 in secondary school, grade 9 in secondary school. This transition has been very seamless, and I shall forever support the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party on education reforms. Thank you so much.
Thank you, SG. Waziri, your last.
Yeah, thank you. Let me first take this opportunity to thank Your Excellency for being magnanimous enough to be in this particular meeting for this long. We thank you and we don't take it for granted. And to all the stakeholders here, I just want to confirm to you and give a commitment on behalf of the Ministry of Education that the team here, beginning from the highest office in the country, is a listening team. We will receive your recommendations, we'll receive your proposals, we'll discuss, we'll debate, and we'll come up with the best possible solution to the problems or challenges that face our sector, because we are all participants in it, we are all stakeholders in it. So let's continue engaging, let's continue solving the problems. The problems will not stop, but what is important is the capacity to face those problems, face those challenges at the first instance, and get a solution for them for our system to move forward. So thank you for agreeing to be here, for participating. Participate, as I said, authentically, be honest in your deliberations, be open so that we can get the best possible solution. But thank you, and thank you for all the support that you continue giving us in the ministry. Asante sana.
For me, I also want to thank His Excellency for the support we have continued to receive from this current government in our institutions of higher learning, the universities. And they really say that the student-centered funding model, as I said, is a very good model for all of us. And indeed, it's working. But as was pointed out, we still have some challenges, especially the funding gap that was pointed out, and the government is addressing that together with ourselves to see then how best we are able to get over that. And therefore, I would want to say that we'll continue to work together to be able to make this really work, because that's why we are in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And again, I appreciate your time. Give us your last remarks.
Thank you very much. Let me join the good people who have talked here by thanking everybody. I know that a forum like this brings people from different facets, with different ideas, with different experiences, and that is the hybriding of ideas that we need for us to come up with what is not just good, but what is the best. Number two, this is a forum for us to listen to one another. Without, creating a political storm. It's for people to share ideas with decorum in a place where we all can listen to one another. And as Julius has said, we are ready, we are willing to listen. And that is why we have, when we had issues with funding model, we sat down, we brought stakeholders back again, we listened, and we crafted a compromise position that helps us, all of us, move forward. It's the same with all the other outstanding issues that will be canvassed here. I'm going to give you 2 assignments, but before I do that, I know OU has said about the subject of autonomy, which is a debate with the JSS teachers and all the other people. I am sure you will have a conversation, and if the issue is qualifications, that we want the school to be led by a graduate. I think already 90% of the people who are leading schools as are graduates. So I think that's a conversation that can be done without too much friction and create understanding. But let me say the following. I agree, and I am very proud of the outcome of the Presidential Working Party. I think we had 20,000 representations. Those are very comprehensive public participation exercise. And it took time. I even had to increase the time. I think we went all the way to about 8 months of consultations around the country. But let me say the following. I have had two experiences. Lenana School in Nairobi. I went to Lenana School and asked the school, because you have a whole 200 acres, that quite a bit of it is bush, please let us build a primary school. Because the community around Lenana School did not have a school. The only school that was present actually in that, it's called Ngando area, was a private school that actually collapsed, and I think we lost lives because it was made of wood and it was a story building. And so when I went to, when that accident happened and I went there and I saw what had happened and I saw Lenana School was nearby, I tried to request them. But there was a problem. They pushed back. They said, no, they don't want a primary school, blah, blah, blah. But finally, I managed to persuade Lenana School to give us land. And I told them they didn't need to transfer land to primary school. It will remain Lenana School, but it will be the primary section of Lenana School. We have built a school there. In fact, I built with my own resources. We now have 2,000. I think we now have 2,400 students in that school. The community there, which is not an upmarket community, now have a place for their children to go. That's one experience. Then there is my old school, Kapsabet Boys High School, where I did my A-levels. Kapsabet decided to do the opposite. They didn't wait for anybody to tell them to do a primary school. They actually built a primary school. And today, Kapsabet Boys High School starts from ECD. And it is one school. One school. And I was going to sponsor the principal of Lenana School to go and see what's happening in Kapsabet, for them to understand that you can actually have a school that starts from ECD all the way to secondary school, to senior school. And there is absolutely no issue. And it is managed and run as one school. This is something that maybe can be a subject of conversation, especially in schools that have land. For example, Nairobi School. I don't see why Nairobi School, and I am building some dormitory and classrooms in Nairobi School. And yet the community around Nairobi School, they don't have a primary school. I think some of these institutions need to consider, extending facilities, and government can come in and add more. So I'm just proposing that we need to exercise our minds. Is it a possibility that some of the schools can actually be both combined and work? Assignment number 2, we need to have a conversation about scholarships. We've had a big debate, fragmented scholarships. Members of parliament are giving scholarships, counties are giving scholarships, sponsors are giving scholarships, philanthropies are giving scholarships. And sometimes there is a lot of duplication in that space. Can we have a channel? And digitization is going to provide us a framework where through digitization, we will identify all the needy students and put them on one platform so that whoever has money, you don't have to go and look for a student. You will come to that platform, pick 10, pick 20, pick 100, sponsor them. They will have already been identified that they are needy students. So that is another conversation I would really want you guys to have. This forum is a good forum because it has all the stakeholders. And assignment number 3 that I would want to give to this forum is the issue of uniforms. There is a big debate about uniforms and how much they cost. We have all manner of suppliers. Working with schools, you find that some uniforms, I don't know whether they are Stefano Ricci or they are what, because they are very expensive. We need to agree on uniforms. How are they going to be procured? How do we make sure that they are cost effective? There are those who are saying we should not have uniforms. I don't know what their ideas are. How do we, granted, you don't have to be dressed in a certain way to learn, but this is the debate we must have so that we create a uniform playing field, but certainly we need to discuss about the cost of uniform. It is becoming an impediment to education, especially in some schools where uniforms are very expensive. So this is a conversation I think this forum can undertake. Otherwise, I do not want to say more. I am very passionate about this. I could speak for longer because when I got the privilege to be Minister for Higher Education, I realized that this was a very important space and with a lot of impact on human development and national development. I wish you all wonderful consultations, and this forum is here for us to exchange ideas and better education outcomes in the process. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And it's my singular honor now to return this to Mike. Thank you. Thank you.
A round of applause to the panelists, please. I'll kindly request your indulgence, Your Excellency, for a quick photo with the panelists together with the moderators. Let's have a quick photo, a standing photo, please. Let's all be standing. We'll start with the moderators in, then I'll ask the moderators to step out and the 2 PSs to join in. For the photo to look good, I'm told the chairs need to move out, so allow us to do that. All right. Then let me ask the PSs to come in, please. PSs present. PSs. After that, we'll all exit stage as we wind up with the national anthem. Let's look at the camera, please, in front. Thank you. I'll request that we all exit stage except His Excellency. As the rest of us, please rise as we now come to a close of this opening ceremony with the national anthem. So let us all be upstanding as we come to a close of this particular ceremony with the national anthem. Just hold. The anthem. I'll request that we all maintain our positions as we allow His Excellency to exit at his own pleasure.
The singing of the national anthem and of course the departure of the President at this venue of the second National Education Forum 2026 marks the end of the opening session of this very important national discourse in as far as education sector in the country is concerned. Of course, the first session, the key highlight of the first session was a speech by the President Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who spoke passionately and very extensively about reforms in the education sector, what the government is doing, but also, reminding education stakeholders, education officers, education heads in the counties and all regions of the country about the need for integrity and accountability, especially of resources, and being able to account for what they have been sent to do. The President briefly instructing the Ministry of Education to do an audit and go further to digitize all education data, starting from the number of learners, number of parents, teachers, schools, and everything. His a directive coming in the backdrop of audits that were conducted and which revealed the existence of tens of thousands of ghost learners and schools in the country. The President warning that lack of accountability and mismanagement of resources will not be allowed in his government. He also, of course, went ahead to warn teachers, high school teachers, head teachers in the country who have been trying to block the government directive for payment of school fees to be done on e-citizen platform. The President saying that going forward, the government will not do transaction on cash. So that is basically what was said here. But of course, our teams on the news desk are working around the clock to prepare a comprehensive report of what was said in the first session of this National Education Conference. Remember, the sessions will continue after a brief lunch break, but also they will continue until the 9th of May 2026. But of course, KBC Channel 1 will be here to, bring you all the proceedings, what was said, what was done, and of course we will be also watching to see how the education stakeholders will be deliberating in as far as making sure that the reforms that are being conducted can be able to be seen. So from Naivasha, we will be taking you back to Broadcasting House for the continuation of our daily programming. My name is Joseph Ohungu. It has been a pleasure to bring you these live proceedings of the opening session of the Second National Education Conference 2026. Back to you at Broadcasting House, Nairobi.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Ijumaa ya tarehe 8 mwezi Mei tunazuru eneo la Kiambu kuanzia Kikuyu, Limuru, Kimende, Kagwi, Githunguri, Kiambu Town, Banana na kisha tumalizie Ruaka. Tarehe 30 Juni iko mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
My name is Irene Muigai.
My name is Steve Muigai Kim. We met at campus at Egerton University, Joro.
I just saw a guy and we grew to be very good friends.
Lakini alikuwa nakatiwa anakuja ananiambia niliachwa.
And he asked me to be the girlfriend.
Dad did not attend their wedding.
Mom, dad ako wapi? Kwani hawajafika? My uncle had to be pulled.
We differed. Ile mbaya ile ya kuachana. Just because of a key holder. Was it a key holder?
And so I'm very intentional as a mom to help my kids process things.
Who apologizes first after a fight?
Oh.
Clean energy and cutting waste are two big challenges facing us today. Luckily, we don't need to look far to find some pretty smart solutions. So welcome to Eco Africa. I am Sandra Kahumza Twinobio, joining you from Kampala, right here in Uganda.
Thank you, Sandra. Yes, sometimes it seems too difficult to fix all the problems facing our environment, but we want to show you how every little bit of progress helps. I am Chris Elems coming to you from Lagos, Nigeria. And here's what we've got for you. How Nigeria is pushing back against single-use plastics. The valuable work of a citizen scientist of the Spanish Mediterranean coast. And how a 19-year-old inventor is bringing light to his village in Malawi. For our first report, we stay right here in Nigeria and the vibrant mega city of Lagos, which has a huge plastic waste problem. It's so bad the state government has banned plastic items that are used just once and thrown away. Many people have celebrated the decision, but as we'll see, the reaction of others shows how hard it can be to change our ways.
Lagos is literally drowning in trash. Discarded plastic packaging is everywhere. The city's waterways, in particular, have become a dumping ground for more than 130,000 tons of garbage each year. Lagos State's Environment Ministry has now banned single-use plastics and polystyrene, but it's not that easy. It's wrapped up with many people's livelihoods.
They can't cancel it just like that. There are some people that are using it as a means of living. So what would they be doing? How about the production people? What would they be doing?
I can't tell you if I'm happy or sad about this news. The takeaway styrofoam pack is cheaper than reusable plastic products. So many customers choose to get their food in the styrofoam pack because it's cheap. I don't know how the government will go about implementing this ban because it's not our fault.
Environmental researcher Temitope Sogbamu knows how damaging plastic can be. She says the government has made the right move, even if some will find it hard to adapt.
We are talking about like the informal sector
recycling companies that depend on collections of PET bottles and all of that. This will affect them. But then it's pros and cons. We are looking at the long-term environmental sustainability and effects of banning this.
Implementing the ban won't be easy. Many businesses are simply not ready. They'll need time to overhaul their production process. But activist Oluwaseyi Moejo believes it can be done.
We have once lived without plastic. There was once a Nigeria without plastic, and we survived. It is very much possible, but I understand that the convenience of plastic is quite blinding. But I would like to say this: convenience at the cost of our lives and future is too expensive.
Lagos' many street vendors will also welcome less garbage on the streets, but they don't know what they can use in place of plastic packaging.
When we think about the way people are making use of it, it's not good because it always blocks good cutters. But they can still give us chance to advise us that if they use this, they should keep it in dustbin. They should be keeping it because it's not even making sense to be putting food inside nylon because of the chemical.
Whether biodegradable or reusable packaging, there are many options out there to help with polystyrene and plastic waste.
Indeed, there are. And some of those alternatives have been around for a very long time. We visited some people in southwestern Nigeria who are helping to bring back a traditional food packaging that is completely natural, grows in abundance, and it's even thought to have taste-boosting properties.
This is no religious ceremony, but you
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Ijumaa ya tarehe 8 mwezi Mei tunazuru eneo la Kiambu kuanzia Kikuyu, Limuru, Kimende, Kagwi, Githunguri, Kiambu Town, Banana na kisha tumalizie Ruaka. Tarehe 30 Juni kwa mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
I never felt this way before. You don't have other plans? How about you come to my place?
Back in the day, if you said that, it would mean you're firing us.
A personal matter affected you. And your promotion. I'm really sorry. He lives here too. Every day. He only talks to the staff or the guests. Does he really know more about feelings?
Hebu fikiria environment kama hii hapa Western Kenya. Eti mtu atatoka hapa aende Nairobi kusoma university to conquer the world. Mimi Andrew nitahakikisha hiyo ndoto imezimwa. Tazama hayo yote kwa Gundu KBC Tuesday to Thursday 7:30 p.m. Leo sio kesho.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Ijumaa ya tarehe 8 mwezi Mei tunazuru eneo la Kiambu kuanzia Kikuyu, Limuru, Kimende, Kagwi, Githunguri, Kiambu Town, Banana na kisha tumalizie Ruaka. Tarehe 30 Juni iko mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
For the Senate plenary sitting this afternoon of the 7th day of May, the year 2026. This is the live broadcast of the Senate proceedings, streaming from the Senate chambers, Parliament buildings in Nairobi. And it is a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you are joining us for these proceedings this afternoon. Just about a minute to 2:30 in the PM, the time allocated for the sitting. And on your screens that is inside the Senate chambers, members of the Senate should be making their way into the chamber, and of course we should be also expecting the Speaker's procession in a short while. But as we wait for that and for the sitting to commence, we shall take a look at the business that the members of the Senate shall be transacting this afternoon. Now, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 53, Paragraph 1, there are senators who this afternoon will be seeking statements from various standing committees. And these statements relate to matters, maybe county, inter-county, national, regional, or even international concerns. And this afternoon, the Senator for Kakamega County, Honorable Dr. Bonnie Halwale, will this afternoon seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources, and this regards the disputed property in Kakamega town, namely the land belonging to Otiende Estate and the adjacent parcel of land where First Beth Academy is built. This is a statement that the honorable member will be seeking responses to from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. Members of the Senate have started making their way into the chamber. This afternoon, the Senator for Samburu County, Honorable Dr. Lelegwel Tumbesi, also has a statement that he will be seeking from the Standing Committee on Energy, and this regards the implementation of corporate social responsibility, commonly abbreviated as CSR programs, by the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company Limited, KETRACO, in Samburu County. The Senator for Marsabit County, Honorable Mohammed Chute, will this afternoon also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the rehabilitation of roads in Marsabit County damaged as a result of heavy rains. And also the Senator for Wajir County, Honorable Abbas Mohammed, this afternoon also has a statement that he will be seeking responses to from the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration, and this regards concerns on fairness, equity, and national cohesion in the recruitment exercise conducted by the Kenya Ports Authority. This is a statement that the Honorable Senator for Wajir County will be seeking responses to, or at least to be able to understand this particular concern from the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration. If you're just joining us, that the House is about to commence. Members of the Senate are making their way into the chamber. And of course, in a short while, we should be expecting to see the Speaker's procession making its way into the House to be able to signal that the House can commence. And right at the far end of the red carpet aisle, we can see the Speaker's procession leading straight from the Speaker's office into the chamber. Sergeant at Arms, and of course with the mess ahead of the Speaker, symbol of authority. That procession is making its way into the House. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, he will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. That is the procession of the Speaker making its way into the chamber. You will now allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast that is brought to you by PBU in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Good afternoon.
Sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu, tutakuomba utuajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do you have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Members of the Senate are still making their way into the House. The prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, the Speaker has indicated that the quorum has not been attained yet for the House to be able to commence its sitting, and directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes to give room to the members of the Senate to be able to make their way into the House. And as we continue, or as we wait for the House to correct, is that we shall continue to take a look at the business that they will be transacting this afternoon. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 52, paragraph 1, the Senator for Narok County, Honorable Ledama Olekina, will make a statement regarding the current fiscal approach adopted by the National Treasury on the funding of Parliament and its critical functions. This is a statement that the Honorable Senator for Narok County will this afternoon make on the floor of the House. Now, you will recall that on Wednesday afternoon, during the afternoon sitting, members of the Senate began debate regarding the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Bill number 21 of 2025, whose monies are to be given to the counties, the marginalized counties, or counties that have been categorized as marginalized, and to benefit from this fund by the end of the 30th of the year 2026. And this is a bill that debate on it has not yet been concluded or exhausted. This matter is coming up or lined up for resumption on the floor of the House this afternoon. Some of the concerns that members of the Senate raised during the debate on the afternoon of Wednesday, the 6th of May, the year 2026, were concerns around the delays in the disbursement of these monies to the areas or to the counties which need to receive these monies and be able to undertake projects that these monies are intended to fund, projects on the water sector, projects on the infrastructure, projects on healthcare, and also projects on electricity, where the counties are yet to receive these resources or to be able to be at par with other counties. These monies are the ones that are meant or intended to conduct that particular work. However, the concerns that members of the Senate were raising yesterday during the debate is that the Treasury has been delaying in the disbursement of these monies, and they were indicating that they need to find a strategy to be able to ensure that the monies are disbursed on time. One other concern that was raised, more members of the Senate making their way into the House, just to remind you, is that the work of the Senate also includes that which is done from the committees, not just the one that is done at the plenary. So members of the Senate also have to work from the committees and then also make their way into the House during the afternoon sitting. So regarding the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, members of the Senate also called on the governors to be able to ensure that the funds... Oh, let's listen into the Speaker. Good afternoon.
Honorable Senators, we do have quorum now, so kindly take your seats so that we start the day's business. Clerk, you may call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Now, Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of 2 teachers and 48 students from Enomatasiani Girls School in Kajiado County. The delegation is visiting the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the senator for Nairobi City County, under 1 minute to extend a word of welcome.
For a moment there, I thought the speaker had forgotten that Kajiado is neighbors and borders Nairobi. Many people from Kajiado call it the bedroom of Nairobi. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all the students who have come to visit us this afternoon. I wish them a good session here in the Senate. I'm hoping that you will stay long enough to follow some of the debate. We wish you well in your studies. We're hoping that in future, some of you can sit in this chamber, because I can assure you, other than I think Senator Cherargei, many of us don't plan to be here forever. So I am hoping that I am hoping that you I am hoping that you will one day occupy these seats, but you need to focus on your education now. Get done with that, and we wish you all the best as the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Majority Leader, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, 7th May 2026. Annual report of the Office of the Control of Budget for financial year 2024-2025.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 52. The statement by the Senator for Narok County, Senator Ledama, is deferred. Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Senator for Kakamega County, the Honorable Dr. Boni Halwale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the disputed property in Kakamega Town, namely that land belonging to Otiende Estate and adjacent parcel of public interest on which faith-based academy is built. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the ownership status, acreage and title numbers of the land comprising Otiende Estate and the adjacent parcel of public interest on which faith-based academy is built, including authenticated copies of the original title documents relating to both properties. 2, whether the parcel of land on which Faith-based Academy is built was lawfully transferred, allocated, leased, or otherwise made available to Faith-based Academy or any private developer, including the legal and administrative procedure that was followed. 3, whether the requisite approvals were obtained for the transfer, allocation, lease, or change of use of the land, including, Mr. Speaker, approvals by the Kakamega County Executive Committee, the Kakamega County Assembly, and the National Land Commission, and copies of the relevant minutes, resolutions, Hansard proceedings in the County Assembly, and relevant approvals. 4, whether public participation was undertaken before the transfer, allocation, lease, or change of use of the public interest land, including the public participation report, minutes, attendance register, and particulars of the members of the public who participated in the public participation. 5, the basis and procedure used, if any, to hive off approximately 2 acres from 16-acre Otiende estate land, which is being fenced for use by Faith-Based Academy. 6, the nature of interest held by Faith-Based Academy and its appropriators in the disputed parcels of land, and whether the interest is held jointly, separately, or through any entity connected to Faith-Based Academy. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator for Samburu County, the Honorable Dr. Lelegwe.
Request for statement on implementation of corporate social responsibility programs by the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company Limited in Samburu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Energy on a matter of county-wide concern regarding implementation of corporate social responsibility programs by the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company Limited, Kentraco, in Samburu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, Samburu County hosts several strategic energy transmission infrastructure, including the Ethiopia-Kenya 500 kV and the Loyangalani-Suswa 400 kV transmission lines. These projects are of immense national and regional significance, contributing to energy security, regional power trade, and grid stability. Despite this contribution, there is no visible evidence of meaningful CSR interventions by Kentraco in Samburu County. This is in contrast with other counties hosting similar transmission infrastructure, including Kajiado County, which has benefited from visible CSR interventions under projects such as the Kenya-Tanzania Power Interconnection Project. Further, Samburu County remains among the counties with low connectivity to the national electricity grid despite hosting major energy infrastructure. This raises questions of equity, inclusion, and public accountability in the way host communities benefit from national infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the details of all corporate social responsibility initiatives by Kentraco in Samburu County since the commissioning of the Ethiopia-Kenya 500 kV and the Loyangalani-Suswa 400 kV transmission lines, including the scope, cost, location, and beneficiaries of each of the initiatives. 2, whether Kentraco conducted stakeholder mapping, public participation, or community needs assessment in Samburu County before, during, or after the implementation of the projects to inform CSR planning, and if so, obtain the relevant reports, attendance records, and evidence of how community priorities were incorporated in their CSR programs. 3, whether there are any other planned Kentraco CSR interventions targeting education, health, environmental conservation, community infrastructure, and electricity connectivity within Samburu County, and if so, obtain the associated implementation timelines. 4, a comprehensive analysis of CSR investments undertaken by Kentraco in all counties hosting its energy transmission infrastructure, and the reasons for any disparities in the allocation of CSR resources across the counties. And 5, the measures put in place by the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum and Kentraco to ensure equitable distribution of CSR benefits across and within counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator for Marsabit County, the Honorable Mohammed Chute.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Senator of Marsabit County, I read his request for statement: emergency rehabilitation of roads in Marsabit County damaged by heavy rains. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the deterioration of several key roads in Marsabit County following the recent heavy rains. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ongoing rains have caused extensive damage to road infrastructure across Marsabit County. Flooding and erosion have rendered critical transport corridors impassable, severely disrupting the movement of people, goods, humanitarian assistance, medical referrals, and security operations. This situation has exposed residents on economic hardship, delayed emergency response services, and heightened vulnerability among already marginalized communities. The most affected roads include the Odada-Nadaba Road, Nyayo Road within Marsabit Town, Uran Road, the Loyangalani Access Road, the Shur Marsabit Road, and the Songa Marsabit Road. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the immediate interventions being taken by the Ministry of Roads and Transportation to rehabilitate the affected roads, including timelines for restoration of accessibility. 2, the coordination mechanisms between the national government, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, and the county government to ensure swift response in maintaining roads in the area and ensure continued accessibility of affected roads during the rainy seasons. 3, whether a rapid assessment has been conducted to determine the extent of damage caused by the recent heavy rains across Marsabit County, and especially the resources allocated for emergency repair works. And 4, the long-term plans and the budgetary provisions in place to upgrade, climate-proof, and improve drainage systems along these roads to enhance resilience against recurrent flooding and extreme weather events. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator for Wajir County, the Honorable Abbas Mohammed.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration on matters of national concern regarding the concerns of fairness, equity, and national cohesion. So on matter of national cohesion concern of national cohesion in March 2026 recruitment exercise conducted by KBA, Kenya Port Authority. Honorable Speaker, the recruitment exercise conducted by Kenya Port Authority has led to public outcry regarding regional balance, inclusivity, and adherence to the constitutional principles of equity, diversity, and equal opportunity in public service. As a national institution serving the entire Republic of Kenya, Kenya Port Authority is expected to reflect the face of Kenya in its employment practice. In the statement, the committee shall address the following: the number of positions advertised, the number of applicants, and the number of successful candidates in the recruitment exercise. This aggregated by county, region, gender, persons with disability, marginalized groups. 2, whether the recruitment process complied with Article 10, 27, and 56, and 232 of the Constitution on national values and principles of governance, equality and non-discrimination, protection of minorities and marginalized groups, fair competition, merit, inclusiveness, representation of Kenya's diverse communities in public service appointment. 3, the measures undertaken by the Kenya Ports Authority to ensure fairness, transparency, regional balance, inclusivity, and equal opportunity during the recruitment process. 4, the role played by relevant oversight institutions, including the National Cohesion and Integration Commission and the Public Service Commission in monitoring compliance with equity, diversity, regional balance requirements during the recruitment exercise by the State Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries for the period January to 1st April 2026, pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B. Standing Order 56-1B of the Senate Standing Orders, to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries during the first quarter of the 5th session, that is January to 1st April 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senate Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries is established under Standing Order 2283 of the Senate Standing Orders and is mandated to consider all matters relating to agriculture, irrigation, livestock, fisheries, development, and veterinary services. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 16 sittings, during which it considered 4 bills and 9 statements. Additionally, the committee had meetings with the Kenya Sugar Board and the National Cereals and Produce Board to deliberate on matters under the committee's purview. Mr. Speaker, sir, during its most recent retreat held in Mombasa County, the committee held a meeting with the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation to deliberate on matters relating to irrigation development. The committee resolved that the ministry should strengthen coordination with county governments in the management of irrigation projects and directed the Cabinet Secretary to furnish the House with a county disaggregated list of all projects under the Community Irrigation Projects, the Smallholder Irrigation Program, and the National Expanded Irrigation Program. Additionally, the committee conducted a site visit of the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute in Mombasa on 12th to 16th March of 2026. The purpose of the visit was to fact-finding mission, noting that the fisheries sector plays a critical role in supporting food security, livelihoods, and economic. The principal, sorry, Honorable Speaker. The principal, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just a minute, Honorable Speaker, just to confirm something. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Economic development, producing approximately 180,000 to 200,000 tons of fish annually and supporting over 2 million Kenyans directly and indirectly. Mr. Speaker, sir, during this season, or this session, the committee had a joint retreat with its counterpart committee in the National Assembly on invitation by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development on 8th and 13th of April 2026. The retreat enhanced the committee capacity on food imports, necessary interventions. It also provided a platform for engagement between the Ministry and Agriculture Committee drawn from the two houses on the key policy, legislative, and regulatory measures required to address the increasing reliance on food imports. Honorable Speaker, on bills, during the period under review, the committee considered the following 5 bills. Mediation on the Coffee Bill 2023, Senate Bills number 10 of 2023. The bill was processed by the Mediation Committee in December 2025 and was assented to on 13th March 2026 during the current reporting period. Mediation on the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly's number 21 of 2023. The bill was processed and passed in the Senate with amendments on 21st March 2024 and thereafter referred to the National Assembly where it was passed with amendments on 18th October 2024. The committee considered and adopted the report for tabling in the Senate. The National Assembly considered the report from the Senate and they did not agree with some of the amendments from the Senate. Therefore, the bill was referred for mediation committee. 10. The committee had its first meeting on Wednesday, 11th March 2026 and agreed on a mediation version of the report that was considered and anonymously adopted by the committee. Livestock Protection and Sustainability Bill 2024, Senate Bills number 32 of 2024. The bill was read at the first time in the Senate on 6th August 2024. The committee facilitated public participation and the committee received submissions from the Council of Governors and the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. The committee report was considered and adopted on 26 March 2026 and was tabled in the House on 31st March 2026. The Seed and Plant Varieties Bill 2025, Senate Bill number 4 of 2025. The Seeds and Plant Varieties Amendment Bill 2025, Senate Bills number 4 of 2025, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 66 on 9th May 2025. It was introduced in the Senate by way of first reading on Wednesday, 9th July 2025, and subsequently stood committed to the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries pursuant to Standing Order 145. The principal object of the bill is to amend the Seed and Plant Varieties Act to introduce a standard-based seed registration system to be administered by the Kenya Bureau of Standards. This system is intended to operate alongside the existing certification system managed by the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, KEFIS. The committee processed the bill and prepared and tabled its report in the Senate on 24th March 2026. The bill is currently at the committee stage. The Agriculture Produce Minimum Guaranteed Returns, Bills 2025, Senate Bill number 17 of 2025. The bill was read a first time on Tuesday, 28 October 2025, and thereafter stood committed to for the consideration to the committee. The bill was subsequently committed to the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries for consideration. The committee published an advertisement in the national dailies on Tuesday, 11th November 2025, seeking for a memorandum. The principal object of this bill is to establish a framework through which county governments can guarantee farmers a minimum return on their produce in order to cushion them against unpredictable market fluctuations. The bill is currently undergoing public participation, with the committee having resolved to undertake targeted stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, 9 statements were sought from the committee as follows. 1. Statements sought by Senator Professor Tom Ojienda regarding ongoing initiatives aimed at restoring degraded agricultural land in Kisumu County. Statements sought by Senator Professor Ojienda regarding death of fish in fish cages in Lake Victoria. Statements sought by Senator Alexander Mondigi, Dr. MP, regarding pest infestation threatening Muguka crop yields in Embu County. Statements sought by Senator Edwin Sifuna, MP, regarding lapse of the common market for Eastern and Southern Africa COMESA sugar safeguard regime. Statement sought by Senator James Murango, mbunge, kuhusu mradi wa kiwanda cha kusindika nyanya eneo la Kangai, kaunti ya Kirinyaga. Statement sought by Senator James Murango, MP, regarding performance of Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, KALRO, in soil testing and analysis. Statement sought by James Murango, MP Senator, regarding allocation and disbursement of the Commodities Fund for the clearance of coffee cooperative debt. Statement sought by Senator Eddie Okech, MP, regarding waiver of Agricultural Finance Corporation loans owed by farmers in Migori who were affected by 2011-2014 drought. And statement sought by Senator Enoch Wambua, MP, regarding use of emergency funds by county governments to purchase seed for residents in arid and semi-arid ASAL counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, out of the 9 statements, 2 statements have been concluded as follows. Statements sought by Senator Mundigi, MP, Doctor, regarding pest infestation threatening Muguka crop yields in Embu County. Letter forwarding response shared with the Senator. B. Statement sought by Senator Edwin Sifuna, MP, regarding lapse of the common market of Eastern and Southern Africa COMESA sugar safeguard regime. Letter forwarding response shared with Senator. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the next quarter, the committee will prioritize the following legislative agenda. 1. Engagements with county governments on the implementation status of irrigation, agriculture, and food security projects undertaken by the respective counties. 2. Undertake inspection visit to assess progress on the Mwenche Multipurpose Dam project and the Galana Gulalu irrigation projects, accompanied by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, as well as water and irrigation, respectively. 3. Commence the mediation on the MAGBIN Bill 2022, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022, and finally, undertake a retreat to deliberate on issues of concern raised on various bills with participation from targeted stakeholders, and further to consider and adopt the reports on the bills before the committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Senator David Wafula Wakoli, MP. Thank you.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Energy. That statement is deferred. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A statement relating to the activities of Standing Committee of Finance and Budget, pursuant to Standing Order 56-1 for the period between 10th February and 30th April 2026. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee of Finance and Budget for the first quarter of the 5th session covering a period between 10th Feb and 30th April 26. During the period under review, the committee held 19 sittings, during which it processed and concluded 36 statements, considered 4 bills and 1 legislative proposal, and tabled 3 reports. Attached to this statement is a schedule of the legislative business considered by the committee and their status. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, the committee processed and tabled reports on 1. The 2026 budget policy statement, where the committee recommended that the county equitable share for financial year 2026-2027 be approved at Kenya shillings 454.73 billion. 2, the 2026 medium-term debt management strategy, MTDS, and the division of revenue bill National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026, the committee proposed that the schedule to the bill be amended to provide that the county equitable share for financial year 26-27 be Kenya shillings 454.73 billion. The committee also undertook joint county oversight engagements with the Standing Committee of Lands and Environment and Natural Resources to inspect projects funded by additional conditional allocation for financing locally led action, that is FLOCA, in the county of Kwale and Kilifi. The objective of the visit was to inspect, assess, and familiarize with the status of the implementation of the projects funded by FLOCA program. The committee also considered a legislative proposal on the PFM amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, as I proceed, in accordance with Article 118(2) of the Constitution and Senate standing orders, the committee held consultative meetings with National Treasury and Economic Planning, Commission of Revenue, Office of the Control of Budget, and the Council of Governors. The committee also engaged in other non-state actors in legislative business. These actors included County Assembly Forum, Institute of Certified Public Accounts of Kenya, ISPAC, Budget Hub, Institute of Public Finance, Institute of Economic Affairs. The committee sought public views on legislative businesses, including the 2026 BPS and MTDS, Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill 2025 of National Assembly 21 of 2026, and County Government's Additional Allocation Bill 2026 through advertisements in 2 national newspapers and other social media platforms, and that is actually what we were embarking on today. Number 9, Mr. Speaker, the committee followed and agreed mechanisms for processing statements, providing senators with responses as soon as they received from the relevant agency or county. The senator is required to indicate any issue that need clarification within 14 days, failure to which then the statement is considered concluded. And this one, Mr. Speaker, if you do a statement with the Committee of Finance, get a response. If you don't respond within 14 days, we assume, of course, that you are satisfied with the response from the relevant office. Number 9, Mr. Speaker, during the second quarter of the year, the committee is scheduled to, 1, process and table reports on the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, and the Public Procurement Asset Disposal Bill. The request by National Treasury and Economic Planning for approval of stoppage of funds to the county government of Meru, something that we've executed today, Mr. Speaker, and that has been stopped. Undertake county oversight engagements to inspect projects funded by the additional allocation for FLOCA and Equalization Fund in Kisumu, Vihiga, Embu, Kirinyaga, and Wajir counties. Thereafter, the committee will table a report on the visits for consideration by the House, and we urge the relevant senators elected in those regions to accompany the committee. Consider the control of budget report on the implementation of the county government's budget. Lastly, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank your office and the office of the Clerk of the Senate for the continuous support accorded to the committee in its work in executing its mandates. Lastly, I wish to thank the members of the committee, the chairman of the committee, Ali Roba, Dr. Boni Halwale, Senator Faki, Senator Esi, Senator Mariam, Senator Onyonka, and Senator Eddie, and yours truly, for the commitment in executing its mandate. I thank you all. God bless.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)B to make a statement related to the activities of the Standing Committee on Health for the first quarter on the 5th session covering the period between February and April 2026. During the period under review, the committee held 26 sittings, which it considers 2 bills, 1 petition, Budget Policy Statements 2026, and follow up on the implementation status of one Senate resolution. During the same period, 21 statements were referred to the committee for considerations. In this period, the committee considered stakeholder submission on 2 bills that had been committed for considerations, considered and tabled in its report on the bill. These are the Assisted Reproductive Bill and Autism Management Bill. During the period under review, the committee also considered its considerations on the petition-related alleged discriminations, interference, and violation of the clinical officers' practice rights by the Ministry of Health, the Council of Governors, and the SHA laid its reports on the table of the Senate. The petition on the CUSO raised a question touching on the health system, labor relations, health workforce, governance, and access to service. In its report, the committee noted that the clinical officers are often the first and in many places only the point of contact for patients, especially in the rural and underserved areas, where they provide diagnosis, treatments, and minor surgical procedures and long-term disease management. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee considered oversight visits in 5 counties, that is Lamu, Nakuru, Bungoma, Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, and Nandi. Mr. Speaker, sir, specific objective of these visits are to assess the state and the quality of the infrastructure, facilities and hospital equipment, and provision of emergency service and automations of the healthcare provision system for the patients, drugs, commodity management, and availability of requisite healthcare personnel, the gaps and the challenges, if any, and the counties face in regard to healthcare workers, access the availability of the drugs and medical supplies in the healthcare facilities in the county. Mr. Speaker, the engagement involved visiting to the key health facility, direct interactions with the county leadership, healthcare workers, and the members of the public. Mr. Speaker, during the visit, the committee observed a chronic staff shortage and low staff morale and motivations. In relation to the infrastructure, the equipment, the safety, and many healthcare facilities exhibit significant infrastructural deteriorations, inadequate facilities, severe overcrowding. The medical equipment is often non-functional, breakdown, or lying idle due to lack of reagents or technical experts. Several counties have significant capital-intensive healthcare projects that have either installed or remain non-operational years after initiation. Another observation is that the counties routinely face supply shortages of essential drugs, reagents, consumables. While improvements in the KEMSA fill rates were noted in some areas, unmet supply needs, persistence, and facing patients to purchase a medicine privately. Accumulation of the expired drugs on the shelves and in store is widespread, indicating a poor stock management and inadequate disposal procedures. Health record management and inventory record system is heavily reliant on a sufficient manual paper-based process. Mr. Speaker, during the period of under review, 21 statements were committed to the committee for considerations. The committee sought a report on the issue, raised a statement from the relevant stakeholder. In this regard, the committee received 15 responses, which were submitted to the senators for their consideration. Subsequently, the committee has considered The committee has considered 8 statements, instances where their response were found to be unsatisfactory and insufficient. The committee sorted supplementary informations and clarifications from the concerned stakeholders. During the second quarter, the committee will follow up on implementation status of the Senate resolution pursuant to provision of Standard Order 2284. The committee will also consider the reports on the cells, tissue, and organ transplant service in Kenya and operational reports of the SHA. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to thank your office, the Office of the Clerk, the Senate for continue supporting according to the committee to execute its mandates, and also wishes to thank the member of the committees for diligence and contribution to undertake the committee mandate. Thank you.
A statement pursuant to Standing Order 57-1, the Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Statement by the Senate Majority Leader on the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, 12th, 2026, pursuant to Standing Order 57-1. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 57-1, I hereby present the business for the week commencing Tuesday, 12th May, 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, the status of legislative business before the Senate is as follows. 1. 66 bills are pending conclusion, of which 49 are at second reading, 16 are at committee of the whole, and 1 awaiting first reading. 2. 17 motions are pending conclusion. 3. 17 petitions are pending conclusion by respective standing committees. Of these petitions, 15 are due for reporting. And finally, 515 statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 are under consideration by respective standing committees. Mr. Speaker, sir, as indicated in today's order paper, at orders number 8 to 14, there are several bills pending division at second reading, and at order number 15, the motion on the consideration of the report on the Mediation Committee on the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly, number 24 of 2023, is likewise awaiting division. I therefore implore upon honorable senators to remain in the chamber so that the pending divisions may be undertaken, and urge the party whips to ensure that the requisite number of county delegations are present to enable the Senate to dispense with the business. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the next sitting of the Senate on Tuesday, 12th May 2026, the tentative business for the day will include business not concluded from today's order paper, as well as business indicated in the notice paper. The tentative business for the morning sitting on Wednesday, 13th May 2026, will include questions to Cabinet Secretaries as approved by the Senate Business Committee, as well as motions. The questions scheduled include 1. Questions to the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy. Questions to Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. And question to the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry. Mr. Speaker, sir, the tentative business for the afternoon sitting on Wednesday, 13th May 2026, will include business not concluded on Tuesday's order paper and the following. Bills at second reading. 1. Agriculture and Food Authority Amendment Bill, Senate number 13, 2023. The County Government's Senate Officers Removal from Office Procedure Bill, Senate Bills number 34 of 2024. The County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate number 39 of 2024. The Street Naming and Property Addressing System Bill, Senate number 43 of 2024. The County Government's Laws Amendment Bill, Senate number 52 of 2024. And the County Government Laws Amendment Bill, Senate number 14 of 2025. B, bills at Committee of the Whole. 1, the Seed and Plant Varieties Amendment Bill, Senate number 4 of 2025. The Sport Amendment Bill, Senate number 33 of 2024. The Electronic Equipment Disposal, Recycling and Reuse Bill, Senate number 5 of 2025. The Bill Procurement and Asset Disposal, National Assembly Bill 48 of 2024. Motions. Report on the Standing Committee on Health of the County Oversight and Networking Engagement in Kitui, Makueni, Machakos counties. Report on the Standing Committee on Health on the County Oversight and Networking Engagements in Kiambu County. Report on the Standing Committee on Health on the County Oversight and Networking Engagements in Bungoma and Kakamega counties. Report on the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on Sessional Paper number 1 of 2025 on Foreign Policy of the Republic of Kenya. Number 8, the projected business for Thursday, 14th May 2026 will include business not concluded on the order paper for Wednesday, 13th May 2026 and any other business scheduled by the Senate Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, sir, as honorable senators will recall, the Senate is scheduled to proceed on recess at the rise of the Senate on Thursday, 14th May 2026 in the accordance with the Senate calendar. I therefore once again urge honorable senators with business scheduled on the order paper and the program of the Senate business for next week to be available in the Senate to prosecute the same. I thank you and hereby lay the statement on the table of the Senate. On behalf of Senator Aaron Cheriot, EGHMP, Senate Majority Leader. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senators. I will allow comments on the statements that have been sought for a period not exceeding 15 minutes. So if you get an opportunity to speak, kindly do so for not more than 3 minutes. However, no comments shall be made on the statements that has been requested by Senator Abbas, because it has been established that that particular statement is in violation of Standing Order 54, and therefore the same is hereby expunged from the record until such a time that particular violation is cured. The Honorable Senator for Nairobi City County, Senator Sifuna. Senator Cheranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, let me comment on one statement by the Senator, distinguished Senator of Marsabit. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to blame the rains, because there are so much rains for us farmers. We are happy that there is a lot of rains, there is a lot of food. So, Speaker, my only concern is on the issue of roads that he has raised. I think the Ministry of Roads and Transport was unfair, because if you look what the Ministry of Roads did, they only allocated over 8 billion to under Kura within Nairobi City County roads, Mr. Speaker, leaving other counties. And you know, under Kera budget, there is always emergency funds. And I know you have been served as Member of Parliament before. I don't know whether the Kera emergency funds, 40%, and even Senator Maanzo has already been there. So the question is, why would they allocate only Nairobi 8 billion, Mr. Speaker? And even they have gone ahead to put 5 billion within CBD roads, Jogo roads, and Soweto areas, Mr. Speaker. So I believe the Ministry of Roads and Transport must tell us what is happening, because we would have expected in this 8 billion that is allocated to Nairobi, at least each and every county should get at least some allocation for repair of roads, Mr. Speaker, while we empathize and sympathize with Kenyans, because we are told across the country for a couple of few days, 18 Kenyans have died. And we have seen even across the country. Remember, Iten Kabarnet Road was blocked because of heavy rains. There is a bridge in my county called Chebnoet Bridge, Mr. Speaker. There is one in Bonjoke in Aldai. There is another one, Mr. Speaker, in Tindred constituency, Mr. Speaker, in Nandi County. And I know it's virtually across many counties, Mr. Speaker. So we hope the Roads and Transport Committee will be able to tell us. Finally, secondly, Mr. Speaker, is there are many roads, Mr. Speaker, including your county, Kilifi, and across the country, even in Nandi, where contractors have been given contract. Would it be hard for the Ministry of Roads through Kura, Kera, and Kena, who are the supervising agents, to ensure as the contractors do the roads, they maintain so that it becomes passable for the benefit of Kenyans that are using these roads, Mr. Speaker. And you saw even the case of Tana River. It is now flooding and people are moving because of heavy floods that we see in Tana River, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally on the issue of health, the one on Agriculture Committee, Mr. Speaker, I had a question where I had requested that under the Crops Act of 2019, Mr. Speaker, all cereals must measure 90 kilograms, must measure 50 kilograms. But Mr. Speaker, I brought, and I'm happy the Chair of Agriculture is there, that why is it that maize is measured at 50 kilograms, while potatoes, mung beans, Mr. Speaker, beans are measured at 50 kilograms. They are ripping off from maize farmers, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the Chair of Agriculture who is here should listen and address that matter, because it is affecting and demoralizing my maize farmers, Mr. Speaker, yet it is in the law. The National Cereals and Produce Board must and should buy maize at 50 kilos so that my maize farmers in Nandi, in Uasin Gishu, and across the country can get opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Manzo.
Mr. Speaker, I equally arise to support Senator Chute. Mr. Speaker, recently Senator Chute took me and Senator Consolata to his county. And specifically, we, as a Committee of National Cohesion, we were going to help sort out some cohesive issues in the north, and especially with the border with Ethiopia. And Mr. Speaker, it took us over 12 hours to get to Moyale. But thank God and President Kibaki, he did the Moyale road. It used to take 4 days to get to Moyale from Nairobi. But any other place you have to leave the main road, Mr. Speaker, you cannot move. In fact, from Moyale to Mandera is 400 kilometers on a rough road with the rivers. And it tells me that if you go with a brand new car, and you have to carry 4 other new tires, because you are going to lose all your tires on the way. Mr. Speaker, bearing in mind that we have rolled a levy and that we are raising a lot of taxes from fuel, we should be able to grade roads and do roads in every single county of this nation, Mr. Speaker. The situation in Marsabit is very wanting, and Mr. Speaker, it's a county blessed with a lot of, resources, Mr. Speaker. We have places you can do new towns. We have places you can, do animals and even slaughter them there, and even, because of being halal, send them to Middle East very easily using cargo planes. The nation has not invested in northern Kenya, and I think it should begin with the roads. That is where it pains most, so that the people in that area can have access. The communities live far and wide. They are very hard to reach, and I think it's a high time now we made equal opportunity for this nation, Mr. Speaker. It is not only Marsabit County suffering. Makueni County also got a very little allocation even to do the roads which belong to the county. And after the rains, almost every county in the Republic, Mr. Speaker, has a challenge with feeder roads, with roads where you can transport food produce, where you can transport animals for those who rear animals. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the committee dealing with the roads should really take this matter seriously so that we have equal distribution of resources in the Republic. I thank you and I support.
Senator Kinyua.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Nataka kuchangia taarifa iliyoletwa na Senator Boni Halwale kuhusu umiliki wa ardhi, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kamati inayohusika ambayo inaongozwa na Senator wa Mombasa, Senator Faki, wanapaswa washughulikie hili jambo, kwa sababu umiliki wa ardhi katika Jamhuri ya Kenya, kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa zile hati miliki za ardhi, unapata kunakuwa na migogoro, unapata hata mauaji yanatokea, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa hizi hati miliki. Kwa hivyo kamati inapaswa wafuatilie kabisa, na hasa hii tume ya kitaifa ya ardhi waweze kutoa mwongozo dhabiti, kujulikane kwamba ni nani mwenye shamba, ana shamba kiasi kipi, ndio kuache kuwa na huu mgogoro ambao unapata na hawa wakora wanaingilia katikati na wanaanza kunyakua mashamba ya watu, Bwana Spika. na hilo ndilo jambo ambalo linasumbua. Ukienda Laikipia, mheshimiwa, mahali kunaitwa Dhome, shida ni hii, watu hana hati miliki za mashamba. Kwa hivyo hawa wafanyi biashara walagai wanaingilia kati na kuchukua zile shamba na kuleta vita. Si Dhome peke yake, Bwana Spika, ukienda mahali kunaitwa Kairigere na hata mahali kunaitwa Matanya, shida ni hii Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo hii shida ya mashamba iko sehemu nyingi ya Jamhuri ya Kenya. Bwana Spika, katika taarifa iliyoletwa na Senator Chute, mambo ya barabara, Bwana Spika, nakubali kabisa kwamba mvua ni baraka, lakini vile vile haya maafa yanayoletwa na mvua, unapata barabara zetu ziko katika hali mbovu kabisa, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ya vile wanakandarasi wanavyotengeneza barabara zetu na kutoweka ile mitaro ya kuondoa maji, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ukitembelea mahali kutoka mahali kunaitwa Narumoro kuenda Ramuria, uende mpaka Makutano, barabara imeharibika kabisa na imeharibiwa na mvua, Bwana Spika. Vile vile ukienda mahali kutoka Nanyuki uende Mutara, uende mpaka Rumuruti, na vile vile uende mpaka mahali kunaitwa Gwakungu, hali ni ile Bwana Spika. Lakini la kushangaza zaidi, Bwana Spika, ni hawa wanakandarasi ambao wanapewa kutengeneza barabara. Wanakuja wanachimba barabara, baada ya kuchimba barabara basi wanasema hawajalipwa. Kwa hivyo wanawacha barabara zetu zikiwa katika hali duni, mashimo chungu nzima, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo vile tungelitaka ni kama mtu hataweza kufanya chochote, awachane na barabara, badala ya kwenda kuchimba mashimo. Unapata watu wanakuja wanagonga yale mashimo ukiwa unaendesha gari, alafu kunakuwa na mikasa barabarani, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo kamati ambayo inahusika tungewarai wafuatilie haya mambo, ndio wanakandarasi ambao wanalegea katika kazi zao waweze kuchukuliwa
Senator Esi Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to support the statement by Senator Abbas on the status of the recruitment exercise at the Kenya Ports Authority. Mr. Speaker, I have received oh, it's been dropped. That's what I wanted to comment on, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Well expunge the little comments that you've made on the same. Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement by Senator Chute. Indeed, the issue of roads and infrastructure development across the country cannot be overemphasized. It is indeed, Mr. Speaker, as has been mentioned, that the distribution of the road construction in Kenya has been very, very skewed. And this, Mr. Speaker, I'll say with the special emphasis of the 52% of my county, which happens to be semi-arid, Mr. Speaker. And we see that during the rainy season, despite that being a food basket potential, the roads are impassable and the farmers are left, Mr. Speaker, with their food and they're not able to access the market. Mr. Speaker, if we came up with a different formula of how to implement this road, if we came up with a new definition of what a contractor should be able to undertake, and I want to support what Senator Kenyua has said, some of the contractors, Mr. Speaker, who are given the roads are forced to undercut the contracts, and in the process of doing the work, they compromise the quality of the work, Mr. Speaker. And I'm speaking, Mr. Speaker, with a lot of pain because some of the roads that have been specifically done in Kieni constituency, which makes 52% of Nyeri, including the road that Senator Kenyua has mentioned, the one from Narumoro, Kiawara, all the way, Mr. Speaker. The road, which has been done a couple of years ago, it's no more. The cost of maintaining that road, Mr. Speaker, is going to be far much higher than the initial cost of construction. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is called upon us, Mr. Speaker, to relook at how we evaluate the contractors. We look at, Mr. Speaker, the contractors who we award these contracts. And most important, Mr. Speaker, we must remit the political interference from the leadership because of some of an ethical practices, they end up pushing the contractors to the edge so that the contractors are forced to compromise the quality of the road, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, It is also very important to mention that we saw, for the first time in the history of this country, the northwestern region, which has been marginalized by all successful governments, have now gotten a 710 kilometers long road, Mr. Speaker, which is going to open up the potential in that area, Mr. Speaker. But as we're doing that, Mr. Speaker, let it also not be lost to us that some areas still remain marginalized, and the contractors and the ministry must come up with a methodology that will ensure that once we do a load, we do not do the road volume, we do proper roads that will be able to withstand the weather conditions, roads that will be able to withstand the conditions in those areas. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the statement first by Senator Chute on the maintenance of roads in his county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why we have a road maintenance levy in every liter of fuel that we buy from the pump, Mr. Speaker, is so that we can be able to maintain our roads. Because it is not enough to build roads. Roads, once built, must be able to be maintained in order for them to continue giving services. And Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because there is a road also that affects my county, a road 12 kilometers, opened during the reign of the late President Moi in 1988, a dual carriageway connecting Thika to a town called Kenol. We have not seen, since 1988, 38 years ago, or for some 38 years, we have not seen, spot holes in that particular road. And they are now there, because any time that road, Mr. Speaker, gets damaged, there is recarpeting. That is not happening, and we must call upon the Minister of Roads to maintain roads, because maintenance is what must be done besides making of new roads, Mr. Speaker. Allow me also, Mr. Speaker, to comment on the statement by Senator Boni Halwale on public land that he is seeking to see to it that the ownership of the same is established, and that there is an institution sitting, on a part of that particular land, Mr. Speaker. We must protect public land wherever it is, Mr. Speaker, because if we want to have future development, Mr. Speaker, and public utilities, expansion of public utilities, we must have land on which we will do that. Mr. Speaker, it will be remembered that not long ago, a part of Langata Road Primary School playfield had been grabbed by a neighboring hotel, Mr. Speaker. And this is a culture, this is a cancer that we must cure. That institutions, hotels, private investors and everybody must keep public land away from their plans, Mr. Speaker. So I want to support that land that belongs to the public in Kakamega, where a school is sitting. If the school is sitting on public land, then something must be done so that the same goes back to the public. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Mwenda Gataya.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I wish to support the statement by Honourable Chute on the state of roads in this country. Honourable Speaker, I don't know for what reasons that we have not been having equal distribution of roads. Roads, Honourable Speaker, is a very critical component in terms of development. Honourable Speaker, I come from Tharaka-Nithi County. Tharaka-Nithi County, Honourable Speaker, some parts have been seriously neglected. There is a road which from Chakariga to Marimanti, which is some very key institutions. Tharaka University, Tharaka South Citizen Headquarters, name them. All the big institutions in Tharaka constituency, Honourable Speaker. That road was, I think it was launched around 2015, up to now. Even the part that road the part which was remained has already started peeling off. Honourable Speaker, if you look at the road from Yamponi to Nkondi, which is all the way to the Tharaka University, it's now impassable, especially during these rain seasons. There are parts of the Tharaka constituency, the parts of Gatonga, the parts of Galangacheni. There is not things that, Honourable Speaker, that one cannot imagine that we are living in the same country. So, Honourable Speaker, it's a matter that the ministry should move with a lot of speed and make sure that every part of the country, every part of this country, Honourable Speaker, enjoys good infrastructure, because roads are a critical component in terms of development, Honourable Speaker. So I want to agree with Senator Chute, not only but something which has been neglected. There we have some serious part of this country that does not enjoy any good infrastructure in terms of roads, Honorable Speaker. It's an issue that should be looked at very critically by the ministry, and it's high time, Honorable Speaker, that the people who are supposed to make sure that people get good roads, even the contractors who are supposed to be on the side, Honorable Speaker, should be paid on time so that maybe they can complete the roads that are already initiated, Honorable Speaker. In that arrangement, Honorable Speaker, I support the statement by Honorable Chute.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to contribute the statement by Senator Boni Kalwale. Honorable Speaker, public utilities are set aside for a specific cause, and it is becoming an alarming situation in our counties, Honorable Speaker, because public utilities are increasingly being leased out regardless of the purpose that was being set aside for. I therefore want to agree with Senator Monica Lwala and support this statement that the ownership of that land needs to be ascertained, and we need to ask our county governments not to abuse the powers that they have been given in collusion with officers from the National Land Commission who are based in the counties, Honorable Speaker, and begin allocating land while backdating documents, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have witnessed situations where, and you know we are fortunate, Honorable Speaker, the longevity of life in this country, the average lifespan is around 70 years. You find a number of former county council clerks, former county council treasurers, former county council chairmen and municipal chairmen, Honorable Speaker, and former chairs of planning committees of municipalities are still around with us. They are no longer in office, but they are signing documents, Honorable Speaker. And that is why you would find land like this one in Kakamega would easily change hands. And when you check out the documentation and the signatures, they are verifiable. However, the period in which it is being signed is not the period that was supposed to have been signed, Honorable Speaker, and therefore creating a loss of public utilities that would have been otherwise utilized for public good. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to comment on the issue of roads, statement by Senator Chute, and on the roads maintenance levy. Honorable Speaker, I also want to encourage counties. There are a number of county roads that transcend sub-counties and counties, Honorable Speaker. There is need for those counties to sit with the road agencies and upgrade, classify those roads so that they are properly classified and transferred to care, Honorable Speaker, so that national government can maintain. If you look at the distribution of roads between national and county governments, Honorable Speaker, you'll find there are more kilometers of roads in our counties compared to the number of kilometers of roads that has been set aside for maintenance by Kera, Kura, or Kena, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, counties need also to check and reclassify the roads so that appropriate agencies can take them up, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I sympathize with my friend Senator Mwenda Gadaya of Tharaka-Nithi when he says that the roads in those places are neglected, and it tends to encourage me that, Honorable Speaker, the theory and the narrative of Mount Kenya seems there is a difference between Mount Kenya East and Mount Kenya West.
Now, honorable senators, allow me to rearrange today's order paper. We will move to order number 17 and thereafter resume the normal flow of today's order paper. Clerk, kindly proceed to call that order.
Order number 17, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bills number 21 of 2025, resumption of debate interrupted on Wednesday, 6th May 2026, afternoon sitting, second reading.
Now, honorable senators, before I call upon those who wish to speak on this particular bill, allow me to make this communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of 5 teachers and 6 students from MP Shah Chania Girls School in Kiambu County. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon Senator Crystal Asige under 1 minute to extend the word of welcome.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to greet and welcome the group from Chania Girls High School to the Senate. Speaker, this, of course, is something that we do every single week, week in, week out, where we have young people from across the country, from different walks of life coming to visit the Senate and to understand and experience what it is that we do here. Senate, as they may be aware by now, is mandated to protect the interests of counties. So their county as well, we take care of what comes, especially funding that comes to your county. So we are happy that you are here to experience and to see firsthand what we do here, how we debate, how we fight for the rights of all counties across the country, Speaker. And of course, as a young legislator myself, I'm particularly pleased whenever I'm aware that young people, young girls, are also in the Senate, just like I am. Speaker, my story is very long. I will hopefully tell it to them one day when I meet them in the streets of Kenya, wherever that may be. But I want to encourage them, just like I have done with any young person that I meet, especially young girls, especially those with disabilities even, that you can absolutely get here if you so wish. If you put your mind to it, if you create the right environment for yourself to achieve and to continue to believe in yourself, just like me, even though I have a disability, I made it to the Senate. And if I have a disability and I made it to the Senate, you absolutely can as well. I continue to extend on behalf of the Senate a welcome to you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon with us. I thank you.
Now, honorable senators, when debate was interrupted yesterday, Senator Consolata had the floor with a balance of 14 minutes. You may continue, honorable senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the additional time. Although I had almost completed or concluded my submission, but I had a few points because we were questioning about the absorption of this equalization fund that was meant to stabilize or improve on the quality of life of the people who come from marginalized communities. I was majorly focused on Bungoma County and specifically Mount Elgon, which has the allocation for the funds, but we are shocked to learn that these funds have not actually been absorbed or they have not been allocated. Reason being there was no submission of the project proposals. So I was wondering how a county of repute like Bungoma County can miss out on submitting proposals or project proposals when we have got so many youths in Bungoma County who are using digital spaces to look for jobs. Maybe if our county could task the youths to do some project proposals in regard to the marginalized areas, then this money would not be returned to the National Treasury. Instead, it could have been used to assist people from marginalized communities. The cases in point were areas in Mount Elgon, like Kaptama, Kopsiro, Chepiuk, Sambocho, Kapkirong, Chongeyo, Koshok, and other areas in Mount Elgon. You find that most social amenities in Mount Elgon are pathetic. For instance, the road infrastructure in Mount Elgon is wanting, yet Mount Elgon happens to be a major food basket for Bungoma County. So I really want to reiterate the point that our leaders and the concerned authorities, Mr. Speaker, I seek for your protection from the Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you ought to be protecting the member, not...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the protection. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that protection. So echoing the points that were given by other senators in regard to their specific counties that required the equalization fund. So Mount Elgon has got a very poor road network, and it could be ideal if the authorities really maximized on that and did the relevant project proposals in order to get that money so that it can improve on the social amenities. It is a little bit weird to see women trekking to fetch water from very far places, looking for water, maybe to water their livestock and do irrigation, and maybe even for domestic use. And if you look at the health facilities, they are also pathetic. In some areas, we just have buildings, but they are not well equipped. There is no human capital in those hospitals. And this, as a mother, will always affect maternal and infant health care. And I'm calling upon the authorities to check on that. I want to stop there and still make a clarion call to Bungoma County leadership that let us all have a concerted effort to make project proposals that will yield some fruits and good health or quality services to the people of Bungoma. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would want to make my contribution on this equalization fund bill, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, my attention has been drawn in the allocation of the funds, Honorable Speaker. Looking at some counties that are fairly heavily marginalized, Honorable Speaker, and looking at the resource allocation, and we would like CRA to relook into the formula of allocating these resources, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at a county like Elgeyo Marakwet County, Honorable Speaker, the total allocation is 87 million, Honorable Speaker. And Marakwet West has been allocated only 9 million. Marakwet East has been allocated 87 million. Keyo South has been allocated 9 million. Considering that Elgeyo Marakwet County is among the counties that receive the least revenue. In fact, it is among the 10 counties that this Honorable House made a decision to allow for some affirmative action in the revenue sharing, Honorable Speaker, in order to allow those counties to have some semblance of equitable resources to develop their counties. If you look at a county like Elgeyo Marakwet, Honorable Speaker, to do a kilometer of road, just a simple all-weather road, Honorable Speaker, you would require close to 5 million per kilometer. If you go to a place like Wasingishu, you require 1.5 million, Honorable Speaker. When I look at the way these resources have been allocated, there is skewedness in the allocation of resources, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when you go to Narok County, for example, Honorable Speaker, you find the allocation in Narok County, Honorable Speaker, particularly the allocation to Emuru Adigir constituency, Honorable Speaker, the allocation is so skewed if you compare to the allocation to the other constituencies within Narok County, Honorable Speaker. If you look at, for example, Kilgore's constituency, which is just a neighboring constituency, they share the same geographical area, the same types of soils, population, almost population. Kilgore's constituency receives 350 million, whereas Emuru Adigiri constituency receives a paltry 36 million. When you look at Narok East, it receives 148 million. When you look at Narok North, it receives 246 million. When you look at Narok South, it receives 278 million. When you look at Narok West, it receives 195. That kind of disparity, Honorable Speaker, in a county cannot be explained. The demarcation of our counties, the elimination of boundaries, Honorable Speaker, considered so many factors, including geographical area, population, and so forth. I want to request that the Commission for Revenue Allocation reconsiders the formula they are using to allocate these resources, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the counties that have been receiving the largest share of our equitable revenue, in the equalization fund, Honorable Speaker, they have continued to receive additional resources. If this fund is going to continue, Honorable Speaker, then we might need to review the basis of allocation and consideration for equalization fund, putting into consideration the efforts the national government has done in improvement of infrastructure, Honorable Speaker. If you look at counties like Mandera, Wajir, Garissa, in the past they didn't have any roads, but you can see the effort national government is putting. A number of roads now are being tarmacked in those regions, and therefore the formula should be reviewed to reflect the current situation, Honorable Speaker. Finally, Honorable Speaker, let me say, ever since these funds were taken to counties, and I know this Honorable House are to put a spirited fight to ensure that these funds go to counties, Honorable Speaker, it is quite unfortunate that the impact of these funds have not been felt in our counties, Honorable Speaker, and therefore we want to ask our governors and our county assemblies to make sure that these funds are used for the intended purpose, and we must receive value for money, and we must feel the impact of these additional resources to the counties, Honorable Speaker. An additional allocation of 16.8 billion is not a small allocation. We therefore expect our counties to be able to utilize this money better and make sure that the citizens of our counties, Honorable Speaker, receive the necessary services. If you go to a county like Tarakanidi, where my friend Mwenda Gataya, you have just heard him speak about the state of the roads in that county, they are receiving a total of 71 million, Honorable Speaker. CRA is not doing justice, particularly to the 10 counties that, as a Senate, we deemed it fit to have an affirmative action to increase their resources. Consequently, in this equalization fund, Honorable Speaker, CRA must also consider an affirmative action towards the 10 bottom counties and ensure they receive additional resources to be able to bring them up so that this country can equitably be developed. I submit.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, the reason why Equalization Fund was set up under the new constitution, Honorable Speaker, was to ensure that those particular counties or sublocations as CRA as classified that are not, in terms of development are still below, requires to be given an affirmative action so that they can catch up with the rest of the country, Honorable Speaker. I want to note that it's unfortunate that CRA is still using the second policy that was approved in 2018. And if you check, Honorable Speaker, Elgeyo-Marakwet County is really still very low. What the allocation that we have been given, just about 105 million. And Elgeyo-Marakwet County is one of the 12 marginalized counties that are getting share of revenue that is below 6 billion. And you know the reason why for this particular equalization fund, Honorable Speaker, is to ensure we have affirmative action. We ensure those counties that are still below in terms of development are farmed up so that they can catch up with the rest of the country. You will realize some of the counties that are getting even more than 10 billion in share of revenue, Honorable Speaker, are still getting billions on equalization fund. I'm surprised how it's like CRA is in another world. They are not living in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, because it's unfortunate. They are marginalizing, they are continuing to marginalize some of us, Honorable Speaker. And this, when they are looking at the third, they need to start on the third basis or the policy, Honorable Speaker. They need to do proper public participation so that some counties like Elgeyo Marakwet County, Baringo, West Pokot, and the others can be taken care of. In fact, as Senator Mandago said, when we went to Narok for the burial of our colleague, late Joanna Ngeno, the road from Chebole all the way to Emurua Digri, it's like, no, the road doesn't look like you are in Kenya, Honorable Speaker. And what they are getting is basically very low. They need to sit down, look at this policy, and come up with different parameters so that they can assist the people. One of the other issues, Honorable Speaker, that you may have noticed here, out of the 16 billion that we're talking about, basically the new allocation is about 10 billion. The rest is area, so it means the money has not been utilized. And the reason why it is there, it is because to help. And these resources are supposed to be released early so that the counties can access the resources, help the people to get water. We do roads, we do electricity. So, yeah, Honorable Speaker, they need to fast track quickly so that the areas can be released, and then the regular current resources that are allocated are given in time, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, will be championing and pushing to ensure that the 12 marginalized counties, you know, this house, thanks a lot, this house, they gave us about 4.46 billion to share, which basically every county was shared equally, getting 374 million every financial year for the next 5 years. But this equalization fund, Honorable Speaker, if it is not working, because it looks like there is also conflict between the two houses, who wants to implement? Members of National Assembly, they want to implement it. There is governors, they want to implement, to get the resources and do the implementation. The executive also, Honorable Speaker, want to implement this particular thing. So maybe what we can do is to scrap this. We have the 0.5, and we ensure we give it to the 12 counties so that these 12 counties can catch up, Honorable Speaker, in terms of development. Yeah. Yes, I know the Vice Chair Finance, I don't know what interest the chair has, because even our own county, Kitui, Honorable, yeah. So I don't want you to lose your vote because of... Yes, sir.
You know you are only the legislator, so don't engage Senator Mutinda on the throne.
Sorry. You know, she was like smiling and dancing, so I got distracted.
You know, while contributing, just focus to the speaker.
I'll focus on you.
You'll be disrupted if you focus
I'll focus on you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Senator Mutinda, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I'm in chamber, I concentrate with my work and my assignment. When Honorable, a ranking member, would say that I am dancing, is it in order, Mr. Speaker, for the Honorable Senator to mislead the House about another Honorable Senator who humbly knows her work, who is focused and disciplined in what I say? So I would request and kindly for him to withdraw and apologize.
The only problem that you have, Senator Mutinda, is that you trying to engage Senator Kisang when he was also contributing. So that is why also he focused on you. Maybe, I don't know, you know, I was not really looking at you to know whether you are dancing or not. But maybe Senator Kisang can confirm himself what he saw. Senator Kisang?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are several sub-locations in Elgeyo Marakwet County, especially.
Senator Mutinda has raised. Maybe you can clear concerns.
No, that's okay. Actually, I withdraw. She was not dancing. She was twisting her head. I don't know, signaling to Jaraga who not me. So, Honorable Speaker, all of the trench of Keria Valley from Liter in Marakwet East all the way to Kocholwo in Keyo South, all that belt,
yes,
we
Senator
have...
Chalagay, just a minute, Senator Kisang. Let's get the point of order from Senator Chalgei.
Mr. Speaker, is it in order understanding order 105 on accuracy of facts? And there are only 3 forms of communicating in this house. You either use English, Kiswahili, and sign language. For Senator Kisang, my brother, to say Senator Mutinda was twisting her head, giving me signal. Is that accuracy of facts? In fact, I didn't see Senator Mutinda doing that. Yeah, she has been consulting with Senator Amida. Can you withdraw and apologize so that it is not misinterpreted that we are giving unwarranted gestures on the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker? I don't know why Senator Kisang today is overly excited. He's always a calm man. I don't know why. Maybe he ate something that we don't eat.
Senator
Or Mirage juice. Or Rita, can Mirage juice that you had proposed?
Senator Chalagay, okay, I'll give you Senator Yasige. But Senator Chalagay, you know myself, I recused myself from that issue between the eyes, Senator Kisang's eyes and Senator Mutinda's eyes. So the way they look at one another, you know, you can never know. Also, I'm wondering whether also you are also focusing on Senator Mutinda that you did not see her and dance. So because I ruled on that matter, Senator Chalagay, I ruled on that matter, and Senator Kisang also give his opinion.
I had apologized.
I don't know why, Senator Chalagay, you are taking us back. Because we concluded on that matter, and Senator Kisang. Senator Kisang, proceed.
Maybe, Chair, I had cleared there, and then I said I apologize. So, Chair loves interruptions. So, Honorable Speaker, so that I can also finish, they are eating my time. Honorable Speaker, I was saying the whole of stretch from Liter in Elgeyo Marakwet County, Marakwet East, all the way coming to Marakwet West, going to Kenya North and Kenya South, the whole of Keria Valley is basically an hardship area. And I expected CRA to include all our sub-locations along Keria Valley of Elgeyo Marakwet County from Kocholo.
Senator Kisang, just a minute. I want to be very fair to Senator Christo Asige. What is your point of order, Senator Asige?
Thank you very much, Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to raise this. It's similarly on 105, Speaker. Speaker, it may sound like it is a light-hearted issue that has been raised here about the comments that Senator Kisang made to a colleague, female senator. However, Speaker, as you know, us as women, we are judged much more harshly than the public, by the public when in public service, Speaker, when in any form of leadership. So when there is a comment that is made off of the cuff or off the handle that is characterizing a female senator as just sitting in chambers, smiling, dancing, twisting her neck, causing any kind of distraction, then, Speaker, that actually falls on the rest of us as female leaders. We are all painted with a broad stroke. And then you'll see, Speaker, very soon online, people saying, look at what senators in the Republic of Kenya are doing, the female senators. They're just sitting in Senate, smiling, dancing, twisting their neck, and distracting other members from the order of the business that is being transacted. So, Speaker, it's actually a very serious issue, and I hope you, being a champion of women, and very inclusive and very sober in your judgment, Speaker, that you would request Senator Kisang to respectfully and just honorably just withdraw and apologize so that we can carry on and not have this mischaracterization continue out in the public. I thank you.
Speaker, to save time, I withdraw.
Senator Kisang.
Yes.
Senator Kisang, just a minute.
Okay.
Just a minute.
All right.
This is a matter that really has elicited a lot of interest and emotions. But Senator Chalagay, avoid giving me the ones that I should use. Because you have just tested me and I've used you the ones coming from your mouth. I want to give my colleague here, Senator Mandago, he has a point of order as an elder. You know, just the other day, one of the chairs said there is no place for orders, but Senator Mandago, what is your point of
thank you
order?
very much, Honorable Speaker. My point of order is on that matter, Honorable Speaker. There is a tendency that is growing in the House. When members are asked to apologize and withdraw, they meander around and try to avoid. I think we should just be as direct and as blank in our apology and withdrawal so that the House can act in some other order. Senator Kisang withdrew, apologized, then added another twist into the statement. So I think we should just stick, when the Speaker rules that you withdraw and apologize, you simply withdraw and apologize so that the House can, the House can progress, and we should not be lost on the Senate that this is the House that the people of Kenya look up to when serious matters needs to be canvassed. We cannot afford to lower the threshold of this House, Honorable Speaker. As an upper house, you know the high school is closed. They are not around, so they should, Honorable Speaker, we need to do that. Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, especially for your being fair to both genders. Because as you refer to the Senator Mandago as an elder, you are cognizant to the fact that there are also women elders. And I'm one of them in my community. I want to re-emphasize what Senator Asige has said, and taking from reports we have had in the past, not only on women in parliament, but women generally, on reporting about us, Honorable Speaker. I also ask the ranking member, Senator Kisang, who I know is equally one of our mature senators, that the best you can do is to just withdraw all that line and use better words. I'm an English teacher, and if you lack words to use, I could add on to the words that would be useful and parliamentary to you. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Minda Kibono.
DS, I think I heard you commenting on something, and I think it also added some from an insult. I mean, more or less, you know, from what to the frank fire, or to the frank fire. What did they say it? From the pan to the frank fire. Bonadies, you commented on something saying that Senator Chesang, you don't know what was, you know, the in between, the communication between Senator Mutinda and Senator Chesang. Yet there's actually nothing Kisang, sorry, and there's nothing between them. I mean, it was just mutual, that, you know, discussion. So you added something that of course motivated Senator Kisang to feel more protected. So I want you also, Bonadies, if you can withdraw what you said about Senator Mutinda. Thank you.
Senator Kisang, you know, if even we go back to the answer, Senator Kisang really apologized, actually now twice. But you know, his apologies maybe was not very, very firm. Maybe Senator Kisang, can you now really apologize to the great leaders who are here so that we can make progress?
Good. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as husband of one wife and two daughters, I want to apologize and withdraw and apologize.
Thank you. Very well. Proceed and conclude, Senator Kisang.
Good. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, you know, Elgeyo-Marakwet County, the stretch along Keria Valley from Kocholo all the way to Little in Marakwet East, Honorable Speaker, is basically classified as an hardship area. And I wonder why CRA has not picked all the sublocations of the Keria Valley of Elgeyo-Marakwet County to be included as part of those to benefit from Equalization Fund. We continue to serve, Honorable Speaker. Thank God the government of Dr. William Samoei Ruto came in, and the banditry that was there in the past has now been stopped completely, and our people have gone back to work, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are even other menaces that has they've messed up the people of Elgeyo County, Honorable Speaker. We have elephants. We have a national game reserve, Honorable Speaker, and it has destroyed crops, mangoes, oranges, pixies, Honorable Speaker. And this is the same area where CRA is not seeing and considering and classifying to benefit from this equalization fund, Honorable Speaker. So that's why I was saying we need to push CRA to come up with the next third policy on equalization fund, Honorable Speaker, so that majority of the 12 counties that are getting less than 6 billion on shareable revenue get more resources. In fact, I was saying what brought issues, Honorable Speaker, is what I said, the 10.6 billion, maybe we need to add with the 4.46 billion to make it about 15 billion, and let this 15 billion, Honorable Speaker, be shared by the 12 counties, so that at least each county can get close to about 1.2 billion. And then we can have resources that we can do proper development, Honorable Speaker. You can imagine, Honorable Speaker, some counties are using 3 billion to feed children with borage. While in Elgeyo County, we have less than $1 billion to do roads, to supply water to our people, to do ECD classes. Honorable Speaker, it's not fair. That's why I was saying in the past, Honorable Speaker, if we are not very careful, there'll be some counties that will look like at the level of Kenya 4 years ago, and the others will be like Singapore, will be like Malaysia, Honorable Speaker. So it is good to sit down as a country. We need to rethink this thing so that everybody else gets an equitable resources instead of continuing to marginalize other counties. In fact, Honorable Speaker, we also want to ask those who are implementing these particular projects on equalization fund, Honorable Speaker. There has been a lot of cry, Honorable Speaker, that they are delayed. Some of the projects are started, they are not completed. So Kenyans are not getting value for money from these equalization fund resources, Honorable Speaker. That's why maybe the best thing to do, we get rid of it. I know we extended the time. It was supposed to be 10 years. It was moved to 20 years. Maybe it is time to rethink about it and increase the percentage that is going to shareable so that the rest of the counties can benefit more, Honorable Speaker. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support, and we ask colleagues, let us support, but we need CRA to come up with another policy on equalization fund that will benefit the real marginalized counties. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, Senator Joyce Korir.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the Committee on Finance for the job well done. This is one of the most active committee in the Senate. Bearing in mind, Honorable Speaker, they are the ones who are assisting us in making sure that our counties get these resources, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I must thank the Chair, Ali Roba, and the Vice Chair and the entire committee. I've been a member of that committee at some point, and I know that they burn their midnight oil doing these reports, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a number of issues has been raised by the members of this House. But my concerns, Honorable Speaker, is the formula that is being used by the CRA to arrive at this. My problem are the beneficiaries, the counties that are benefiting from this equalization fund, Honorable Speaker. My problem is the projects that are entailed to be used in terms of making sure that these counties benefit. And when you go to these counties, Honorable Speaker, you still find the same challenges. And the biggest reason is because of the remittance by the relevant board. Honorable Speaker, I want to challenge the board, despite the fact that The national government has established this, and they have been given the resources. The challenge that the counties are facing is the remittance, which has also slowed down the service delivery in these counties. Not only that, Speaker, I raised the issue of these counties which were identified. When you try to look at it, I can term it, Honorable Speaker, that some of these counties were identified politically and not based on the facts that was raised by the relevant authority. By so saying, it is high time for this House to relook at this, to redefine the policies that made to the establishment of this equalization fund. Honorable Speaker, the only time we will see real development and real change is when we do things not because we come from those particular regions, not because we come from those committees, not because we know so and so, but based on the facts in the ground. That is the only time this country will realize the real change that we are talking about. That is the time when these people or the residents of this country will really see the issue or the movement that the Kenyans have been talking about, that we are moving to Singapore. But the moment we do things, identifying the counties, maybe because you are sitting in that particular committee, or because you have some upper hands in terms of doing this, to an extent that we cannot actualize the intended purpose of these resources, then we are putting our country in a total mess. We are not setting any precedents at all. Honorable Speaker, I want to be part of the Senate that will be doing things the right way, that will be looking at those counties that are really lacking water, roads, despite the fact that we have the resources that have been sent to the county governments. The reason why we have the equalization fund was to support them in terms of getting these amenities, Honorable Speaker. So I would want to challenge that despite the fact that we have a huge bending bill on equalization fund that is supposed to move to these counties, I will still challenge the relevant board and the relevant committee to make sure that they relook at this, especially the committee on devolution, together with the committee on finance, so that we don't do things politically. I believe this is a house of rules and procedures. I believe this is a house that is supposed to put things in order. I believe this is a house that is in between the national government and the county government. I believe this is the only house that can rescue this nation in making sure that what is meant for the county government is given to the county government, and what is meant to the national government is given to the national government. There will be no need, Honorable Speaker, for us to be discussing issues or traditional instruments like intergovernmental act, if at all the monies or the ones that are already existing are not implemented to the letter, Honorable Speaker. So I just want to say that I would support the committee. I would want us to still look at this, say that as we go to the next budget, we make sure that these monies, as far much as we are also talking about the counties having pending bills, Honorable Speaker, it's also putting us in a very awkward position to see even the monies that are meant for equalization fund is still under the pending bills, and very huge for that matter. It's wrong. So I just want to challenge the committees, the two committees, that is the committee on the devolution, the committee on finance, and the entire house, that we must wake up and have a look at this so that at least we can do things the right way, and the relevant counties who are supposed to benefit from this can benefit. Otherwise, I support it there. Thank you.
Next is Senator Beatrice Sogoro.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to the topic of discussion, the equalization bill. Honorable Speaker, this was a very wise idea to address the issue of equity and the issue of marginalization in this country. But Honorable Speaker, as we sit here, we must ask ourselves whether we are achieving that thinking, that wise thinking that led to the inception of this bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you must know, and all of us know, that in this country, the access to certain core services like health is not equal. That when you go around in this country, there are Kenyans who continue to walk long distances to just get medical health, which is a basic right, Honorable Speaker. And I know that these are one of the reasons why this fund was created, Honorable Speaker. But the question is, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the report before us, you look at what so far has been disbursed against, from inception, against the total that should have been disbursed. Honorable Speaker, just look at the report, that out of the 79 plus billion, Honorable Speaker, since this was incepted, there is still a pending 62.677 billion, Honorable Speaker. The question I ask myself as I talk to this bill is that, is it achieving the general goal why it was created? Because if you are going to have such huge arrears, because from what the report shows, only 17 billion has been given out to our counties. Honorable Speaker, we must as a country address the issues of the arrears that are in this report. And secondly, Honorable Speaker, the bill talks about the fund given to counties and further given to constituencies that are within those counties. The question I ask myself, why is it not broken down to the wards? Because with devolution, we have wards. We are here talking about services going down to the people. What is so difficult in having this fund further broken down to the wards? Because as honorable colleagues, senators here can observe, when you go around in your counties and you see the situations as it is, you are able to single out the challenges that are in the ward. Honorable Speaker, in achieving equity, we must have this fund and disbursed in a timely way. We talk about services, I've mentioned health, even the issue of roads, Honorable Speaker. Some of the functions that were devolved, county roads, Honorable Speaker, and not only county roads, Honorable Speaker. Let me give an example of my constituency, in Ndewa constituency, Honorable Speaker. Right now, if you went to my constituency, the only road that you can use is the one road that cuts across from Homa Bay town constituency to Sori, which is a major trunk road. Other than that tarmac road, Honorable Speaker, the people of my constituency have no road today. Somebody might give the excuse of the rains, but is it only my constituency where there are rains? And because of that, Honorable Speaker, we are looking forward to these funds so that my people, as well as other Kenyans, can get the right services. Honorable Speaker, I've also seen the parameters that have been provided in the report. But how I pray certain parameters were also introduced in future, Honorable Speaker, because if you are looking at marginalization, we know our gender, women, have equally been marginalized. And there should be a better way of ring-fencing some of these funds to serve women in particular, so that we can feel that we are equally Kenyans and the women around in the country can have particular services that are having just been ring-fenced from this file, as well as the youths. Honorable Speaker, certain parameters that could also be used are issues of maternal mortality. Honorable Speaker, in this country, there are particular areas where women are dying while giving birth. And the question we keep on asking ourselves as women and humanity is why women must die in the process of giving birth. Don't we have planning units that can plan for services that women are entitled to. Honorable Speaker, it is the issue of maternal mortality is key, because here we are 60 years after independence, still talking about young girls, young women, and generally women dying, and for reasons that are obvious. Some of them are inefficiency, some of them are inadequate services to them, some of them is lack of monitoring services to these women, some of them is just unavailability of personnel to attend to them at the right time. Honorable Speaker, another area that is key to consider in future as a parameter is even the immunization of children. Honorable Speaker, in this country, we know emerging issues that funding is diminishing and donor funds are bound to end at some point. For example, in immunization, Honorable Speaker, by 2029, the Gavi funding is going to end in this country. But when you look at the trends, from the health ministry, from our counties, you don't see consistent budgets for this exercise. And Honorable Speaker, finally, if this is not done as expected, Honorable Speaker, it will lead us again to medical conditions with our populations that again eat into our budget. So, Honorable Speaker, I support that not everybody is equal in this country, that a number of areas are marginalized, Honorable Speaker, with no access to rural roads, with no access to water, with no access to agricultural services, with no access to health services, and so it is wise that we provide this fund so that equality can be realized and equity. And so, Honorable Speaker, I support. The only thing is that the distribution of this money must take note of the fact that we have wards in our counties, and the breakdown should not only end up at constituencies and counties, but should go down to wards. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Senator Agola Beatrice. Honorable Senators, on this particular business, there is no other interested senator to contribute or to speak into it. So what we need to have now is the mover to reply, and the mover is not around. So we defer that process of the mover to reply. If I reorganize again the order paper, order number 18, we defer that business. Then we go to order number 19. Clerk.
Order number 19, motion, mainstreaming of gender perspectives in legislative and policy processes. Resumption of debate interrupted on Tuesday, 21st April, 2026. Balance of time, 1 hour.
Yeah, so I give senators willing to maybe make their presentations or contributions. Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had not yet contributed to this very important motion, Mr. Speaker. The issue of gender mainstreaming has been a key one for many years, Mr. Speaker. And one time when we were with you at the National Assembly, the former Chief Justice David Maraga declared that Parliament was illegal for failing to meet the gender threshold in a court judgment. And the President was supposed to dissolve Parliament, then President Uhuru Kenyatta. Of course, for other reasons, the President did not, dissolve Parliament at that particular moment, because it was argued that gender mainstreaming then should be progressive, because when it comes to an institution like Parliament, people decide through election, And Mr. Speaker, up to the time, people will want to elect balancing gender, then that's the time when that could be achieved, and that can be done progressively. Other countries have done it progressively. They've also done it through other means which make sure that you meet the 2/3 gender threshold. But Mr. Speaker, this should begin with appointive positions. If you go to Rwanda, you'll find that the ministers are 50-50. Similarly with Uganda, they have complied with the 2/3 gender rule. And in some counties, like Makwene County, they have actually met the 2/3 gender rule when it comes to appointive politics, when appointive positions. When you go to Makwene also, you find that the practice has been when the governor is male, automatically the deputy governor becomes female, and it balances the equation in that regard. And I wish that practice could be picked. And similarly in Kenya, if in the appointment of cabinet, it should be 50-50. Then the country will be getting a direction that we are keen on achieving the gender role. I know there's a pending constitutional amendment on this particular matter. It's been debated and is subject to a lot more of debate. And one of the things, when we did this in the committee of JLAC, we got all manner of views, Mr. Speaker, during public participation. As much as this is supported, many Kenyans were of the view that if you have to force the gender role mainstreaming in Parliament, then it means you are going to have so many members of Parliament, to balance this, and it's again an expense on the people. But there are other ways through political parties. Mr. Speaker, you can be able to achieve the 2/3 gender rule. When political parties sponsor candidates and they encourage that is one of ways. And then when it comes to nominations, Mr. Speaker, the gender perspective must be given priority so that we can balance, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, this is a very serious debate. And I want to confirm that in countries like Rwanda, where in cabinet this has been done, and they have encouraged a lot of, gender balance, you find the women have performed very well in their dockets. You find less corruption in their docket, because a lot of women, could be afraid of some of these practices, unlike situations whereby, you find a lot of men are charged in public offices with these vices. In fact, one time I had an opportunity to represent Dr. Margaret Gashara, who was in an organization, government organization, which was dealing with the prevention of HIV/AIDS. And she was prosecuted for paying only 20,000 shillings as a CEO to a chairman who had done an activity, and in an investigation that amount of money was found irregular. You can see by the time she got prosecuted, she was denied bail because it was argued that she was resisting arrest. And she was only trying to explain herself, Mr. Speaker, but things didn't go well on her. After the case ended, during President Kibaki's regime, I think she relocated out of the country. I didn't see her get out of what generated out of that. So at times, we need to encourage, people who are of good standing, in terms of reputation and in terms of being corruption-free, to serve, in public offices. And I think it should begin, in all sectors, both private, public sectors, to do gender mainstreaming as a policy generally. And therefore, we don't have a policy such as the Constitution guides us. I think this particular motion is very important when it comes to this particular regard. And I believe that, Mr. Speaker, if we work progressively and continue educating Kenyans on this, there will come a time, because all of us, Mr. Speaker, are educating our girls. We want them to be strong and to come to to this house and represent Kenyans. The way the school system is now, Mr. Speaker, in fact, young women are performing better than young boys. This gender has been hammered so much that now it is time to lift the boy child. Otherwise, we go on like this, Mr. Speaker, you will find very empowered women in future and less empowered boys, and they may have a very big challenge, approaching the other gender. And therefore, we really want to work on this to make sure that, Mr. Speaker, eventually, progressively, we achieve the gender balance that is required in our constitution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Senator Manzo. Again, honorable senators, there is no other senator interested to make his or her contribution on this motion. And the move of the motion, I can see, is not in the House. So also I defer that the mover will reply in next sitting. So, honorable senators, again, I have to reorganize the order of business. Order number 20, 21, 22, and 23 are defunct. So we go to order number 24, the Environmental Management and Coordination Amendment Bill.
Order number 20.
Clerk.
Order number 24, the Environmental Management and Coordination Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 66 of 2023, second reading.
Senator Christo Asige.
Thank you very much indeed, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to table this bill. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the Environmental Management and Coordination Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 66 of 2023, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I wanted to inform the House that this is a bill that I am co-sponsoring with a member of the National Assembly, that is Honorable Irene Mayaka MP. And I want to, off the bat, Speaker, congratulate her greatly for the work that she has done to draft and to move this bill in the National Assembly through all of its processes. And now it is before us in the Senate so that we can table and debate it as well. Speaker, Honorable Mayaka has done a fantastic job. I want to congratulate her again, not just for pushing this bill, but also for doing a lot of lobbying around the bill, a lot of education and awareness creation amongst members of parliament in both houses. Mr. Speaker, I think that members here will agree with me that Honorable Mayaka has exemplified the role of a nominated member of parliament, not only in the National Assembly, but also in the Senate, not only on the minority side, but also on the majority side. I think it is clear, and you will hear testimonies of members of parliament all across these two houses talking about her excellence in work, her ability to think and represent her people in the most excellent of ways, Speaker, and also, Speaker, her ability to raise impactful issues such as this that we are about to debate, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill, Speaker, is to amend Section 147 of the Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 1999 by introducing a clause that prohibits the planting, introduction, growth, or maintenance of eucalyptus trees along rivers, lakes as well, wetlands, and other critical water catchment areas in the country. Mr. Speaker, eucalyptus remains one of the most widely cultivated forestry species in the world. The genus comprises over 900 species, most of which originate from Australia. Speaker, in Kenya, eucalyptus was introduced as far back as 1902, primarily to support the construction of the Kenya-Uganda Railway through the provision of fuel wood. Today, Speaker, it plays a significant role in our economy. It is used for timber, for transmission poles, for plywood, for fuel wood, fencing posts, construction materials, windbreaks, and even ornamental purposes, Speaker. It is grown across most ecological zones in Kenya on a wide variety of soil types. Speaker, further, it is estimated that about 153,000 hectares of land in Kenya currently under eucalyptus cultivation, spread across gazetted forests, private lands, small-scale farms, and land owned by local authorities. And this area continues to expand, Speaker, driven by high demand, particularly for transmission poles linked to rural electrification, as well as construction and energy needs across the country. There is no doubt that eucalyptus has supported livelihoods all over. A ready market has made it attractive for farmers seeking reliable and relatively quick economic returns. But, Mr. Speaker, we must also confront the growing body of evidence and the lived realities that point to its environmental cost, particularly when planted near water sources. Concerns, Mr. Speaker, have consistently been raised about the high water consumption of eucalyptus and its impact on soil fertility and biodiversity. Communities have associated the drying up of streams, of rivers, and wells with the expansion of eucalyptus plantations. In Kilifi County, for example, the drying of the Sherangwa well has been linked to eucalyptus close by. Mr. Speaker, research findings support these concerns. Studies from countries such as India, Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, and also South Africa show that eucalyptus plantations significantly affect water resources, soil health, and biodiversity. One of the key issues, Speaker, that eucalyptus exhibits is what is scientifically known as the nilallopathic effect, releasing chemical compounds that suppress the growth of other plants around it. As a result, Speaker, it is difficult to find meaningful undergrowth vegetation within eucalyptus plantations, leading to diminished biodiversity in those areas. In addition, Speaker, these chemical compounds can impound affecting soil processes that allow organic matter to build up. This further contributes to declining soil health, Speaker. Also, Speaker, there is documented evidence of reduced water yields. In India and Zimbabwe, as mentioned, studies have also shown a reduction in water levels in wells by between 25 to 30% within just 3 to 5 years of eucalyptus planting around them. The nutrient demands of eucalyptus are also significantly high. While it absorbs large amounts of nutrients from the soil to sustain its rapid growth, Speaker, it also returns very little through leaf litter. This imbalance leads to nutrient depletion and long-term loss of soil fertility. A 2023 study in Ethiopia further indicated that the rapid expansion of eucalyptus farming is likely to affect downstream water supply, what is referred to blue water resources. Now, Mr. Speaker, other jurisdictions have also taken decisive steps. In South Africa, several eucalyptus species have been classified as invasive under the National Environmental Management Biodiversity Act, These include species such as forest red gum, river red gum, salina gum, spider gum, sugar gum, and curry, many of which are also grown here in Kenya, as you know. The classification is based on their severe impact on water resources and ecosystem health, Speaker, particularly their excessive water consumption where they are planted. Mr. Speaker, here in Kenya, we have attempted to address this issue before. In 2009, the late John Micah wanted to reduce this issue in riparian areas. NEMA also restricted planting eucalyptus near water sources. However, Speaker, these measures have not been effective, largely because they were not anchored in law. And that's why we are tabling this as co-sponsors between myself and Senate and Honorable Mayaka in the Senate today. Also, that's why this bill is both necessary and long overdue. It provides the Cabinet Secretary with the legal authority to develop regulations that prohibit the planting and maintenance of eucalyptus in ecologically sensitive areas. It also ensures that our environmental policies are not just advisory, but also enforceable. Mr. Speaker, this is not about eliminating eucalyptus. I want to dissuade that thought. It's about ensuring the thought that it is grown responsibly and in the right places. As we move forward, Speaker, it will be critical for key institutions such as the Kenya Forest Service, the Kenya Forestry Research Institute, and also the Water Resources Authority to provide site-specific guidance on alternative tree species that can offer economic value without compromising environmental sustainability. Speaker, this bill also concerns county governments, as provided under Article 110(1)(a) of the Constitution. It touches on functions outlined in Part 2 of the 4th Schedule, particularly in relation to the implementation of national policies on natural resources and environmental conservation. Importantly, Speaker, its enactment will not occasion any additional expenditure at all of our public funds. Mr. Speaker, at its core, this bill is about balance. It's about protecting livelihoods, yes, but also protecting the natural systems that sustain those livelihoods. And in a time where climate change continues to put pressure on our water resources, we cannot afford to ignore practices that worsen that strain. This morning, Speaker, I know you also attended, like the rest of us did, a sitting from early morning discussing matters of climate change and how we as legislators can seek to improve or reduce drastically these impacts on our counties. And this, Speaker, is one of those solutions that we are, as co-sponsors of this bill, tabling here today. If we get this right, Speaker, we will not just be regulating a tree species. We will also be safeguarding our water, our ecosystems, and our future. Speaker, I do hope that this very simple yet critical bill that I have tabled and co-sponsoring together with Honorable Irene Mayaka of the National Assembly will be of interest, and that we will be able to persuade colleague senators to also understand the importance of what it seeks to repair. Speaker, it seems a simple, like I said, amendment to the bill, the act, pardon me. However, it will improve so many livelihoods and so many of our environments that we are so desperately trying to preserve, especially in the rise of climate change, erosion of different species of plants in our country. Speaker, again, I wish to thank Honorable Mayaka of the National Assembly, the times that we have sat together to talk about this bill, her work in tabling this bill for the first time, the amendment to it, rather, in the National Assembly, and giving me an opportunity to do the same in the Senate. And I do hope as many of us, senators are farmers. Many of us understand agriculture, natural resources, and the environment very, very well, Speaker. We may not have gone to university and acquired PhDs in it, but sometimes these cultural norms are ingrained in us as Kenyans, as citizens of this country, and those who are loyal to the soil. Mr. Speaker, I believe very wholeheartedly that one of these people is Senator Cherargei, a farmer in his own right, a legislator in his own right, and a ranking member of this Senate. And that's the reason why I would request him to second this bill. I thank you.
Senator Chelage.
Thank you, Senator Crystal Asike, for that rare form of accolades that you have given, so that I can take honor of seconding this very crucial bill. I think Senator Crystal Asige continues to distinguish herself as one of the industrious with a lot of tenacity in terms of what is provided by Article 96, legislation, representation, Mr. Speaker, and oversight and division of revenue. And Mr. Speaker, sincerely speaking, I hope to see her in the next parliament, either the National Assembly or in the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, you remember the Senator of Nairobi did mention that some of us have served in Senate for some time. But this is only my second term, Mr. Speaker. That some of us intend to stay in the Senate. We don't intend to stay in the Senate. It is the people who give us opportunity to continue serving in Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, the people of Nandi are aware when I'm called, I'll be more than obligated to serve in other different capacities so that we ensure that the devolution works, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, if you are a politician and you are not ambitious, you don't have any business being in politics. And I know also you yourself, Mr. Speaker, you're also nursing very good dreams of becoming the governor of Meru. I know it might be in 2027 or you might postpone, but I know Senator Joyce Koril has set her eyes on a Bomet Central seat. So everybody has an ambition, including Issa Juma Boy Issa. So Speaker, so as I second this bill, this is a very straightforward bill. We want to amend. So Speaker, we appreciate that eucalyptus is one of the critical, and it was introduced with a good intention. Even where I come from, it was used for timber, it has been used for electricity. It's very critical, eucalyptus. What we are doing, and I want to thank Senator Asige, she has been very crystal clear, although her name is Crystal, she has been crystal clear by saying that we are not banning the eucalyptus. We are just ensuring that the case that was done and this amendment, if you look at the Olkalau, a case that was filed by Wilfred Mosoti Omariba, who was acting on behalf of public interest as a Cabinet Secretary of Environment and others, in November 2025, Mr. Speaker, the courts ruled that we need to comply, that all eucalyptus should not be planted within 30 meters of the riparian areas or next to the rivers. It should be where the river is 30 meters from and 10 meters from where property is. And I think what we are just doing, led by Senator Crystal, is to comply and enrich the Environmental and Management Act Amendment Bill of 2023. And you remember, Mr. Speaker, in that ruling, he also went that the Parliament should, in the wisdom of the court, that we must come up with legislative intervention. And Senator Honorable Irene Mayaka, who happens to be the chair of regional integration in the National Assembly, and co-sponsor Senator Crystal Asige, have gone ahead and ensured that we comply by that, and we are happy. And I want to thank them because when I've been very passionate. So Speaker, you need to appreciate that I know farmers who, I am aware where I come from, many people have planted those trees to sell to Kenya Power and Lighting. Many have used for timber. It is being used even for us who enjoy sauna or in health clubs. Some of the eucalyptus are being used because they are good in clearing some of the coals assisting in asthma clearance, Mr. Speaker. So it's also good. And Mr. Speaker, the eucalyptus is used for many things, even ointment, even healing of wound, and many others that are generated through eucalyptus, Mr. Speaker. It is very critical for health. But what we are just saying is it's also used for pain management. It is used for many things, even aromatherapy to release stress. Mr. Speaker, for many people who have stress-related depression, it can be used also to release. So we are not saying eucalyptus is bad, but we are saying eucalyptus is not good for water areas, wetlands, where water is, where river is. Mr. Speaker, I've come from where we depend on agriculture. I've seen where swamp, where eucalyptus has been planted, it dries after some years, which interferes with the ecosystem of most of this environment, Mr. Speaker. And you know, even it is called in Kiswahili, mukalatusi. I would have expected Senator Crystal to tell us because she comes from mukalatusi or mtimbao. Mr. Speaker, the Akikuyu community and Nyumba have given it a very interesting name. It is called Munywa Mai, water drinker. I know you come from that Mlima. You know, Mlima is giving us a lot of problems, but tutakaa tu kwa Mlima. It's called Munywa wa Mai. It means loosely translated water drinker. So this is a drinker.
Let me give you the right pronunciation. Munywa Mai. Munywa Mai, not Munywa Mai. There's no Mai, Munywa Mai. Can you pronounce it correctly?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know, but I think it's just the intonation on how it's pronounced. I don't come from that region, but you have put it better placed. Because I know Munywa.
You are talking British English, but you don't come from England.
Okay, I will try. It's called Munywa Mai. Loosely translated, water drinker. So the Akikuyu community has gone ahead to describe what eucalyptus is. It dries the rivers. If you plant next to rivers, next to water sources, next to wetlands, Mr. Speaker, it makes the place very dry. The place no longer becomes wet, which is very important for planting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you look at, because I have only 4 points, you look even at Article 69 on the obligation in respect of the environment. We must also, in principles, that we must ensure that sustainable exploitation, utilization, management, and conservation of environment and natural resources. Are you aware the President is pushing that we plant 15 billion trees? And I'm happy in the drive of planting trees, especially moving from, I think, 2% forest cover to 10%, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure, and we must be very critical, that at least eucalyptus has not been included. We should go for indigenous trees, trees that are environment friendly, that will sustain the ecosystem. And I think it is very important, even along, and that is why even in mangrove forest, along the coastline, those are the type of trees that are friendly to the environment, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, even as the President pushes, I'm happy in the 15 billion trees, apart from indigenous trees that are environmental friendly. And Mr. Speaker, where I come from, there are even trees that when you plant, they assist in even giving more water, making the place more wetter, Mr. Speaker. And that, I think that is very important, Mr. Speaker, going into the future. So I agree with Senator Asige that we must, even as we push for 10% cover of the land area of forest in areas that we continue, we must ensure that we protect the environment. And I agree, Mr. Speaker, if you have built your house next to a eucalyptus tree, they always destroy the house. And that is why courts taught in their wisdom that it should be 10 meters. I know after the amendment co-sponsored by Senator Asige, we shall be able to come with rules and regulations on how it will be implemented for effectiveness going into the future. Mr. Speaker, and therefore we are very keen, and I'm happy and I want to appeal to the Ministry of Environment and Forest, to the Office of the President, that as we implement 15 billion trees, please let us discourage the planting of eucalyptus, especially in agricultural high productive areas, so that we protect, Mr. Speaker. And I know the President means well for this country. Even today, Mr. Speaker, you heard that he has ensured that by January 1st, 2027, the 44,000 teachers will be confirmed on permanent and pensionable. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, even in January 1, 2027, the Ministry of Treasury has allocated 4.92 billion that will ensure teachers who are on contract under TSC will be observed under permanent and pensionable terms. I want to appeal to teachers who will be teaching environmental studies to ensure that we teach our children, we encourage the growth of trees that are friendly. Mr. Speaker, when you come to our tea farms in Nandi, in all sub-counties, because we plant tea, you will always find that we are using, the name is disappear, but in my local language it's called Jebkumia. It's just called Jebkumia, where it is also good for fertilization, Mr. Speaker. I don't know the name, but I don't know whether Senator Korir can know that the one we plant, Jebkumia, the one we plant along to give growth and ensure the growth. I know the people of Ansad will complain, but if they look for me, I hope I'll recall. Is it Elcon? It's not Elcon. It's called Jebkumia in my local language, Mr. Speaker. So those are type of trees and even fruit trees that will ensure that growth, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in an upshot, because it's a very simple amendment, and I want my colleagues to ensure that we push and conclude and be able to reply so that it is scheduled for division, Mr. Speaker. This is a very straightforward matter, and I want to appeal that the implementation, Mr. Speaker, finally on compliance, and I know the co-sponsor is here, we must ensure when we pass there is compliance. And I want to challenge NEMA, because this issue of 30 meters from the water source and also 10 meters from the buildings is very critical. I know in this town, Mr. Speaker, the reason there are many floods in this city, Mr. Speaker, is because of one thing. Many people are built on waterways. Many people are blocked waterways, and that is why whenever there is rains in this city, it becomes into a river flood. I heard the governor saying this city was built on a swamp area. It's not the point. The point is we have failed to implement the physical planning where the waterways are being blocked by buildings. So we hope when we pass, NEMA must ensure 101% compliance, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't need to pass the law for cosmetic value. We want to pass the law. You know, I saw Kenyans were arguing, Mr. Speaker, when you see the issue of floods in the city, people are asking, where is the role? Where is the role of Parliament? We have passed all these laws. The problem is on compliance and implementation of the laws. It is as simple as that. Even on issues, and by the way, that is corruption. Because if the county government of Nairobi allows a building across the waterway to block water when it rains, Mr. Speaker, that is corruption. And today, by the way, Mr. Speaker, today China has sentenced 2 defense ministers to death over corruption. When will Kenya reach that level, Mr. Speaker? When will it reach Senator Eddie, Senator Crystal? We must punish corruption to be as rare as a snowball in hell. That is what Chinese are doing, and that is corruption. If you fail to comply with what we are passing as a parliament, it's corruption, Mr. Speaker. And I want, and I know Senator Crystal has been a person of integrity. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, that we are proud of her. She is a person with a stand, Mr. Speaker. And I think most of our age mates, which are called Gen Z, and I know it brought a lot of issues when President Suluhu Hassan commented about it, Mr. Speaker. But you know, we should have a stand like Senator Crystal Asige, Mr. Speaker. Because even the current Gen Z, when it happened in 2024, they were with Morara Kebaso. They moved to Matiang'i. They moved to Maraga. Nowadays, they have moved to Sifuna. Mr. Speaker, they don't have a stand. I like people like Senator Crystal. When they say they have a stand, they have a stand. And I hope the young people our age should have a stand. Because by tomorrow, they might move from Sifuna to Senator Katuri. Before you know it, they'll move back to Cherargei and maybe finally to Senator Eddie. So young people should have a stand like Senator Crystal Asige so that we can have a better country with a vision that will change this country. And I know finally after Senator Eddie, they'll move back to President William Ruto. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, allow me that I beg to second and request to continue to second and support this bill. I will vote for it when it comes to division, and I can give the support and congratulate Senator Crystal Asige and wish her the best. I know this will be part of our marking scheme when she will be seeking election of any seats. And by the way, all seats are open, from MCA to the presidency. If he wants to run, we'll be there to support where we can. Mr. Speaker, I support. Yeah?
As I propose the question, maybe Senator Singh has not invited us to, as she launches another album, you know, she's a great musician also. So, Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Environmental Management and Coordination Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 66 of 2023, be now read a second time. Yes, now I open debate on this motion. Senator Okech Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a very good bill, and I hope that Senator Cherigai will sit to be educated by an agroforestry expert. It's debate, you know, you learn knowledge in the middle of debate. I don't know why Senator Cherigai is Mr. Speaker, perhaps one of the things that this House doesn't know is that I've been involved in tree planting for the longest. I see people getting a lot of accolades, and sometimes you don't need to blow your own trumpet. But I'm actually the founder of TRICO. Maybe you've heard about TRICO. You should come and visit my place. I came up with a model, Mr. Speaker, that helps communities to do what we call aggregation of microforests. Our model is a very simple one that argues that instead of doing big plantations, you can actually empower farmers by ensuring that those farmers plant the trees by themselves and they get incentive to take care of those trees. In Migori County today, Mr. Speaker, I have got thousands of farmers that we have enabled to plant only 365 trees, and we pay you an equivalent of $1 a tree a year, which translates to 10 shillings every month for every tree that you grow. And that means that we have put families, over 2,000 families that we have put in this program that are earning.
I don't want to interrupt you, Senator Okech. Is it that you learn agroforestry or you plant trees?
I practice agroforestry.
You know, agroforestry is a course by itself, a training.
Yes. I did a course. You know where I went to, Mr. Speaker. I went to a liberal arts school.
Because I don't want you
in Yale University, where you can take a course, just a course on agroforestry in a semester.
A unit.
And that's why I got a lot of interest. But then when I came back to start this program, I also went to KEFRI, which is actually the best institution in Africa in terms of science and knowledge of tree growing and tree planting. They are different. Tree planting is an easier part, but tree growing is the major part. How do we get into tree growing exercises? So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious thing that is close to my heart. And I want to thank Senator Sige and also our counterpart, Honorable Mayaka in the National Assembly for coming with this bill. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is a conversation that has been going on. It's a very controversial conversation. And I say controversial because I am very addicted to science. And I want to bring science to this conversation. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you've seen this bill, the way it has been put, it says that we need to amend Section 42 of the Environmental Management and Coordination Act and amend subsection 3 by inserting the following new paragraphs immediately after paragraph B. They're introducing paragraph BA, which says the prohibition of the introduction, growth, or maintenance of trees of the eucalyptus species, not varieties, in and along any river, lake, sea, or wetlands. And then it says the prohibition of the introduction, growth, of maintenance of any invasive species or other potentially dangerous species, again, along those water bodies, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is what I wanted to say, Mr. Speaker. while I appreciate the essence of this bill, which is basically saying that when you plant eucalyptus trees in totality along water bodies, then it will drain water, it is a theory that is proven by part. So to the extent that we could limit this conversation to a scientific conversation, I will support this bill. But I think that if you're not careful, we'll make an omnibus bill that I'm happy because this bill now is with Senator Asige, who is a very serious scientist as well. She likes facts and database. Mr. Speaker, I think that we cannot take this bill as it has come from the National Assembly. I think we must rework this bill so it has got a scientific basis. Because this bill has just looked at the cons of eucalyptus. It doesn't look at the pros of eucalyptus. And then it has looked at the cons of planting eucalyptus trees on wet water areas, which is an omnibus in the sense that not all water, wetlands and water bodies are affected the same way with eucalyptus. And I'll argue my case, Mr. Speaker, so that I can be able to help perhaps rework this bill so that it actually has got a more coherent approach that doesn't limit it. To start with, just in the issue of the cons or the demerits of planting eucalyptus, Mr. Speaker, scientifically, if you go to KEFRI has indicated this, a number of this knowledge and they're available to the public. There is a fashion with which eucalyptus species deplete water resources. And this is because there are a number of varieties of eucalyptus that are guzzlers of water. They drink a lot of water during the time that they are growing, and most of all when they attain a certain kind of maturity. So that guzzling of water in Kenya, you can argue it out that while it is true, does it really affect lakes, seas, and oceans that we have? It is only dangerous to the extent that it affects springs, streams, and wells that could easily dry up. For instance, if you go and plant eucalyptus in Lake Victoria, it doesn't have the same effect as planting eucalyptus on the hills of Kisii Highlands or in the hills of Mau Summit. Because in Mau Summit or on the Kisii Islands, you will find springs, streams, and wells that are essential for our water catchment areas. So in those areas, scientifically, you can limit eucalyptus planting in those areas. But it has got a different effect when you take them in wet water lands, in the grassroots areas like the lowlands of the lake, because in some of those lowlands, they are endemic watersheds that look like swamps, that planting them there actually restores that entire ecosystem. So the first thing about water guzzling that you must do, Mr. Speaker, you must specify in a law like this what water areas will you be limiting them from. Is it the catchment areas, or is it the areas that it will be able to stabilize the biodiversity? And I'll go back into science once I get into the pros for planting these trees. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, is because of the element of how they grow tall and big, they can inhibit the biodiversity of an area. What do I mean by this? They end up forming this canopy that has got this littering leaf that can kill other biodiversity plants that could also help with the ecosystems of water. So that becomes a problem. And it goes to the first question that I was saying, that it is important to limit it in water catchment areas. Mr. Speaker, eucalyptus trees also have got very oily leaves. In general, this is a general conversation. In general, they've got very oily leaves. And those oily leaves sometimes exposes them to catching wildfires. And we have seen this even in the US, where you see a lot of wildfires coming as a result of leafy trees, just the chemicals in the leafy trees catching fire, and sometimes are highly inflammable to just extreme weather conditions like extreme heat. What that will do, Mr. Speaker, is that they end up causing these fires that can deplete an entire area of water catchment. These things we must understand them to that level. And then lastly, Mr. Speaker, there's an element of soil degradation, which basically, because of their deep and aggressive roots, those roots, Mr. Speaker, end up competing with other surrounding vegetation that may end up depleting the ecosystem for which other vegetations could be able to actually grow and support the water system. But Mr. Speaker, that said, why has eucalyptus been a backbone of small and medium income families in our economy? It is important that when you're drawing this kind of law, you must look at the environment impact vis-a-vis the economic impact, and you will see that, Mr. Speaker, most of the families in the grassroots have actually educated their children through tree planting. Because you plant a eucalyptus tree, and depending on the variety, which I'll touch on very fast, Mr. Speaker, depending on the variety, within 3-4 years, you start earning from a tree, one log, you can make as much as 7,000 shillings. And Mr. Speaker, you can imagine the families that are, for instance, tea-growing families. In Kericho, where the state of Nandi comes from, in Nandi, where the majority comes from in Kericho, those families find serious fuel from this eucalyptus to actually even process tea. So there is a first element of economic return that eucalyptus has in terms of the timber and furniture as well as fuel that it does help with. Meaning that if we restrict it to some areas that will interfere with the water systems, then it makes sense. But there are some water systems like lakes that even if you grow it there, it will not necessarily interfere with the water tables of those areas. But if you put this bill the way it is, you are going to limit it to anything water body and make it impossible to grow eucalyptus. Such that even the sense of sometimes draining waterlogged areas, like marshy water areas that are not good for massive water consumption, you will still limit it with this bill. So I wanted to urge my sister, Senator Crystal, and of course my sister, Senator Irene, Honorable Irene in National Assembly, to look at the potential of growing eucalyptus in areas that you can be able to grow that are not necessarily areas without water bodies. There are areas with water bodies that can actually still grow eucalyptus. And Mr. Speaker, if this is the House of the Senate, which always thinks, and I'm not in any way trying to impute in power of motive in the lower house, but I've seen a number of times the rigor in this house. The rigor in this house is very more scientific, and we go into some small details. If we have the time, and if Senator Crystal Asige would allow some of us who have been in this tree planting business, we could be able to go into drafting a law that scientifically looks at this issue depending on species of the eucalyptus, the age of the eucalyptus, and the weather condition where it is planted. Because, Mr. Speaker, planting eucalyptus in Turkana, near Lake Turkana, will not affect Lake Turkana. It will instead rebuild the water ecosystem in that area. That's a weather condition. Unlike planting it in Kisii, where there is rain every single day, but it will interfere with the water catchment in that highland in Kisii, or the Mau forest. So the first thing I wanted to urge Senator Asige, can we be able to look at the varieties of eucalyptus and recommend a law that looked scientifically at those particular varieties that could affect a certain system and a certain weather condition and restrict those while allowing others to be growing in some areas. Number two, can we also look at the age of eucalyptus that we are recommending that if you find a eucalyptus variety grown at a younger age in some areas, because a young eucalyptus, Mr. Speaker, actually does not take more than 20 liters of water. But the older eucalyptus get, once you say, for instance, 5 years and above, it starts guzzling about 100 liters of water to sometimes even 200 liters. But if you look at families that want to use eucalyptus for economic gains, most of them use them between the ages of 1 month to about 5 years. So why are you restricting a family that is using eucalyptus at 5 years? For instance, if you look at Eucalyptus grandis, the species that came from South Africa, it matures within 5 years. And by that time, it will have formed about 30 meters that can be able to be sold to distribution poles that we see in this country, Mr. Speaker. If you limit it to age, then there's nothing wrong with growing Eucalyptus grandis around the lake, around a river, as long as the law says that they cannot go above 5 years. Yet at 5 years, the owner of that Eucalyptus grandis will have gotten the economic return and contribute to our economy. So age must be important to be looked at here, not just saying eucalyptus. And then, Mr. Speaker, the last one, so that I can let other people also contribute, would be to look at this thing in terms of going specific to species of eucalyptus or variety. I want to call them, because eucalyptus already is a species by itself, but the varieties that are taking more water than others. For instance, Mr. Speaker, if you were to go to Kefri, you will learn that there is a eucalyptus species called Tasmanian blue gum, which other people call Eucalyptus globus. Because of that name, Mr. Speaker, it ends up taking almost 339 to 1,079 millimeters of water per year, whether young or old, because of the nature of the rings that it needs to form. That particular species should be limited by this bill from being grown on any water body. But if you come to another species here, Mr. Speaker, that we have in the country called the cedar gum or Eucalyptus guni, as specified by expert, Mr. Speaker, this one has got a very popular florage that is very good for developing good poles for distribution and sometimes also transmission, Mr. Speaker, but it requires just regular water. In fact, it takes less water than tea plantations, than even cotton plantations. Why would you limit this species by this omnibus bill? Another one, Mr. Speaker, that we have in the country is silver dollar gum, or the Eucalyptus polyathermos, Mr. Speaker. This one actually grows even in arid conditions, needs very little water. If you look at other things that we grow, like even Mirai in Meru, Mr. Speaker, the Mirai in Meru takes more water than this silver dollar gum. Why would you want to limit this species? Well, if you look at another one called river red gum, or Eucalyptus calamadulensis, this particular one takes about 500 gallons of water. That one you limit it, because that one will take more water from our river sources, Mr. Speaker. So it is important that I wanted to urge my sister, Senator Asige, that we limit eucalyptus according to the varieties that are harmful to the environment and allow the scientific model to be able to allow